It was a very ordinary year, in a very ordinary modern metropolis. A day full of bustle, which was no different from others like it. In those days, every person believed that such a measured life would accompany them for eternity. But at some point in time, this thought cracked. Out of nowhere, a dungeon appeared in the world. The first witnesses froze in their places, not even understanding what they were looking at. The gap in the universe widened, and from there, the angry grins of monsters appeared. More and more, a whole innumerable horde poured into the streets of the city. Humanity was plunged into horror. Those unfortunates who were unable to escape awaited their unenviable fate at the hands of the monsters. So the monster's axe was already raised over a random girl. But at some point, quick steps were heard nearby. Hope, in the form of a tempered sword, slew the monster. The danger receded. The unfortunate woman rose to her feet, unable to look away. After all, where monsters had previously raged, now a fierce battle with hunters was taking place. Every time they defeated monsters, the hunters would greedily look at something in the middle of their palms. After all, every defeated villain enriched the heroes. This is how the new world of hunters was built. However, the hero of this story was only trying to get into their number. The girl at the reception, looking at the documents, said that it was the first time she had seen a person from the working class in such a place. Reading further, the girl realized that the Jiha sitting in front of her had no skills at all. The guy sitting opposite smiled slightly. Scratching the back of his head, Jiha grinned and nodded. Thus the meeting passed, and the day itself continued. The events of the story moved to Sector 7, where the hunter's shop was located. It was at this address that the father and daughter visited. The doorbell rang and Jiha greeted the new visitors. The man who entered with the girl informed Jiha that he wanted to buy a couple of potions. Unexpectedly, the daughter leaned against the counter, starting to coquettishly ask Jiha about the appropriation of the working class. The father was somewhat annoyed that his daughter, having completely forgotten about shopping, began actively asking Jiha about this or that thing. Having filled his basket with goods, the man asked Ji for forgiveness for the way his daughter had behaved. Jiha didn't see any problems with such things. And besides, the hero himself really didn't have any skills. The girl nodded understandingly. The father again reprimanded his daughter, who considered her words to be pure curiosity. At the same time, the noise and creaking of military equipment could be heard throughout the city streets. Standing by the windows, the buyers started talking about the possibility that another third-rank dungeon had opened somewhere. When the man expressed a desire to visit such a dungeon, his daughter began to boldly dissuade her father from taking such a step. Listening to all this on the sidelines, Jiha for some reason thought about the third-rank dungeon. Afterwards, he respectfully escorted the customers, who were still continuing to argue. Dreamily, Jiha himself hoped to get into the dungeon, but he knew that they would not let him in there. Afterwards, the hero opened his character window. Looking at his attributes, Jiha knew that not only was he denied access to the dungeons, but he would hardly even be allowed to speak with an active hunter. Because of this, Jiha always walked behind, taking those crumbs of treasure that the real hunters left behind. Jiha was somewhat upset that no matter how hard he tried, no one seriously recognized his line of work. In the midst of universal grief due to the impossibility of becoming someone more, Jiha always found solace in books. He spent hours on end reading. In this way, most of the working day was spent. Sometimes when Jiha was quite tired, he would be overcome by yawning. At one of these moments, for no apparent reason, he began to feel sleepy. Coordination was becoming difficult, and Jiha's eyes were steadily closing. Subsequently, he collapsed onto the table. The next moment, a glow appeared from the book in the direction of Jiha. Under the influence of secret forces, the pictures in the book seemed to become real. The wind blew, the rustling of leaves began to sound, and Jiha found himself somewhere in the middle of the forest. Opening his eyes, he began to look around excitedly. At some point, Jiha looked up to the sky. He had no idea where he actually ended up. Thinking that what happened might be a dream, Jiha deliberately pinched himself. There was no effect, and therefore looking at the forest again, Jiha found it extremely strange. There was no sound of birds singing or animals, and everything around was covered in fog. The only thing Jiha could really see clearly were branches with buds, which looked like a storm had recently passed through. Interested, he leaned over them. Taking a closer look at the bud, a panel with the name of the plant opened in front of Jiha. To his surprise, the buds were imbued with special properties related to skills. Jiha was genuinely amazed by the properties of the bud. After all, plants did not allow the temporary waste of ether during the use of skills that were so necessary for hunters. Still, Jiha regretted not having brought anything with him that might be suitable for collecting samples of these plants. But then, it was as if a revelation had dawned on him. Looking at the barely alive tree nearby, Jiha realized that the plants would definitely die if they were left like that. Sighing, Jiha decided to help the plants a little. A little later, Jiha poured some water from his palms onto the stems of the tree. He was glad that fortunately there was a pond nearby. Immediately, one after another, notifications with blessings and even level increases rained down on Jiha. Later, the stem, previously watered by Jiha, burst into flames. Holding his breath, Jiha considered such a thing simply impossible. After the bright glow, the stem and the tree itself literally disappeared in front of Jiha. With a feeling of wild surprise, Jiha woke up in his reality. Looking around, he realized that he was back in his shop again. Finally, rubbing his eyes tiredly, Jiha realized that the vision was simply a dream. However, the thought that the dream was incredibly realistic did not leave Jiha. Suddenly, he noticed that his hands were dirty. The only explanation Jiha could see was that the dream was not at all what it seemed. Afterwards, Jiha continued to examine his hands. At one point, he even thought that he was sleepwalking, but this theory was destroyed, because there was no land nearby. Next, Jiha thought about whether he would be able to get into the forest again if he fell asleep. After some thought, Jiha decided to carry out this idea. Sometime later, the familiar rustling of leaves and the breath of wind were heard again. Fascinated, he noted that he was once again in a familiar place. After walking a little, Jiha again came across a stem and buds. Sitting down, it even seemed to him that the stem had grown slightly since the last time they met. Suddenly, something interested Jiha. After all, in a split second, before Jiha's eyes, a gilded apple grew in the middle of the stem. Thanks to the information panel, Jiha realized that the apple served as an incredible boost to potions, increasing their properties by 20%. Thus, restoration potions, in addition to enhanced healing, could also provide their owners with additional abilities. Jiha glanced around and noticed another gilded apple growing nearby. One by one, gilded apples began to appear as Ji looked. Swallowing his saliva, Jiha was already dreaming of taking a couple of apples and buds with him. Following this thought, something flew straight into Jiha's face. Taking it in his hand, Jiha observed that what had arrived was a very ordinary bag. Opening the bag, which already contained something, Jiha suggested that it could help in transporting things between dimensions. He chuckled nervously, because all his thoughts were coming true, as if someone was secretly watching Jiha. In the end, he took everything he needed. Then came the next day, and with it a wild rush in the hunting shops. Crowds of people were indignant because vital potions were missing. Stores simply couldn't keep up with the demand by replenishing their stock. At some point in time, the opinion of some people was distracted by something. Walking calmly, the image of a woman stood out behind the crowd. It was a sword witch named Seo who wanted to talk to the store manager. The hunters present were all discussing among themselves Seo, who had the status of a legendary character. After a while, someone called Seo. The store manager appeared in person and greeted Seo as an honored guest. Despite all the manager's persuasion, Seo unequivocally stated that she could not wait for her potions to be made. Having no time to wait, the girl picked up the phone, deciding to look for more stores in the area. At the same time, in Jiha's store, a golden mixture was splashing around in a transparent container. Having mixed all the necessary ingredients, he himself looked at the result. Later, Jiha decided to modernize the formula. By passing the substance through a distillation apparatus, he obtained a completely new, more elegant substrate. Following this, Jiha was bombarded with unscheduled notifications with blessings and even the acquisition of the alchemy skill. Further, shaking it, Jiha began to examine the resulting new, blessed potion. However, Jiha was not sure that he would be able to sell something like that, because who would believe him about the incredible properties of the potion? But just as Jiha wanted to test the potion on himself first, Seo entered the shop. Giving up on his previous plans, Jiha greeted the customer. The girl immediately approached the counter, starting to ask Jiha about the availability of potions. But before he could even wait for an answer, something caught Seo's attention. The girl looked at the golden-hued healing potion with extreme interest. As soon as he heard the price, Jiha immediately made it clear that the potion was not yet for sale. However, Seo didn't have time to bargain, so she grabbed the golden potion from the counter. Having thrown a lot of money on the counter, the girl began to walk away. Jiha was left stunned after such a spontaneous visit from a stranger. Subsequently, the action of the plot moved to some distant place. There, Seo's rage thundered in full force. Her summoned sword skills easily smashed the demonic beasts. This whole battle developed at an incredibly fast pace. Afterwards, Seo moved on, leaving behind her defeated enemies. A little later, scavengers appeared at the scene of the battle. After briefly discussing the prospects of becoming hunters like Seo, the scavengers eventually decided to focus on their work. At some point, one of the scavengers remembered that Seo always works alone after one tragic incident. He was already ready to start telling how something happened. From the depths of the forest, Seo appeared, calling on the scavengers to flee. They were taken aback when they raised their gaze. As it turned out, the one who approached Seo was the pursuer himself, a disgust-level monster. The scavengers were stunned, having no idea how to behave in such a situation. Noticing that they were still standing, Seo once again called on the scavengers to flee. She herself began to move towards the pursuer. As they moved, Sio's summoned sword ability activated. Eventually, she made an attacking swoop. The pursuer had no intention of staying away, and so he responded. With just one counterattack, the monster repelled Sio's entire onslaught. It was thrown back, knocking down trees behind it. Trembling from fatigue and pain, Sio barely got to her feet, suspecting that she would not be able to defeat the pursuer. Seo had no choice but to sacrifice himself and buy time for others. She hung her head and thought about someone. The heroic image of Heck arose in her mind. Immediately remembering that it was no longer there and that there was no point in giving in to despair, Sio uncorked the bottle she had bought. Bringing the bottle to her face, Sio mentally instructed that from now on she could only rely on herself. After which, closing her eyes, she began to swallow the healing potion. The girl didn't even notice how quickly she drank it to the bottom. For the first time, Sio learned that a healing potion could be delicious, and also seemed to fill one with the power of ether. And this meant that the girl could continue her fight. With renewed strength, Sio rushed towards the pursuer again. Once she was at a sufficient distance, she used a special cutting skill. Just a couple of swings of the weapon and the pursuer was hit by the rampage of the Master Sword. At the end of the reception, the monster let out a shrill roar. Then loudly, he fell to the ground. After her victory, Sio looked at her weapon with fear, making sure that during the battle she had not spent any ether on using skills. And the girl owed all this only to the potion. A potion that she had bought in a hurry in some mossy shop. Some time passed, and the action of the story returned to the city limits. The doorbell of Jiha's shop rang. To the hero's surprise, Seo appeared on the threshold again. Pushing the customer aside, Seo pointed towards Jiha. And then she began to ask threateningly what kind of potion Jiha had sold him. Almost immediately, the enthusiastic voices of other buyers could be heard, who had already heard the news of Seo's victory over the pursuer. Having come to her senses, Seo hastened to apologize to Jiha for her behavior. Jiha was clearly delighted when Seo told him about the incredible properties of the potion. In this regard, Seo wanted to urgently find out where Jiha got such a potion. Without trying to hide anything, Jiha showed off a gilded apple, calling the fruit the key ingredient. At the same time, Jiha told me that he got a special apple in the level 0 dungeon. While Seo was pondering the seller's words, Jiha himself decided not to reveal the full truth about the source of the ingredient for the potion, and therefore I tried to change the subject. After looking around the store, Seo suddenly pointed to a container with blue contents, to which Jiha informed him that it was a potion for the cold. Taking the bottle in her hands, Seo wanted to know about the properties of the potion. Seo asked loudly when Jiha named more incredible values for the duration of protection from the cold. As it turned out, Jiha's potions were almost twice as powerful as their standard counterparts. Soon, a similar question about the origin of the frost potion was posed to Jiha. In his mind, the hero recalled how he had once again visited the dungeon. There, he managed to find and collect winter strawberries. Having a natural resistance to cold, upon returning, Jiha immediately used the new ingredient in his crafting. Coming out of his memories, Jiha again stated that he had managed to find everything in the 0 dungeon. Realizing that Jiha was lying, Seo decided not to question him, but simply buy everything. Following this, Seo placed a wad of bills on the counter. Seeing such a huge amount, Jiha tried to bargain for a smaller amount, but Seo didn't want to hear anything. Then Jiha at least wanted to know the name of the mysterious but wealthy stranger. The girl stopped abruptly. Leaning against the doorframe and smiling, Seo said her name. A little later, the action again moved to the secret world of Jiha. Lying down on the ground, Jiha looked at his catch of ingredients. Jiha was surprised that in a place so rich in a variety of resources, there were no monsters at all. Only now did he become completely concerned with the question of where this place was located. Suddenly, somewhere off to the side, the crunch of grass was heard. Frightened, Jiha looked back. The sound quickly stopped, but Jiha himself was sure that he had definitely heard something. As he began to explore the limits of the grass, at some point in time, he froze. After all, to his surprise, the mythical monster Pterodron was hiding there. Jiha couldn't utter a sound, not knowing how best to react to this situation. Deciding to take a closer look at the creature, suddenly a translucent wall formed in front of Jiha. Touching the wall, Jiha realized that he could not overcome it. Meanwhile, within the closed area, devil ants appeared. The creatures immediately started fighting among themselves. Looking at all this, Jiha remembered that he had once read about something similar. As it turns out, the devil ants were very dangerous monsters, primarily because of their extremely toxic venom. Opening the character window, Jiha found inconsistencies in the description, because according to them, the observed creatures should have been much larger. Meanwhile, the battle was not going in favor of the Therodrons. One by one, the devilish ants caught up with their claws. Jiha did not at all understand why the Therodrons continued to fight, even though they were losing. For the first time, Jiha thought about how to help the losing side. Immediately after this, a notification appeared, inviting the hero to participate in the war on the side of the Theradrons. Jiha found the words in the notification that the Theradrons belonged to that one very unusual. But be that as it may, he agreed to enter the war. Instantly, Jiha received another notification that the losing side could receive a boost through essence. Thinking about it, Jiha remembered that he really did have something on him that could play the role of essence. Ultimately, the hero used the crystals he had with him. A glow appeared and instantly rushed towards the Theradrons. Filled with blessings, the mythical creatures seemed to be filled with a desire to win. With renewed vigor, the Theradrons went on the attack. The counterattacks of the claws began to destroy the demonic ants en masse. It began to seem as if the Theradrons were beginning to gain the upper hand in the previously lost battle. With each passing second, their ranks were replenished and they entered the battle. Until eventually, with the combined attack of the Theradrons, the demon ants were defeated. Jiha even admired how skillfully the Theradrons managed to cope. The hero almost couldn't believe his eyes, but victory still came. Jiha even thanked the Theradrons for being able to protect the forest. Following this, Jiha looked at something again, puzzled. The next minute, as if in gratitude, the Theradrons collected a ton of essence stones. Having understood everything without unnecessary explanations, the hero smiled. Although Jiha thanked the Theradrons for the offering, his plans were somewhat different. From the entire pile of stones, Jiha took only 5 as his payment. Afterwards, he loudly announced that he did not need a big reward. Following this, the wall that had previously blocked Jiha's further path somehow disappeared. Looking around, he also noticed that the fog had disappeared. Squeezing the essence crystal tighter in his hands, Jiha said out loud that he was ready to stay in this place a little longer. This only meant that returning to the real world would not be quick for Jiha. The story took a small digression, telling about a special community that was created by hunters immediately after the gates of the abyss opened. It was not only a meeting place, but was also often used as a convenient social network. Now, there was a lot of discussion about how Seo managed to single-handedly kill the powerful monster, the Pursuer. Many of those corresponding knew that Seo took such a risk because she was acutely worried about the loss of someone dear to her. Still, some hunters accused Seo of being overly fixated on her personal tragedy. Others, on the contrary, did not see anything shameful in such grief. At some point in time, the hunters' discussions boiled down to Seo pointlessly exploring dungeons year after year, hoping to find at least the body of his once missing comrade. In the end, the girl who was texting the other hunters cursed when, due to Seo's abundant protection, they began to think that they were communicating with her. Suddenly, the light turned on in the previously dark room. Enter Choi, the best alchemist in the Eternal Flame Guild. When asked about being in the dark, the girl stretched and answered that it was easier to concentrate that way. Coming closer, Choi informed the girl that he personally went somewhere. His story touched on Jiha, who, after checking, turned out to be the most ordinary person without any skills. Hearing this, the redhead was forced to admit that Jiha had nothing to do with Seo's recent successes. After these words, Choi coughed and also said that Jiha sold something to Seo. He even asked if the red-haired woman knew anything about golden apples. Receiving only a puzzled look from the redhead, Choi told about the apple, which could reduce the hunter's ether consumption. From Choi's story, it followed that Jiha made potions from such apples, which he sold at an extremely low price. When the red-haired woman decided to find out the secret of selling the precious potion at a low price, Choi began to sit down opposite her. Then Choi put forward his hypothesis that Jiha did not know the true value of the potions. With a sly grin, the red-haired woman suggested another option, in which the hero simply wasn't a greedy person. Afterwards, standing up abruptly, the red-haired woman expressed a desire to meet Jiha in person. Choi was surprised when the redhead refused to make an official visit by driving. After all, Leah, given her status as the head of the guild, could easily show herself to people in this way. Meanwhile, Jiha was still in the secret dungeon. Having made a fire, he warmed himself, since it was cold in the depths of the forest. So, after the wall and fog disappeared, Jiha examined the newly opened territories. However, no matter how hard he tried, everything around was approximately the same. After some time, Jiha even began to experience some frightening feelings. The longer he stayed in the depths of the forest, the more acute the feeling of impending danger became. Finally, getting up, Jiha decided to go back to a calmer atmosphere. But as soon as he straightened up, he noticed something behind him. Oddly enough, there were Theradrons near Jiha again. Upon closer inspection, Jiha discovered that the creatures had brought him strange seeds. But in addition to this, he also emphasized that the ranks of the creatures were replenished with new ones. A second later, it dawned on Jiha that the creatures had come from an ominous place, which filled the hero with horror. Almost immediately after this, a notification appeared in front of Jiha. Reading carefully, the hero learned that the Theradrons asked him for help in saving their queen. In any case, Jiha agreed to help the cute creatures, after which he scratched one of the Theradrons. However, since Jiha had other things to do, he left the quest to save the queen the next day. A new day has arrived, and with it a restoration potion has been prepared. Also, a poison resistance potion was discovered and made, and into the bowl the combat food is poured. With this, Jiha's basic preparations were complete. Having strengthened the pterodrons sufficiently, Jiha commanded them to go and rescue their queen. Following the creatures, after some time, Jiha froze in fear. After all, there in the depths of the forest the Devil's Anthill was hiding. From now on, Jiha knew where the main inhabitants of the forest lived. Taking a closer look at the artificial structure, Jiha said that it was as much as 3 meters high. At the same time, 2 armies of overgrown insects were approaching each other. With all their inexorable might, the Devil's Muravs were the first to go into battle. In response, ranks of Therodrons advanced. A minute later, the carnage began. Watching from the sidelines, Jiha was amazed that this time, the Pterodrons were fighting even more successfully. However, even they were not completely protected from danger. Suddenly, a notification appeared, informing that Jiha could help the Pterodrons once. Reading it, Jiha was surprised, because he was offered to kill hostile insects. Even with such a strange proposal, Jiha was only allowed to perform such an action once. But right after that, Jiha heard a chirping sound. A messenger ant with wings appeared from the hive. A notification immediately appeared, informing the hero that the devil ants were trying to call for reinforcements. Having no other choice, Jiha decided to stop the ant. With a gleam of overwhelming power, the hero clenched his palm. Meanwhile, the messenger ant had already spread its wings and even taken off. To his shock, something huge loomed over the ant. And the next moment, Jiha's palm fell on the insect. Like a titan, the hero overthrew the ant. Afterwards, Jiha happily said that the ant was caught. Then, events returned to the real world. Arriving at the address, Leah looked at the sign of the very same shop where special potions were sold. Remembering Sio's words, Leah preferred to check everything rather than trust her eyes about the initial simplicity of the store. Because of which, Leah smiled slyly. Taking hold of the door handle, she was ready to reveal any secrets. To her surprise, after a couple of tries, it turned out that the store was closed. Looking at the sign again, Leah couldn't understand how this was possible, because the store was supposed to be open. Trying to figure it out, Leah turned to the janitor, thinking that he might know something. After thinking about it, the janitor informed Leah that the store was working intermittently, and that Jiha himself rarely showed up. While the janitor was hissing, blaming everything on the laziness of the youth, Leah herself saw something suspicious in this situation. Afterwards, Leah looked at the sign again. The redhead definitely decided for herself that Jiha was hiding something. At the same time, in the dungeon, Jiha himself was somewhat upset that such help ended with just one blow. Looking at the dead messenger ant, he hoped that this kind of help from his side would be enough. However, the battle between the insects itself was still ongoing. Despite the losses, not a single army wavered. After another fight, the devil ants finally showed their backs. Realizing that the outcome had taken place, Jiha sighed wearily. Then he fell to the ground. However, Jiha remembered that despite the victory, the queen of the Pterodrons was still somewhere inside the anthill. Out of the corner of his eye, the hero noticed how the Therodrons were carrying their queen out of the anthill on a stretcher. She came to her senses and opened her eyes. Somehow I started to rise. Suddenly, Jiha's giant finger reached out towards the Pterodron queen. Stroking her, the hero said that all the bad things were already behind him. Instantly, a notification appeared, offering Jiha an alliance with the Pterodrons. Jiha, of course, agreed, not only for good reasons, but even for somewhat selfish ones. Immediately after this, the commander of the Pterodron army soared into the air. Light enveloped him, and evolution happened. Subsequently, the Pterodron warlord became much larger and clearly stronger. Suddenly, the military leader gave a command to his troops. To the hero's relative joy, the insects were again carrying a ton of offerings. Sitting in front of the piles of essence stones, Jiha said again that 10 from the total pile would be enough for him. At some point, Jiha turned his attention to his palm. After all, there were seeds there that the Pterodron commander gave to the hero. Reading through the notifications, Jiha realized that these were tree seeds. And if Jiha left the care of the seeds to the forest, then the hero intended to build the hut himself. A day has passed since then, and the events have moved to one dungeon. A portal opened, and hunters began to emerge from there, talking among themselves about the Queen of the Ants. The hunters were actively discussing among themselves not so much the battle with the ants, but the plan to plunder the anthill of those. Their discussion was interrupted by shouts from other hunters. Everyone froze, seeing what was clearly an unpleasant scene. As it turned out, the anthill was already empty and cleared. The disgruntled raid leader dismissed the idea that the anthill could have been cleared in a different area, as the dungeons were not opened twice. While surveying the area, some of the hunters suggested that a battle had indeed taken place in this place. The raid leader was not going to leave empty-handed, not believing that there was nothing left in this place. At some point, they all turned their attention to the ground. As it turned out, the hunters were standing in the middle of a giant palm print. They were all amazed, hoping that a giant had not left such a mark. In another version, such an imprint could only have been left by a destruction-level monster. Enraged, the raid leader suddenly started running, shouting after everyone else that they needed to retreat. The raid leader screamed and explained that it was impossible to deal with someone who had single-handedly destroyed the devil ants. Subsequently, the hunters also decided to tell the association about their discovery. That's how the mysterious photo of a giant palm on the ground ended up on the monitor screen. Looking at this, the office was actively discussing the find. There was no further information on the matter, and so a man named Malik ordered that any information be delivered to him first. Based on the appearance of the prints, Malik himself knew that the monster was not a simple one. After comparing his knowledge with the evidence, Malik uttered that the monster must have been an unknown mythic rank species. Standing up inside himself, Malik voiced that strange things continue to happen. Slowly, he walked up to the window. Now I'm convincing myself out loud that the horrors that once happened should not be repeated. Even though he didn't realize it yet, Malik's thoughts were directed straight at Jiha. Some time passed and the story moved on to Zone 5 Megalopolis. There, standing at the door with a bundle in his hands, Jiha was humbly waiting for something. At some point in time, the hero was called out. The girl called him and waved her hand. Smiling sweetly, she apologized to Jiha for the unnecessary wait, after which the girl started running, trying to get to Jiha faster. As soon as the hero warned the girl that she shouldn't rush things so much, the fool fell off her feet. Jiha arrived in time and helped her get up. Standing up, Betty laughed awkwardly, putting it down to the fact that she rarely played sports. Without delaying for long, Jiha handed the girl breakfast, simply fulfilling someone else's request. In response, Betty handed the hero a book. The girl immediately remembered that something similar was often bought and returned just as often. In this regard, the girl thought that the trinket would be a good decoration in Jiha's interior. Jiha was about to grin in response, but his smile suddenly disappeared. After all, he clearly saw how an unremarkable book, for some reason, was filled with a greenish glow. A notification appeared informing the hero that he had a book of infinite spells in his hands. Inside it was empty, since spells had to be entered into the book only using a special method. Seeing Jiha's some confusion, the girl asked him for forgiveness in advance if the gift was not to his taste. Betty seemed to blossom when Jiha said that he was happy with everything. Smiling, Jiha promised the girl that he would use the book wisely. Sometime later, Jiha tried to write something down in the book. Remembering the text from the notification, Jiha was sure that he would be able to get only one of the ingredients. Once again, a notification from the system appeared, describing the required ingredient, which was obtained only from the feathers of a giant bird. The problem for Jiha was not only the size of the bird, but also the fact that it was incredibly rare. Annoyed, Jiha pressed his palm to the page of the book. Without expecting it, he was once again endowed with a ton of traits. Moving his hand, Jiha did not feel or see any particular changes. Taking a breath, Jiha had no doubt that the occurrence of such skills at such moments could not have been just a coincidence. And so, he picked up his pencil again. Using his writing skills, the hero easily wrote a short text, thereby raising his level. After improving his writing skill, Jiha tried to use the book to obtain items, which led to him learning two important facts. The first fact was that, regardless of skills, any written text disappeared from the book. The second fact only indicated that Jiha had finally learned to write beautifully. Suddenly, a strange feeling came over him. Without saying anything out loud, the hero began to guess something. Afterwards, Jiha left his shop, just beyond the threshold, meeting an open portal. As it turned out, the portal led straight to the Storm Petrel, to a dungeon that had no level and no threats. Even though Jiha was wary of the aura coming from the portal, he still decided to trust the description in the absence of a threat level. A little later, entering the portal, the first thing that caught Jiha's eye was a radiant waterfall. Seeing such beauty, the hero held his breath in admiration. Then a noise was heard, to which Jiha immediately turned around. The petrel appeared, spreading its powerful wings. Finally, Jiha found his target. Still, he emphasized how huge the bird was. Almost crying, Jiha had no idea how to catch it. The next moment, a bluish feather landed on his head. It seemed as if the bird would take pity on the poor fellow with poor eyesight and share its feathers. Dexterously, Jiha caught one of the feathers in his hands. Looking at this, he said that all that was left was to find ink. Almost instantly, an idea came to Jiha's mind. Subsequently, the action moved to the dungeon of a mysterious forest, where Pterodron held an extract of green herbs in his claws. Jiha was pleased that his request to find the necessary ingredient was fulfilled almost instantly. Now, Jiha could firmly tell himself that everything was ready. From now on, all that was left for him to do was to unravel the mystery of the book itself. Armed with a pen, Jiha prepared to do so. Slowly, he lowered his pen to the pages of the book. Just one touch was made and the magic began to happen. The world changed overnight. Secret symbols and writings surrounded the hero. Branching out, they began to leave the boundaries of Jiha, heading somewhere else, touching the nearest tree and along the branches, flowing into its very center. Watching, Jiha humbly waited to see how it would all end. Afterwards, the hero sighed in surprise. After all, when the brightness faded, runes were imprinted on the tree trunk. The hero immediately recognized the runes, because he had once read about them. At one time, the ancient tree taught some tribe spells, creation and harmony, made it clear how one can destroy and change. But it was difficult for the tribe to remember all this, and therefore, they created runes. Leafing through the pages of the book, Jiha retold the story out loud. Yet he had never heard of runes being used. However, Jiha did not know at all why the runes were engraved on wood and not written in a book. He even suggested that it was somehow connected with the tree itself, which Jiha had grown during his first visit to the dungeon. Considering such thoughts to be stupid, Jiha decided to concentrate on transferring the runes to the pages of the book. Meanwhile, the longer Jiha looked at the runes, the more it seemed to him that they seemed familiar. Suddenly, before Jiha's eyes, an image of a raging flame and a saying appeared, as he called it. After a short time, Jiha transferred the phrase to a page of the book. Instantly, the system notified Jiha that he had received the skill to summon runic destruction magic. Now, the hero only had to tear a page out of the book, thereby turning it into a scroll. After a few manipulations, the scroll was ready. Overjoyed, Jiha was ready to continue this business. But something stopped him. To his amazement, an exact copy of the text appeared on its own on another page of the book, and this only meant that the spell book really was endless. Even though Jiha was ready to continue writing new spells in the book, he himself didn't really know anything about their properties. Sometime later, Leah showed up again at Jiha's shop. Realizing that this was exactly the person the girl was looking for, Leah began to aggressively approach him. Leah quickly walked up to the counter and slapped her palm loudly. In a menacing voice, the girl scolded Jiha for the fact that she had not been able to catch him at work for a long time. Rubbing his head, Jiha apologized and attributed his absence to personal circumstances. Looking at the guy, Leah noted that there really wasn't anything special about him. However, Leah was not very interested in such questions, because she had come for completely different reasons. The girl's gaze was directed over the hero's shoulders, straight at the goods. And so coughing, Leah reached for her wallet. Taking out a business card from there, the girl introduced herself as the head of the guild. And also that, according to rumors, in Jiha's shop, one could get unique items, but the girl was still deciding what product to name it. Having already figured everything out, Jiha offered the girl a healing potion based on the golden apple, as well as other consumables. Suddenly, Jiha decided to give Leah a gift in honor of the fact that the girl had previously been unable to find the seller. Rummaging through the drawer, Jiha's voice suddenly became sad. To the girl's shock, the seller informed her that the goods were out of stock. In fact, Jiha was too carried away by the other world and did not devote any time to work. Quite upset, Jiha suggested that the red-haired woman come to the store the next day. Leah herself had no words to comment on what happened. Without even knowing whether Jiha was too kind or too stupid, the girl began to turn towards the exit. She had no choice but to drop by tomorrow. Suddenly, Jiha stopped Leah, remembering that she was a mage and also from the Fire Guild. Having received confirmation of this out of the blue, the hero gave the scroll to the girl. Excitedly, Jiha revealed that the scroll was a tester, but should be suitable for a fire mage. Leah didn't mind and immediately opened the scroll. In an instant, flames spread around her, and even the phrase of the spell pleased the red-haired girl. Then, on this note, the characters said goodbye. When the girl was leaving, Jiha noticed her staff. It seemed to the hero that the staff had never shone so brightly before. A little later, the events of the plot moved to the spider dungeon. There, a bolt of fire struck the guardian spider. As a commanding officer, Leah led her party members, skillfully striking down monsters with fire. At that moment, for some reason, the girl felt that her strength had increased compared to everyday life. Leah's unusual feeling was so strong that it was even reflected in the vibration of the runestone. At the moment of these thoughts, someone shouted for Leah to take care. The girl jumped back in time, avoiding the poisonous stream. Luckily for the team, the redhead was not hurt. The problem, however, was that Leah clearly saw many more enemies in front of her than she expected to encounter. Even though the difficulty of the dungeon had increased, Leah herself was not going to give up so easily. Then a fire flared up in the red-haired girl's eyes. Feeling an unprecedented surge of strength, Leah began to summon magic. Afterwards, she ordered all her party members to retreat back so as not to be hit. Tongues of flame and vortexes formed around Leah and reached towards her staff. This terrifying heat engulfed the spiders. With just one single spell, the hard-fought battle was won. At some point, Leah guessed, remembering the package she had recently received from Jiha. Meanwhile, Jiha finished making a batch of elixirs. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the hero hoped that the manufactured goods should be enough. After spending a lot of time, there were boxes of healing and resistance potions on the counter in front of Jiha. Looking at his watch, Jiha decided to hurry before an important guest arrived at the store. But at that moment, the bell on the front door of the store rang. Turning around, Jiha noticed the red-haired girl already inside the store. As it turned out, Leah did not come to the store alone. However, the girl first wanted to discuss something and not buy elixirs. Subsequently, a case filled with money was opened in front of Jiha. To the hero's puzzled look, Leah explained that there was money in front of him. Jiha explained his behavior by incredible surprise, because the guy saw such sums in front of him for the first time. Afterwards, Leah started talking about the scroll that Jiha had recently given her, which upon inspection turned out to be S-class. Leah explained that she could not leave such a valuable gift unanswered. Slightly hesitantly, Jiha agreed understandingly. Still seeing Jiha's certain stiffness, the red-haired woman even offered to transfer the money to the account if he was embarrassed by cash payments. Unexpectedly, Jiha informed the girl that he could not accept the money. Even though Jiha himself made noble speeches, in reality, he had no intention of receiving payment for the test that he conducted in the dark. Sighing, Leah informed the hero that it was very easy to turn a good person into a fool. As an example, the redhead cited a fairy tale about a goose that laid golden eggs that would be available to everyone. After thinking about what was said, Jiha assumed that in such a case, everyone would become rich. However, Leah thought differently, saying that then they would have tried to kidnap the goose. Next, Leah changed her voice to a menacing one, trying to convey to Ji that he could become a danger at any moment. In connection with this, the red-haired woman was ready to make the hero one tempting offer. In all seriousness, Leah offered Jiha to join the Eternal Flame Guild. This proposal was extremely unexpected for the hero, even though Leah did it with good intentions. The money itself, Leah called a reward for Jiha's abilities, which from now on would serve the guild. Urgently, Jiha recalled that Leah's guild was famous, in particular for its generous benefits for its members. The redhead replied that she only wanted to convince Jiha of the guild's good intentions. At the same time, Leah introduced Choi, who was also the guild's alchemist. Therefore, Leah was sure that Jiha would enjoy conducting her research in the dungeons of the guild. As if from a cornucopia, Leah promised Jiha all sorts of golden mountains. At the same time, the hero himself showed more and more uncertainty. A few seconds later, Jiha thanked Leah for everything and accepted the sign of goodwill. Thinking that Jiha had agreed to everything, Leah shook Choi so that he would quickly prepare the contract. However, a second later she came to her senses. Only now did it dawn on her that the hero had refused to cooperate in an extremely polite manner. Jiha himself only made it clear that he does not consider himself worthy of such a position. The redhead's anger began to take hold again, which is why even Choi had to intervene in the situation. Unintentionally, the hero informed Leah that he was previously only an insignificant hunter with the lowest rank. The hero began to tell that the objects were not created solely by him. According to him, Jiha owed a lot of his success to his friend. Jiha knew that one day the abilities might disappear, and therefore, he was not confident in accomplishing great deeds. Additionally, Jiha attributed his reluctance to join the guild to his store, to which he had become quite attached. Choi got involved in the situation, persuading Leah to take her time and let Jiha think it over. However, the hero was not going to forget the red-haired woman's advice, and therefore promised to raise the price of the potions. Exhaling, Leah had no choice but to accept Jiha's refusal. Realizing that Leah also meant the lack of protection, Jiha asked her not to worry about the fate of the merchant. After all, Jiha had already taken care of some kind of early warning system that would notify him in case of danger. Some time has passed since this conversation, and new gates have already opened in the world. Thus, many picturesque places of rest were captured by monsters. But there was still one place that was not subject to external factors. This place was the Forest of Dreams, something that Jiha could always enjoy to his heart's content. As it turned out, in addition to the thicket in the dungeon, the hero managed to find a section where the coastline was located. Due to the red-haired woman's frequent visits and endless persuasion, Jiha had to look for a place to be alone. Having shouted out from the accumulation of indignation, Jiha set himself the task of spending the entire day strictly in rest and reading books. Thus began Jiha's rest. The warmth of a fire and a pile of books was all the hero needed for a good rest. However, there was one detail in this whole situation that Jiha had not thought about at all. Even there, unexpected guests visited him. After this, the events of history rewound 2 hours back. Having settled in, Jiha was enjoying the total relaxation. His ears were caressed by the splashes of coastal waters, while in the real world, the waters became a refuge for monsters. Jiha even began to dream that one day he would bring the girl he liked to this place. Following this, the hero heard a quiet meow. A sound similar to a cat's meow came from somewhere in the depths of the cave. Armed with a torch, Jiha set out to explore the sound. The special flower was silent, which meant that whoever made the sound did not pose any danger to the hero. Suddenly, a buzzing sound was heard somewhere above Jiha's head. Now, together with Pterodron, the hero hurried towards the sound. Jiha eventually found the source of the sound. A character panel appeared, where a cat-like creature was called Actus. Taking the animal in his arms, Jiha immediately realized that it was not in the best shape. When the hero thought about giving Actus some healing potions, Pterodron sat on his shoulder. Jiha hastened to apologize for having completely forgotten about his even smaller friends. His gaze froze when it turned out that the Pterodrons had already brought several caught fish to the hero. One of the Pterodrons nodded when the hero suggested that the fish was meant for the cat. In gratitude for his efforts, Jiha scratched Pterodron on the head. Later, the healing potion and the fish were eaten by the cat. Looking at the cat's current behavior, Jiha admitted that now, apparently, everything was fine with him. Then, Jiha thought about how, after exploring the forest, he had met an animal for the first time. However, the question of where the cat could have come from did not give Jiha any peace. Suddenly, the cat came to his senses with a meow. The hero was frightened by the fact that he interrupted the animal's sleep. However, Actus let out a benevolent meow as he stroked her in his direction, and then he completely collapsed with pleasure. Having picked up the cat, Jiha almost began to dance. He was so touched. And yet the hero did not like the name Actus given to the cat by the system. In the end, calling him Bem. Besides, Jiha was not against Bem staying with him. A little later, in the real world, one of the customers was crazy. More and more people were touched by the sight of Bem in Jiha's arms. Jiha had no intention of hiding the truth about Bem's origins. To each and every one, he honestly answered that he found a cat in the dungeon. It goes without saying that people wanted to pet Bem every time. However, the cat, surprisingly, reacted aggressively to strangers' hands. Bem's behavior came as a surprise to Jiha. Even though the hero scolded the cat for his behavior, he still understood that Bem was only affectionate with Jiha himself. And this meant only one thing: Jiha could not keep Bem in the store, much less at home alone. And yet Jiha really wanted to show off his pet's cuteness. Soon, Seo came to the store. Seo herself wanted to say that she dropped in on Jiha for a short while, but her speech was cut off mid-sentence. The girl's attention was immediately captured by the cat. Seriously frightened, Seo huddled in a corner, holding a hanger in front of her. For the first time, Jiha saw Seo afraid of something, even if it was a small cat. Having come to her senses a little, the girl handed the hero a tube of coffee. Afterwards, Seo stepped back again as soon as Bem stood up. The hero apologized for Bem scaring Seo, but made it clear that now the cat will live with Jiha. At the same time, Jiha witnessed something extremely strange. Apparently, Bem was favorably disposed towards Seo and seemed to want to receive caresses from her. The girl nervously decided to touch the cat. Slowly, her hand touched Bem's soft head. As Seo stroked it, she noted that the tiger was actually quite gentle. Later, the conversation between the characters touched on the scrolls that Jiha allegedly handed out left and right. It was a revelation to Seo when she learned that Jiha had given Leah a scroll worth a couple of million for free. And yet, the girl convinced herself that Jiha was simply an extremely kind and sympathetic person, rather than a naive fool. In her mind, Seo guessed that it was for this very reason that she visited Jiha's store so often. At that very moment, the plant began to crackle, alerting the hero to the danger. The hero stared at the plant, seeing such behavior for the first time. Then, from the street, a system hummed and a high-level danger alert began to sound. Turning to Jiha, Seo signaled that they needed to leave immediately. Shock and panic overwhelmed the hero. At the same time, the streets were filled with soldiers mixed with hunters. People were evacuated en masse as quickly as possible. Having a rough idea of what kind of threat might appear on the city streets, Jiha hoped that the hunters would be able to cope. A minute later, holding Bem in his arms, Jiha was already in the shelter. However, even here, the hero did not feel safe. There was a loud crash that frightened all the inhabitants of the shelter. This later made Jiha realize that it was not safe outside. And so the hero began to stroke the no less frightened Bem. Trying to calm him down, Jiha kept saying that everything that was happening was nothing. Meanwhile, outside, a catastrophe was happening, caused by the fact that the hunters did not complete the dungeon. Normally, low-level dungeons do not pose a threat, but everything changes when hunters are defeated in a high-ranking dungeon. Under such circumstances, at the epicenter of the portal's emergence, absolutely all civilians are evacuated. Where there were previously crowds of people, now there are military echelons, and in response to the general cry for help, absolutely all free hunters come. Now being one of them, Seo said how she felt something moving. Then, a foul magic began to spread through the empty streets. Skeletons appeared with a creaking sound of bones. At that very moment, the military was given the order to open fire. There were volleys of cannon fire and machine gun bursts. Tactical fighters released their bomb clamps. Flying over the place where the monsters gathered, they turned the area into a fiery hell. The explosions were devastatingly powerful, covering the skeletons. It seemed almost impossible to determine whether the fire had any effect on the monsters. One of those who observed this purge was Malik. He hoped that the fighting power would help reduce the number of monsters. after which the hunters would easily finish off the rest. After which, he gave the order to the military contingent to concentrate fire on the gates themselves. Openly, Malik hoped that with this, the operation would be successfully completed. To his shock, a huge monster suddenly emerged from the portal. Having never seen anything like this before, Malik's breath caught in his throat. In an instant, Malik gave new orders to the military to fire exclusively at the huge bastard. As required, the officer adjusted fire on the new monster. Rocket strikes, bullet tracers and shells, all of it poured down on the monster. Somehow, one by one, he even managed to fly into the monster's mouth. Finally, there was a final, blinding explosion. Already in advance, the military were happy that they had managed to defeat the big guy. However, when the smoke cleared, the giant appeared again, without a scratch on its body. At the same time, after everything he had experienced, the thought of associating people with enemies arose in the monster's head. Moving abruptly from his place, he set himself the task of killing those. That's right. Such power was ready to fall upon the military contingent. Seeing the monster approaching, Malik commanded the military to retreat. It's true the monster somehow ran past. Turning around, only now did Malik realize who the big guy had chosen as his target. As it turned out, he was heading straight for the shelter dome. At the same time, someone jumped from the roof of the house. Spinning in the air, Seo would surely joke and not allow the monster to hide in the shelter. While in mid-flight, the girl activated the Sword of Ruler's Rampage. At the same time, Leah was also working her magic. Having activated her attack skills, the girl pointed her staff towards the big guy. A beam of flame burst out and hit him straight in the back. However, despite the damage it had received, the monster had no intention of stopping. This became something unheard of for girls. Meanwhile, the big guy himself raised his fist in an attacking manner. Finally, with a crash, it hit the roof of the shelter. Despite warnings from Leah, Seo was not going to stand by and watch civilians die. Meanwhile, having broken through the walls, the big guy was staring at someone. His eyes seemed to be fixed on Jiha. The hero himself froze, unable to believe that the shelter had been breached. Although Jiha knew in his mind that he had to run away, his body was unable to move. In some desperate attempt, the hero still managed to move his leg. Unable to stay on his feet, Jiha was now falling, watching in slow motion as the monster's hands reached out to him. At the same time, Bem was sucking in air. When the monster's hand almost touched Ji, the cat let out a frosty breath, a concentrated beam of cold that instantly froze the monster. Then the cat broke free from Jiha's hands and jumped onto the floor. Alien words echoed in the monster's head, calling him a pathetic demon. Then the cat hissed, driving him away. At that very moment, Seo was approaching the monster from behind. Seeing that he had frozen, Seo called out to Leah so that the flame could be used. On command, the redhead activated her attack skill again. A stream of flame was released, ahead of which, as if at the point of a sword, Seo rushed. Another joint attack caught the monster's back. Additionally, Seo finished off this blow with another swing of her sword. Burned and cut, the big man let out a sad groan. Quite tired, Seo also rose to her knees. But the girl was not sure that everything was over, because she was able to feel a surge of ether inside the shelter. When Seo entered, she found Jiha. In the arms of the frightened boy, Bem was tossing and turning, meowing sweetly. The sounds of battle died down, and now some part of the streets was simply enveloped in raging flames. Standing to the side and watching the other services do their work, Seo no longer felt the ether. For her, it remained a mystery what actually happened. Later, the events moved to Jiha's house, where he managed to take a shower. As soon as he sat down in the chair, Bem jumped onto the hero's lap. Stroking the cat, Jiha thought about the fact that now the cat looked extremely calm, compared to when he met the huge monster. Later, the hero's thoughts touched the monster itself. An idea came to his mind, and Jiha decided to write something down. As if by some miraculous decree, Jiha's observations were added not only to the book, but also to the Hunter's Encyclopedia. Soon Malik himself discovered a similar article. Malik can't understand who could have created it. Meanwhile, Jiha closed the book, deciding to stop there. Sometime later, a meeting was held where it was discussed that the giant monster, in fact, was not killed by hunters at all. Being among those sitting, Malik listened with obvious disapproval to the suggestions about what could have led to the death of the monster. Soon, the topic of their conversation touched on the encyclopedia, where an unexpected article appeared. Even though no one responsible added the article, everyone started discussing its contents. As it turns out, the article briefly mentioned that the huge monster could be scared. Seo took the floor, putting forward the theory that the man who had overtaken the monster was himself in the shelter. She was interrupted by Leah, who spoke about the cry of the cat, which was heard by many witnesses. Malik put in a word, considering such an argument insignificant. However, Leah did not stop, reporting that the cat was in the shelter, and it had an owner. A little more time passed, and the events moved to Jiha's store. Now Malik, Seo, and Leah have arrived. Then, confidently, they walked towards the hero. They all leaned on the counter at once, wanting to take a look at the cat Jiha. Frightened, Jiha began to explain that the cat would get scared and run away when he saw such a crowd. Following these words, somewhere behind the hero, a characteristic rustling sound was heard. To the hero's shock, Bem himself climbed out onto the counter. After which, with typical feline grace, he stretched out. In an instant, the three who arrived stared at the cat. Bem himself, puzzled by such attention, meowed in confusion. Immediately, Leah grabbed and lifted the cat, trying to understand whether it really caused a wave of ether. Convulsively, Jiha tried to convey to the red-haired girl that it was not recommended to take a cat in this manner. However, the girl did not feel any special energy from the cat. Her serenity was interrupted by Bem's bite. After that, Bem broke free from Leah's embrace. SEO spoke up next, reminding them that Jiha was in the shelter during the incident. The hero's face changed when he heard the story about the cat's cry that supposedly stopped the monster. Adjusting his glasses, Malik confirmed Seo's story. To the chagrin of the trio who had arrived before their eyes, Bem began to behave like the most ordinary, mischievous cat. Among others, Malik even thought about recruiting Jiha, but he realized that the moment was not right. After all, Malik did not want to enter into open competition with the Flame Guild. For this reason, Malik decided to leave the store. Then Leah followed, hoping to see how the cat would also bite Malik on the hand. Now, only Seo's gaze was directed towards the hero. Letting out a languid sigh, the girl promised that she would visit the guy again. Smiling, the hero said that he would be glad to see everyone again. A little more time passed, and the action moved to a secret dungeon. There, lying by the fire, Jiha read about a certain lost continent. This land was called Gehenna, where many races lived under a great tree. The tree itself created the gods of nature. They, in turn, had to protect Gehenna. Reading about one of these gods, Jiha listed details such as white fur, spots, and fangs. And at that very moment, the hero guessed. Apparently Bem, purring on his lap, was one of such gods. Jumping up from his seat, Jiha couldn't believe that the little cat could be someone like that. And yet, Jiha rejected the version about coincidence. Surely the cat was behind that huge explosion of ether that they talked about so much. Looking at the cat again, Jiha was convinced in his thoughts that Bem really was the god of nature. In that case, mentally, Jiha touched upon the following question regarding the tree in his dream. After thinking for a while, the hero understood everything. Jiha guessed that the tree gave him a job, assigned him to the worker class. Putting the book down and folding his arms across his chest, Jiha said that he had become a victim of the tree's plans. At that very moment, the pages of the book opened and began to glow. A character panel appeared which displayed information about Jiha himself, who was assigned the worker class, and a ton of blessings. Subsequently, the glow of the book intensified. The story then took a digression, showing a character wrapped in a blanket. The character was watching a TV channel where the hosts were actively discussing the stalemate in the fight against the Lich and calling for radical solutions. When there was no agreement among the presenters on what was being said, the character turned off the TV. He sighed and said that hunting the Lich was a very difficult task. Afterwards, the story returned to normal, where Jiha stood in front of a tree, looking at the very crowns. Jiha was not particularly upset by the task that the tree endowed the hero with. Under the rustling of the wind, Jiha gave his word that he would help the tree in any way he could. At some point, off to the side, a pinkish cloud began to swirl above the ground. Jiha immediately turned around. Looking closely, Jiha could not understand what was happening. Suddenly, a voice was heard cursing all those who breathe. Later, the Lich revealed his face, calling on everyone to bow before his greatness. Immediately after this, bone warriors rose up near the Lich. Jiha couldn't believe his eyes as he witnessed the arrival of the Lich himself, a horror-ranked monster. However, Jiha considered Lich a cute little boy, having barely managed to catch his speech. In an instant, another panel of the system was reflected in front of the hero. Reading carefully, the hero realized that he was being asked to interfere with the Lich's plans to corrupt the lands. Jiha happily agreed. Meanwhile, Lich continued to encourage his army. In unison, the Bone Warriors repeated their leader's calls for the death of all living things. Holding Bem in his arms, Jiha couldn't stop looking at the tiny Lich, not daring to do anything, because of that mercy. Eventually, Jiha began to think about the details of how to quickly get rid of the Lich and his army. Suddenly, the hero remembered that he could not do this, since the leader of the dead was himself a Lich. After all, first of all, Jiha had to find and destroy the very source of Lich's life. By chance, Jiha's field of vision came across a castle that was located at a certain distance from the Lich's army. Taking a closer look, Jiha let out a surprised sigh. Even though he was in a sad state, the hero somehow recognized the castle. After all, the surviving flags of that one belonged to the kingdom of Estrom. Now, Jiha began to compare the facts he had seen. It turned out that the army of the Lich was the people of Estrom. Afterwards, clutching his head, the hero convinced himself that such thoughts were of no importance. The key problem remained the influence of the undead itself, which poisoned the soil. However, Jiha could not intervene directly, and therefore I decided to use the army of Pterodrons at my disposal. Soon a problem arose. The Pterodron army could not continue its march due to a huge stone in its path. For this reason, Jiha decided not to shift the care of the stone to the Pterodrons. Having personally cleared the way for them, the hero left the army of beetles to take care of the undead. After a little while, the fight began. With enough skill, the Pterodrons began to defeat the undead. Watching the battle from the sidelines, Jiha noted that at the moment, the Pterodrons were already fighting as a full-fledged and well-organized army. Full of indignation, the Lich gave orders to his bone warriors, after which, a new wave of skeletons rushed into battle. Meanwhile, Lich called the peasants to battle. In thin clots, his dark magic spread across the surrounding area. After which, the Lich again commanded the undead to attack. However, his instructions were abruptly interrupted. After all, the commander of the Pterodron army himself approached that, whose power was increased by the efforts of Jiha. The commander of the Pterodrons himself snatched the staff from the bony hands of the Lich, and then he rushed at him. Having been knocked to the ground, the Lich was now being held down by the other Pterodrons. Eventually, with a combined effort, the beetles deprived the Lich of his hands, and then he completely crushed the body of the undead, even though it didn't make any sense. But at that moment, Lich felt danger looming over him. Somehow, the Pterodrons still managed to find the Lich's life source. True, to destroy the essence of life of the Lich, a Pterodron of a higher level was required, for the pumping of which Jiha had to spend money. And so, after spending precious resources, the ordinary Pterodron warrior was pumped up to a knight. Having spread his wings, the knight immediately headed towards the ruins of the castle. In flight, he broke through the wall and flew into the room where the Lich's life essence was located. Feeling his imminent death, Lich began to dissuade his opponents from taking the next step. But be that as it may, the Pterodron knight destroyed the chest where the Lich's life was kept. Amidst cries of pain, the Lich began to dissolve. In the end, all that was left was a quickly dissipating bluish steam. As before, Jiha watched this scene from above, finally exclaiming that victory had taken place. A minute later, an army of Pterodrons carrying offerings gathered at his feet. The hero rose to one knee and thanked them for the gifts. Suddenly, he was distracted by one Pterodron, who was still holding the chest. As soon as the chest touched the ground, it began to strangely become larger and larger. With a gasp, the hero opened the lid of the chest. Inside it was kept the sword, the royal seal of Estrom itself. For now, not knowing what to do with the sword, Jiha put it in his backpack for later. A little later, Jiha picked up a shovel, ready to cleanse the land defiled by the undead. Again, with the help of the Pterodrons, Jiha began to dig up the ground. Having finished the first stage of work, the hero wiped the sweat from his forehead. Suddenly, a Pterodron appeared next to Jiha, holding ink in its claws. Thinking that the Pterodrons wanted to get the scroll from Jiha, the hero began to explain that he could not do such a thing without the runes. Luckily for him, at that moment, runes appeared on the tree, whose magic could cleanse the defiled land. While Jiha was drawing the necessary symbols on the pages of the book, Bem jumped on his back. Laughing, the hero intercepted the cat, briefly enjoying the purring and meowing of a tailed companion. At the same time, Pterodron Knight tore out a sheet of paper from the book where, a couple of seconds ago, Jiha had drawn a runic symbol. After playing with the cat to his heart's content, Jiha discovered something strange. Strangely, all the Pterodrons have disappeared somewhere. At the same time, with an ominous voice, the Lich was angry. Even after being exiled, he could not come to terms with his defeat and the victory of the living. His indignation was so strong that it even managed to influence people. The people's discussions were interrupted when, somewhere high in the sky, something flashed. After all, from there, the Lich descended. Being at the head of his army, he was preparing to conquer a new world. A portal opened and the Lich came out. However, unexpectedly, another portal opened opposite the Lich, from which the Pterodron Knight emerged. Having recognized his rival, the Lich called upon his loyal warriors to get rid of the child of the tree. In an instant, the Pterodron Knight struck, crushing the Lich's warriors. Enraged, the Lich prepared to defeat Pterodron himself. Pointing his staff, his destructive magic rushed towards Pterodron. However, despite the inconveniences received, Pterodron remained safe and sound. In panic, the Lich began to clench his jaws. It was the turn of the Knight Pterodron, who called upon the rest of the beetle army to help him. The results of this battle remained unknown, as the events moved to Jiha's store. Betty burst in there at full speed. Grabbing the remote control as quickly as possible, the girl turned on the TV. The TV screen lit up, announcing a report on the fight with the Lich. But a minute later, reporters reported that the ground in the battle area had cleared, apparently due to the death of the skeleton warriors. Many cameras recorded a previously unknown monster that was observed in the battle area. Trying not to show it, Jiha began to think about what the Pterodrons were doing in the mountains. Malik was also currently reviewing this report. assessing it from the point of view of the negligence of assigning the rank. Secretly hearing this same news, Seo said that the rank of the new monsters was no less than mythical. Only Leah was puzzled by what was happening. Later, in the secret dungeon, Jiha visited the Pterodrons. Being serious, the hero believed that he was about to have an extremely difficult conversation with the beetles. Jiha started by not blaming the Pterodrons for what happened. Afterwards, the hero mentioned a scroll that the Pterodrons clearly used to get into the human world. Unexpectedly, the Pterodron knight shuddered, and then he started running away altogether. But all this was done in order to return a minute later with new gifts. Carefully, the Pterodrons placed a stack of rare ingredients in front of Jiha. The hero did not need a bribe. He just wanted to get an exact question about whether the bugs had really penetrated the human world. Guiltily, Pterodron knight nodded. To the beetle's surprise, Jiha was not angry, but on the contrary, even praised the Pterodrons. Continuing to scratch, Jiha thanked the Pterodrons for a job well done. And yet, there remained the question of a ton of rare ingredients, with which the hero did not know what to do. Upon closer inspection, Jiha discovered that one of the ingredients was the Lich's own ether stone. Suddenly starting to meow, Bem began to stretch his paws towards the stone. Having surrendered, the hero carefully handed the stone to the cat. Suddenly, Bem began to actively gnaw on the precious stone. Watching the cat eat the stone, Jiha guessed that it was a source of energy. In any case, Jiha could not judge Bem's actions, since he was one of the gods of nature. Afterwards, using the gifted treasures, the hero decided to increase his level and skills. As soon as the level up was completed, the hero discovered that he had become much stronger than he had been before. Further, having started to stroke Bem, Jiha believed that increasing his strength was far from the most important thing in life. After all, in essence, he was already happy. After some time, for the first time, Jiha was officially invited to take part in a dungeon raid. Having quickly collected his things, the hero went to the place where the hunters were gathering. There was also a second echelon, consisting of recovery specialists. Once there, Jiha was already greeted. The hero responded with a mutual greeting, sharing the opinion that it was the first time he had seen so many people in one place. The man standing nearby thought that everyone was incredibly lucky to get into such a large raid, which, apparently, was dedicated to a large dungeon. However, Jiha no longer heard some of the speeches. His vision was focused on the owner of the gorgeous hips. While adjusting her hair, Seo also appeared at this place. Gradually, most began to notice Seo's natural beauty, which was not lost even with the armor on. In the midst of all this talk, Seo's gaze also suddenly froze. The girl came closer to Jiha, calling him by name. The heroes started talking, and from there the girl learned that Jiha had also been invited to the raid. Seeing this, the others present looked with envy at Jiha, with whom Seo herself wanted to speak. Imagining that the dungeon could be extremely dangerous, Seo gathered her strength to say something. Finally, the girl, embarrassed, said that she would like to help Jiha. In connection with this, the girl suggested that the hero move around the dungeon together with her. To the shock of many, it seemed that Jiha was about to refuse. Immediately, Seo was surrounded by other scavengers. All of them were not averse to keeping company with the famous hunter. Sighing, the girl rejected the others. And yet Seo managed to persuade Jiha to go with her. Thus, the characters began to advance along the dungeon. As they discussed the dangers of the dungeon, Jiha's backpack began to move for some reason. Hurrying, the hero unzipped his backpack, allowing Bem to take a breath of fresh air. As soon as Seo saw the familiar cat, she immediately reached out to pet him. However, Bem interrupted Seo's attempts at affection. After scratching Bem, Jiha informed Seo that the cat didn't like it when someone took him by the front paws. Seo puffed out her cheeks and called the cat impudent. At the same time, Bem himself was desperately trying to escape from the backpack. Jiha helped and released the cat to freedom. Sitting down next to Bem and examining him, Seo noted that he had clearly grown since their last meeting. Stroking the cat, Jiha agreed with this, saying that Bem's food was very expensive. With a bit of sadness, the scene of Bem eating $1 million rock came to Jiha's mind. The short break was over, and now Seo was calling on everyone to continue on their way. Later, while wandering through the forest, Seo started talking about some news. Jiha coughed when Seo mentioned the mythic rank monster, Pterodron himself. Next, Seo told about the giant footprints that were found in the Devil Ant's dungeon. At some point in time, Jiha shuddered as he guessed who the owner of such handprints could be. After all, it was he who once guaranteed victory for the Pterodrons. Jiha chuckled without showing it as Seo explained that because of the giant, many people were afraid to go through the dungeon. Recent events only convinced Jiha even more that the human world and the dungeons had some kind of connection between them. His thoughts were interrupted because Bem, who was walking ahead of everyone, stopped for some reason. The hero sensibly asked what had happened. Suddenly, Seo spoke up, pulling out her sword, asking Jiha to step back, after which she stepped forward, holding the weapon in front of her. A couple of seconds passed, and a wind blew towards the adventurers. Suddenly, Seo remembered something. The girl was overcome with terrible memories. nasty and toothy creatures reached out to the girl. Standing to the side, Jiha noticed how Seo suddenly began to shake. At that very moment, Seo was absolutely sure that it was in this very place that the dear man had disappeared. Jiha knew this sad story, but he felt that the dungeon rank was clearly higher than the one that Seo's dear man possessed. Somewhere in the distance of the forest, the sound of crunching branches was heard. In response, Seo opened the bottle of potion. After drinking, she turned to Jiha. The girl insisted that the hero run to the exit when the attack occurred. Seo was determined to get even with the inhabitants of the dungeon. Jiha froze, not knowing what to do. At the same time, the cat began to emit a bluish glow of energy. And then where did he run to? Looking after the cat, the hero almost fell off his feet. After all, before that, having come to life, the trees began to scatter. However, Bem still caught up with one of the monsters. Piercing fangs and sharp claws sank into the monster. The tree-like monster let out a cry from the pain. It jerked with all its might, throwing off the seeds. Then she ran away, even forgetting that she had lost her own part in the cat's mouth. Seo and Jiha gasped at the same time at what they saw. Soon, slowly, Bem began to return to the characters. Approaching Jiha, the cat was holding something in his teeth. Wagging his tail, with a large seed in his mouth, Bem glanced at Ji. The hero held out his palm, and the cat obligingly dropped the seed there. Looking at the cat, Jiha even suggested that Bem wanted the hero to plant the seed. Meanwhile, Seo shared her impressions that she had never seen anything like this before. Taking Bem in his arms, Jiha suddenly informed the girl that there was some problem. Both of them stared into the far part of the forest. Suddenly, Seo turned to the hero, asking him to come back. Hanging her head, Seo admitted that she had discovered a trace, and now she couldn't leave this matter. Jiha looked at the girl with a completely stony face. Then, taking out the elixir and holding it out, Jiha nevertheless suggested that they go together. Looking up with a sad expression, Seo asked the hero again, puzzled. Smiling, Jiha was confident that no matter what the danger, the girl would be able to protect everyone. Encouraged by these words, Seo promised that she would protect him. Some time passed. It was starting to get dark, but Jiha and Seo's path continued. At some point, the girl stopped the hero, pointing somewhere ahead. Seo wanted to know if Jiha saw the same thing as the girl. Jiha looked closer, seeing a passage in the middle of the trees that clearly looked like a cave. To the sounds of Bem's barely audible growl, the hero assumed that the answer to everything must be hidden inside. Afterwards, the characters approached the cave. Taking out a torch, Jiha noted that the erosion that had struck the rock did not come from within. Having gone inside, soon Seo pointed out another thing to the hero. Approaching the wall, the characters saw clear traces of blood. Excited, Jiha and Seo came to the same conclusion to speed up the pace. In the midst of the deathly silence of the cave, their journey continued. At some point, Seo let out a loud cry of surprise. After all, in the middle of the cave lay a crumpled suit of armor that clearly belonged to the hunter. Falling to her knees, Seo couldn't believe that this was how the story of her dear person ended. Very quickly, the girl grabbed the armor. Pressing it to herself, she cried bitterly. Jiha sat down next to her and tried to console the girl. Seo turned to Jiha, who began to draw up a logical chain of events in which the hunter could have been cured, and left the cave. Through tears, with difficulty, Seo tried to believe in the hero's words. At some point, Bem even approached the girl. In all this, Jiha saw something strange. And indeed, while demonstrating, the cat was squeezing something in its mouth. Thanks to the system panel, Jiha learned that the strange object was a symbiote egg, although the hero had no other information about the egg. Just as Jiha was thinking about looking up information about the egg in his free time, Bem bit him on the arm. As much as possible, the cat sought at least some praise from Ji. Finally, the hero began to stroke Bem. Returning to the pressing issues, Jiha said that the man Seo was looking for was definitely still alive. Clutching the mangled armor and wiping away tears, the girl also hoped that these words would turn out to be true. Afterwards, Seo said that it was worth going back. Over time, after leaving the cave, the girl thanked Jiha for his help. Even though Jiha himself thought otherwise, Seo saw in the hero an incredible tracker who managed to find traces. At the same time, Seo said that she was always lucky when Jiha was nearby. Being a little embarrassed by these words, Jiha rubbed the back of his head. Next, Seo said that Jiha could always rely on her. The hero had no choice but to give his consent to such a friendship. At that moment, Bem tried to hit Seo's hand with his paw. However, the girl deftly avoided the blow, starting to pet the cat. On this note, Jiha suggested that they separate, also complaining about the need to feed Bem. At the same time, Jiha was going to close one case. Much later, while in his store, the hero was fiddling with a book. Leafing through it, he tried to find some important information. Meanwhile, the pile of books on top of which Bem was sitting began to tilt. Subsequently, the whole crowd flew down. Trying not to get angry at the chaos the cat had caused, Jiha laughed awkwardly. And yet, the hero could not find the necessary information. So, Jiha simply decided to take a nap. promising that there, in his sleep, he would see Bem again. His eyes closed, and the Morpheus of sleep took possession of his body. A breath of wind was heard, and a fresh coolness touched the hero's face. Stretching, he found himself in the middle of the secret forest again. The next second, Jiha almost collapsed from shock. As it turned out, the previously small tree had grown to gigantic proportions since Jiha's last visit to the secret forest. At the same time, the hero noticed that in addition to leaves, fruits also grew on the tree branches. Immediately, the system panel informed Jiha that the fruits were nothing other than the fruits of the world tree. Afterwards, a familiar rustling sound was heard among the pieces and the characteristic squeaks of beetles. Looking down, Jiha saw the pterodrons, which he had already seen many times. Squatting down and taking out a pouch, Jiha wanted to show something to the pterodrons. Next, the hero pulled a greenish egg out of the bag. Suddenly, Therodron Knight began to emit excitement. A system panel appeared, informing Jiha that the pterodrons were offering to hatch an egg. The hero readily agreed and handed over the egg. The pterodrons, in turn, immediately began to drag the egg somewhere under the tree. Looking at how diligently the pterodrons carried out their orders, Jiha had no doubt in those. Next, the events moved to the Therodron hive, which was located under the tree. It was there, in the chambers of the queen herself, that the knight Pterodron brought the egg. As respectfully as possible, he handed the egg to his queen. Amidst many other treasure offerings, the queen accepted the egg. Then she carried it to the pile of crystals. Afterwards, with all love and tenderness, I hugged. Meanwhile, Jiha was playing with Bem. At some point in time, Bem jumped up on his paws in excitement. Frightened, the cat jumped into the hero's arms. At the same time, Therodrons began to crawl along the great tree in a continuous line. Seeing this, Jiha even sighed in surprise. At some point in the middle of this swarm, one Therodron appeared, which was completely different from its relatives. At first, without even understanding it, Jiha thought he saw some kind of symbol. After all, there, above the treetops, in the brilliant light, something like a butterfly was visible. Without moving from his place, Jiha watched all this, fascinated. This performance lasted for about several minutes. After some time, the system informed Jiha that a squad of symbiotes had awakened, and at the same time, the restoration of the world tree began. A little later, touching the tree, Jiha felt that it was full of life and healthy. But at that very moment, Jiha himself felt something opposite to himself. The world tree blessed the hero, awakening the sleeping destiny within him. Again, after some time, Jiha was already walking through a blooming and colorful forest. Every time he found himself above the fruits hanging from the trees, Jiha gasped in fascination. Such views caused Jiha to feel undisguised delight. Finally, at the top of his voice, he shouted out how much the forest had expanded. Also, the hero noticed that in addition to the renewal of the forest itself, golden apples also grew in the level. In his mind, Jiha was already anticipating how, with such a harvest, he would be able to create twice as many potions. In a flash, a plan for incredible enrichment arose in his mind. Suddenly turning his head from side to side, Jiha drove away such mercantile thoughts. Afterwards, he considered the titles he had given himself, thinking that perhaps Jiha's destiny really lay in saving the world tree. These reflections were interrupted by a loud meow from Bem. Having noticed the cat, the hero decided that he was hungry. Immediately, Jiha reached into his hiking backpack. Very quickly, the hero pulled out a fishing rod from there, triumphantly promising Bem a tasty catch. Sometime later, Jiha was already sitting by the pond, throwing the bait into the water. Suddenly, with all his strength, Jiha pulled the line towards himself, pulling a fish out of the pond. Victoriously, the hero raised it above himself. Almost immediately after this, a system panel appeared in front of Jiha. After all, as it turned out, the hero's catch consisted of a supernatural Arctic tuna. Having handed the fish to Bem, Jiha reached into his backpack to get something out. Soon, an interdimensional bag was born, allowing the storage of items that could be used in other worlds. Rubbing her chin, Jiha came up with an idea that would save him from having to explain the potion's effects. Right there, the hero picked up Bem from the ground. Having tucked it under his arm, Jiha now intended to return to his shop as quickly as possible. Some time passed. Events returned to the real world, where pandemonium was now visible. Many did not understand where so many people could come from in one place, believing that a first-ranked dungeon had opened somewhere nearby. At the same time, walking among the crowd of people, holding a number in his teeth, Bem appeared. The girl hunter tore off the number when the cat approached her. Among those present, two hunters suddenly recognized each other. As it turned out, both of them came to the same place to buy a potion. Potions, for the sale of which Jiha had thoroughly prepared in advance. These were potions for every taste and occasion, unlike their analogues, having increased characteristics. But people were attracted not only by the quality and characteristics of the potions, but in particular by the extremely low price. In this whole situation, there were so many people that, due to the waiting and, at times, unfair distribution of numbers by Bem, some people's nerves gave out. Returning to the store, Jiha was already reaching out his hands to Bem, praising him for his efforts. After all, now as much as he could, Jiha enjoyed the gifts of the great tree. But the hero did this not solely for himself, but for the good of all people. Thus, the bustling trade of Jiha continued. By chance, Betty showed up inside the shop. Jiha was glad to see her friend, who, however, saw so many people inside the store for the first time. Approaching the counter, the girl showed the hero the phone screen as quickly as possible. Showing the hunter's encyclopedia, Betty pointed to the article about the sanctuary, which, for some unknown reason, was now Ji's own store. Not understanding anything, Jiha laughed awkwardly. Smiling sweetly, Betty believed that from now on, she would have to stand in line in order to see Jiha again. Then, having grabbed one of the bottles, the girl could not believe her eyes regarding the properties that were indicated on the label. While punching in the next product, the hero confirmed the information on the label, stating that everything was written down exactly as those who tried it said. Then, Betty continued to be surprised out loud. However, when Betty wanted to take one more bottle, Jiha flatly refused. Not wanting to upset his girlfriend, the hero was ready to present her with something completely different. Smiling, Jiha presented a bundle of paper. Opening the package, Betty realized that it was a scroll, but written in an unknown language. Jiha deciphered the brief gist of what was written in the scroll, promising good luck. Not yet knowing that the scroll could fulfill any small wishes, the first thing Betty wanted was to get a rare book. Sometime later, Betty took part in a raid. The hunters in front fought fiercely, defeating one monster after another. Just then, one of the hunters threw the flying monster away with a blow from his shield. Having made a turn in flight, it suddenly fell on Betty herself. The girl didn't have time to do anything before the monster fell on her. One of the hunters quickly asked Betty for forgiveness for how things turned out. Approaching Betty, the hunters began to discuss among themselves that the whole fight had not gone according to plan. Even after the monster was removed from Betty, she didn't seem to be able to recover very quickly. Only after receiving assistance, still staggering, did the girl manage to get to her feet. At that very moment, the scroll of wishes lying next to Betty began to sparkle. As it turned out, the scroll believed that Betty had made a wish that was about to come true. The magic worked, and the ground beneath the adventurer's feet began to crack. There was a hum, and then vibration began. Ultimately, the floor beneath everyone's feet collapsed. Some of the hunters landed on their feet, and some were caught, and only Betty suffered once again, even if it was only with her butt. Looking up, the hunters believed they had fallen victim to someone's trap. At that very moment, the caster on the team summoned light. A golden butterfly appeared and began to illuminate the area around. Looking closer, the hunters discovered that they were standing in the middle of racks filled with armor, weapons, and other treasures. Among the many items, one of the hunters believed that he had found nothing other than the knight's sword. The other one was pulling the armor off the stand. Betty's attention was drawn to a grimoire that surely belonged to the legendary Lion Knights of the Jimark Empire. Immediately grabbing the book from the floor, Betty exclaimed that the girl's wish had come true. Worried that another collapse might happen, the squad leader urged his party members to take everything they could and leave as quickly as possible. A couple of minutes later, helping each other, the hunters managed to leave the floor they had fallen into. Immediately, there was a hum and vibration again. Fearing to go further, the leader of the squad suggested leaving the dungeon, with which the others agreed. Their discussion was interrupted by the sorceress's frightened voice. Feeling terrible fear, she pointed at the avalanche of monsters that was rolling towards the group of hunters. Screaming in fear, the whole group began to run away. Only Betty couldn't keep up with them, having spotted something even more terrifying in the avalanche of monsters. A huge crawling creature emerged from the darkness, hunting smaller monsters. There was another roar, and the dungeon shook. Some parts of the walls and ceiling began to collapse. In this confusion, hiding behind a book, Betty prayed to any god for salvation. Her desperate pleas were eventually answered. When the noise and din died down, the girl opened her eyes again. The other party members stood next to her with surprised faces, and the phenomenon that had previously shaken the dungeon disappeared completely. Seeing a glimmer of daylight behind her, Betty looked back in confusion. After all of them, somehow incomprehensibly, found themselves in the middle of an endless desert. None of them had the slightest idea what had happened. At the same time, Jiha was again enjoying the comfort of the secret forest. The hero exclaimed joyfully, because with the help of earthworms, he was able to restore fertility to the soil. While Jiha was thinking about what to plant, Bem climbed into his master's backpack again. A couple of seconds later, the answer to this question was found in the cat's teeth. Remembering what a horrible creature the seed belonged to, Jiha wasn't sure if it was worth planting. While Jiha was unsure and was examining the seed, Bem was already digging a hole with all his might. Having finished, he meowed contentedly to the hero. Eventually, Jiha gave in to the cat's pressure. Later, they buried the seed together. Right after that, inside the little house built by Jiha in the middle of the secret forest, a flower began to ring softly. Hearing this, the hero immediately realized that someone had come to the store, even though it was closed. Jiha had no choice but to return. Once in the human world, the hero began to clean Bem from dirt. But the very next moment, I almost lost my senses from surprise. After all, behind the panoramic glass, there was a group of hunters who clearly wanted something from Jiha. Having opened the door, the hero immediately asked what had happened to them. Almost immediately, Betty tried to attack Jiha, accusing him of charlatanism. Betty handed the scroll to Jiha, and a description window appeared, where the item already had additional lines related to failure. After scratching his hair and laughing, Jiha suggested that the girl first go in and wash herself. A minute later, the entire group had settled inside the hero's store. Plucking up his courage, Jiha again asked Betty about what had happened. The leader of the group spoke up, describing the entire journey, which ended with the sudden destruction of the dungeon. But there were also happy notes in his tale, connected with the secret hideout and the riches there. Jiha was taken aback when he heard the words about the knight's secret hideout. Betty woke up and confirmed what she had said earlier, also pointing out that the shelter clearly belonged to the Gimark Empire. Next, the girl sat down and reached for her backpack. With a sound of delight, Betty showed the hero the ancient grimoire. Jiha gasped with envy. Opening the book, Betty complained that it was written in an ancient language that the girl did not know. Ji took a closer look at the text, starting to read out loud about the monsters that crossed the border. Betty was dumbfounded, because Jiha could read something like that. The hero nodded his head approvingly. In that case, Betty placed an ancient parchment on the counter. Looking at the faded parchment, the system informed Ji that before his eyes was an ancient map of Gehenna. Jiha shouted out the name at the top of his voice. Even after Betty asked again, the hero had no doubts. Then Jiha froze, starting to think about something about the map. Suddenly he grabbed Betty's hand. With a sparkle in his eyes, the hero asked the girl to lend him the card for a couple of days. In exchange, Jiha would put out a wooden box with potions. Betty was almost speechless at the sight of the many bottles with precious contents. Even the leader of the hunting party believed that for such generosity, Betty was obliged to lend her map. While the girl was collecting her thoughts, Jiha managed to promise a free potion once a day. Against this background, the decision was made. After saying a quick goodbye, Jiha turned his thoughts to how he should better study the book he had received. Having patted the cat on the back, the hero decided to take care of that first of all. Already inside the store, comfortably seated on a chair, Jiha was preparing to study the map. Having placed the card in front of him, Jiha began to voice out loud all the details that it contained. Running his finger over the names, Jiha composed a story that concerned the Lich who came from the southern border. Adjusting his glasses, Jiha regretted that the map had little specificity, and therefore it was impossible to determine the exact location of the dungeon. But then it dawned on the hero. Having smoothed Bem, Jiha believed that the Pterodrons would be able to answer such a question. And so, the hero had no choice but to go back to bed. A short, peaceful sleep turned into Jiha's awakening next to the World Tree. Just like that, Bem woke up nearby. However, looking around, Jiha could not find any drones. At that very moment, a loud ringing sound was heard from the flowers, warning of danger. Looking at the red glow nearby, the hero knew where the danger was. There, surrounded by a swarm of Pterodrons, was a Cyclops. The hero watched his movements from the side. Aside from his height and appearance, neither Jiha nor the other hunters knew very little about the Cyclops. But before, in the country where Ji himself lived, such creatures had never appeared. When Jiha asked about Bem's help in case of a fight with the Cyclops, the cat made it clear that he would not do anything. Meanwhile, not seeing any system windows anywhere, Jiha even suggested that the Pterodrons themselves should have won this fight. Having some free time and opening his book, Jiha decided to write down the characteristics of the Cyclops. At the same time, the Pterodrons went on the attack, Cyclo marked with a swing of his club. But, as it seemed, having overtaken one Pterodron, the Cyclops did not notice the attack of another. The previously defenseless eye of the Cyclops suddenly began to fill with energy. The trap worked, and Jiha even tried to warn Pterodron about the danger. However, the next moment, a beam of energy burst out of the Cyclops' eye. Such power swept away and destroyed everything that stood in its path. Disappointingly, Jiha stated that the difference in strength was too different. However, after the first defeat, the Pterodrons came up with a plan. In a flash, they brought back a huge crystal of essence. Then, using claws, they chopped it into small pieces. Incredibly quickly, shields were recreated from the crystals. The Cyclops' eye moved, noticing the golden hues of the shields. Having completed the stance, the giant prepared to unleash another beam of energy on his enemies. The Pterodrons closed formation and prepared to take the blow. Sweat ran down Jiha's face. The next second, the Cyclops fired a beam that hit, and then reflected off the Pterodrons' shields. This reflected energy hit the giant's hand straight. The Cyclops' scream was heard, and after it, a severed hand fell to the ground. In an instant, Jiha began to enter this battle tactic into the book. At that moment, the Pterodron warlord gave the command to his troops, and everyone took to the air. Growling in pain and holding his injured arm, the Cyclops began to stamp his feet violently. He didn't notice how one of the Pterodrons flew past his feet. A couple of turns in the air and the Cyclops was inflicted with cut wounds. Then, without making a sound, the giant fell to the ground. Jiha exclaimed joyfully at the Pterodron's victory over the Cyclops. Immediately after this, Pterodrons began to flock to Jiha. They were led by the military leader himself, who ultimately saluted the hero. Jiha similarly congratulated the military leader on such a success, following which, the hero rewarded the Pterodrons for their unprecedented victory. Jiha insisted that they should take all the ether stones without a trace. Immediately, the system notified Jiha about the arrival of a notification. Upon opening the notification, Jiha was bombarded with a ton of notifications about essence accrual. At the same time, people began to learn about changes and additions to the Hunter's Encyclopedia. Leah began to actively move the mouse in order to find out even more information. The news of the price being 10 essences came as a surprise to her. That's how long it took to read the basic strategy for fighting the Cyclops. And yet, Leah decided to go through with such expenses. The strategy was unlocked, detailing the Cyclops' weaknesses. Leah began to read it greedily. Afterwards, she began to move the mouse even more actively. The girl grabbed her head when the system demanded additional payment to reveal the final strategy for the battle with the Cyclops. Shaking her head in indignation, Leah began to shout that she no longer had any essences in reserve. Clenching her fists, she swore that she would take revenge on whoever created such a guide. And after that, Leah wouldn't mind burning him to the ground. Meanwhile, Jiha felt a strange chill run across his skin. After some time, Malik arrived at his workplace. As soon as he left the car, he froze. Slightly worried, Malik decided to ask his assistant if anything had happened. As it turns out, a recent post in the encyclopedia brought together a considerable number of hunters in one single place. Taking out his phone, the assistant showed Malik the screen. Malik spoke with surprise about the basic strategy against the Cyclopes. The assistant revealed to Malik the details regarding the payment for fully unlocking the entire guide. Now even Malik agreed that the price of 20 essences to fully unlock the guide was prohibitively high. Finally, Malik could understand what had caused such a pandemonium. Later, he began to comprehend the information about the Cyclops, which had never been seen in such areas before. And yet the dungeon where one could meet this monster opened. Trying to avoid the wild excitement of the Cyclops hunt, Malik decided to take matters into his own hands. Later, Malik called a meeting to discuss the problems of the encyclopedia, in which new data suddenly began to appear. As it turned out, due to the complete anonymity of the system, it became simply impossible to find out who created the articles and also receive payments in the form of essences. Little by little, Malik began to feel that from the string of all these problems, his head began to ache. Afterwards, Malik stood up and ordered surveillance of all the hunters who had left a request to hunt the Cyclops. Much later, Seo's squad entered one of the dungeons. Leah also came there with her eternally hot sense of rivalry. Their groups united, after which Seo spoke, giving orders to the tank players. Further, touching on the topic of finishing off the boss, Seo left such things to Leah. Leah didn't mind, especially since she was under a buff after partially reading the guide. Sometime later, their group finally came across the Cyclops. As stated in the tactics, the deadly beam from the Cyclops' eye collided with the tank player's shield. Seo rushed at him from the side with her sword. Leah ran and fried the giant with magic. Cyclops was defeated, which Jiha tired of hearing from the news report. Later, the presenters started talking about the free sharing of information on the fight against the Cyclops with other countries. After what he saw and heard, Jiha was absolutely sure that the texts in the Book of Spells were transferred directly to the Hunter's Encyclopedia. Instantly, an interesting thought arose in Jiha's head. The hero thought about writing down the Pterodron's strategy in a book, thereby providing himself with an endless flow of essences. But his plans were interrupted by the ringing of an alarming plant. Having realized everything, Jiha grabbed Bem, returning as quickly as possible to the world of the secret forest. Jiha discovered something strange. Somehow, the hero woke up on an island in the middle of the sea. Very soon, Pterodrons began to gather on the distant shore. One of them, a military leader, was already flying towards Jiha. A notification from the system immediately appeared, informing about help for the wounded World Eater. Trying to find it, Jiha turned his head in different directions. Pterodron flew around Ji and, attracting attention, pointed the hero to the ground. Jiha looked closely at what he was standing on, realizing that it was not the island's soil at all. Suddenly, the island began to move. A hole opened up, and water shot out at the hero like a fountain. Confused, Jiha began to cough. Luckily for him, Pterodron managed to catch the glasses knocked off by the water. Having come to his senses a little, Jiha refused to believe his assumptions about the World Eater. However, everything pointed to the World Eater being a whale. A minute later, when Jiha moved into shallow water, the whale emerged. As Jiha approached and touched it, he felt the whale's life force weaken. Suddenly, Jiha remembered that he had previously obtained a considerable amount of essence. By donating the crystals, Jiha hoped that they would help the whale recover. As soon as the whale swallowed the crystals, its eyes widened. Seeing the whale's strange behavior, the hero took a couple of steps back. The next moment, with a roar, the whale opened its mouth. This scream was so deafening that Jiha even covered his ears. After which, the whale went back under the water surface. The noise ended, and little by little the hero came to his senses. A notification from the system appeared, stating that thanks to Jiha's efforts, the World Eater had returned to its original form. Having finished reading, Jiha rose from the sand, feeling terribly dizzy. Nearby, a whale appeared from the water, which had significantly decreased in size. Seeing such cuteness, Jiha immediately rushed to the whale, hugging it. However, such strong affection and attention to the whale seriously infuriated Bem. Eventually, after finishing the hug, Jiha would let the whale go, believing that all the essences had been well spent. Returning to the shore purely rhetorically, Jiha asked Bem about this. But then, Jiha was distracted by splashes of water from the whale, which for some reason was returning. Having turned the water surface, suddenly, the whale deliberately jumped out of the water. As a joke, the waves hit Jiha. At that very moment, the hero noticed something surprising. After all, along with the waves, a lot of seafood washed up on the shore. Keith nodded when Jiha asked if the sea treasures were really gifts. Stepping back into the water, Jiha thanked the whale for such gifts. In the end, he said goodbye to the whale. The hero hoped that at their next meeting, no one would be sick. At the same time, an emergency broadcast was launched on the news channels. People were informed about an unknown monster that appeared off the sea coast. All military helicopters that were exploring the waters were destroyed by tentacles that suddenly extended from the depths of the water. The sea monster now turned its eyes towards the city. Greedily seeking food, he crawled out onto the sand, breaking human buildings under his weight. The people themselves, in hysteria and panic, ran in all directions. Nobody knew how to behave, because the hunters still had not shown up at the scene of the emergency. But then one of the soldiers pointed out something else to his captain. After all, behind the kraken, a much more enormous creature appeared. All the people froze in anticipation of something terrible. Even the kraken itself, sensing something was wrong, tried to leave the shore and go into the water. But already there, the great mouth of the whale was waiting for him. Despite desperate resistance, the kraken, along with volumes of water, was sucked into the whale. Only a piece of a tentacle remains from the once formidable monster. Malik, who was watching all this from the cameras, was speechless. Briefly, he discussed with another man the identity of the whale, coming to the conclusion that it was a demigod. True, all this did not explain how the monster whale ended up so close to these shores. Having slammed his palms down on the table with all his might, Malik had absolutely no idea what was going on. Meanwhile, Gia sat quietly at the table with Betty. The girl was beside herself with happiness, because in front of her lay a whole pile of rare books. Next, Jiha handed Betty a drawn map of the Kingdom of Estrom. Betty looked and was amazed at the quality and meticulousness of the hero's work. Even though the girl didn't know, most of the information was obtained by Jiha through the Pterodrons. Jiha openly stated that to complete the picture, a couple more details remained to be added. Still, Betty didn't understand where Jiha got so much passion for restoring the old map. The hero honestly said that he was simply counting on helping other people. Immediately, Jiha remembered the person Seo was desperately looking for. The hero was sure that he was alive and somewhere in the lands of the kingdom. After all, apart from the mangled armor and fragments of the sword, he left no other traces of his death. Jiha was confident that by using the tree's abilities correctly, finding this person would not be difficult. Noticing Jiha's thoughtfulness, Betty assumed that he really wanted to help a certain girl. Afterwards, Betty stood up, citing the fact that she had to get up early, which meant it was time to take her leave. Seeing Betty off, Jiha said that he would give the girls' group additional potions with resistances. Betty thanked the hero, at the same time switching from walking to running. Having closed the door, Jiha immediately moved on to more important matters, namely, the recently found runes. Approaching the table, the hero's gaze fell on the spellbook. After flipping through a couple of pages, Jiha came across a spell for finding living beings. Remembering Seo once again, Jiha tore a page out of the book. Immediately, a sparkle appeared in Jiha's eyes. The magic worked and began to permeate space and time. More and more, the spot of light expanded, filling Jiha's visual space, until finally, it turned into the image of Seo herself. The hero exclaimed in surprise, because he managed to find the girl with the help of the scroll. At that very second, the awakened Bem jumped onto the table. Taking the cat in his arms, the hero apologized for leaving him for a short time. Next, he suggested that Bem visit the garden and have lunch there. Returning to the secret forest, Jiha discovered that the water there had become cleaner than before. Jiha associated such changes with the recovery of the World Eater. Besides water, in its quality and rank, the fruits on the trees also grew. After walking a little more through the forest, Jiha was soon met by pterodrons. Having bowed to them, Jiha apologized for his lateness, because he was engrossed in reading books. Then, the pterodron commander made the gesture, and all the other beetles began to bring the collected fruits to Jiha. The hero thanked the pterodrons for such help. Following this, the military leader pointed Jiha somewhere upward. It seemed to the hero as if Pterodron wanted the hero to climb the tree. Clumsily, Jiha began to climb up. After putting in a lot of effort, Jiha still almost reached the top of the tree. Finally climbing up, Jiha sighed in fascination. Standing on a branch and looking into the distance, he collected his thoughts. Finally, pronouncing the name of Mount Apido in the distance, it dawned on Jiha that the lost content was actually not that far from the garden. At that very moment, for some reason, Bem growled, staring somewhere down. Jiha thought that the cat simply wanted to eat, and therefore decided to begin the descent. Then, approaching the edge of the branch, Jiha said in fear that the descent would hardly be easy. And yet, having managed to do so, the hero began to slide down the tree. Suddenly, something grabbed his leg. The hero screamed as the tree-like monster's vines grew tighter and tighter around him. Slowly, the monster's toothy mouth approached his face, who was temporarily frightened by Jiha's hysterical scream. Afterwards, with all his might, Jiha began to call at least someone for help. Meanwhile, the monster came to its senses and was preparing to bite into Jiha's body. However, his grip began to weaken sharply, and Jiha himself was carefully lowered to the ground. As it turned out, the monster was not at all aggressive towards the hero. Realizing this, Jiha thanked him for the soft descent. Then the monster grabbed Jiha and began to rub himself lovingly. Later, Jiha assessed what places he would have to cross to get to the Lost Kingdom. Lost in thought, Jiha remembered a certain Afeto, where people once fled from a collapsing kingdom. Jiha reasoned from the point of view of the information that the pterodrons had once obtained, all of which pointed to a river, not far from the borders of the kingdom. Opening the map, Jiha immediately noted that the nearest river flow passed right next to the mountain. Putting the map aside, Jiha stared at the slope behind which was the place the hero needed. Afterwards, opening the map again, Jiha began to draw the route of his upcoming journey. But at the moment, all of Jiha's plans were just assumptions that still needed to be studied. Afterwards, Jiha said goodbye to the pterodrons, entrusting them with the protection of the garden. Next, Jiha intended to grab Bem and go home for dinner. To his surprise, the cat mysteriously disappeared, because of which, Jiha was forced to look for Bem. The hero found it very strange that Bem had disappeared so quickly, and was absent for so long. Suddenly, a leaf from the tree monster touched Jiha. Frightened, Jiha screamed again. Drooling and baring his teeth, the tree-like monster showed Jiha where the cat was. It goes without saying that the hero decided to go to the indicated place. However, after some time, Jiha returned to his shop with nothing. The bitterness over Bem's escape weighed heavily on Jiha's soul and heart. Jiha lamented how many things both characters had yet to accomplish. Jiha was torn from tears and memories by the voices of Sio and Malik. Jumping up from his chair, Jiha greeted everyone, even though he wasn't expecting any visitors. Malik shook Jiha's hand, this time introducing himself as a man from the Bureau of Hunters. He pointed at Seo, thanks to whom he was able to find the hero's shop again. Afterwards, Malik approached the stand with potions, calling them wonderful. Jiha thanked them for the compliments and was ready to treat the guests to tea. Very quickly, the hero brought cups of tea. A conversation started among the characters, in which Jiha wanted to give something to Seo. Afterwards, Jiha handed Seo a scroll, giving his word that he would help find the girl. Seo opened the scroll in surprise. Smiling, Jiha guaranteed that with the help of the scroll, Seo would be able to find the person dear to the girl. Then Malik spoke up, not expecting that Jiha could read ancient texts. Seo hinted to Jiha that things like this should have been kept secret. However, Malik could no longer be stopped from asking about signing a contract with the god of nature. In his mind, Jiha was worried about Malik's knowledge, and so, the hero decided to pretend that he didn't know what Malik was talking about. However, already guessing everything, Malik did not demand an answer from Ji. And so, Malik turned the discussion to the person of Ji himself, who had become an important person among the hunters. Taking the cup in his hands, Malik attributed the increased survival rate of hunters to Jiha. In connection with everything said earlier, Malik handed Jiha a business card. The hero accepted the business card hesitantly. As it turns out, Malik simply used Seo to invite Jiha to the Hunter Bureau. Urgently, Seo began to apologize to Jiha, complaining that Malik was very zealous in recruiting people. However, in response to all this, Jiha simply said that he would be glad to treat everyone to tea again. This answer came as a blow to Malik. A little later, having given out potions for the road, Jiha saw Malik off. Seeing Malik leave for home, even Seo felt relieved. Finally, Jiha had the opportunity to finish the conversation he had recently started with Seo. A couple of minutes later, inside the shop, Jiha was scribbling something in a spell book. After finishing, the hero showed the girl the sights of the kingdom of Estrom. Thus, Jiha indicated to the girl the places of search, in which she would have to think about the lost person. Jiha insisted that the scroll would notify Seo if the person he was looking for was nearby. Afterwards, scratching his head, Jiha trusted Seo with the scroll test, since the hero himself did not have the ink for another one like it. Suddenly grabbing Jiha's hands, the girl thanked him. Tears began to flow from Seo's eyes, and Jiha himself assured that he would help the girl in every possible way in her search. Having calmed down, Seo called Jiha a good person. Jiha chuckled and called himself and Seo friends. Coming closer, Seo said that she would help Jiha at the first call. The girl was distracted from such closeness when she noticed Bem's absence from the shop. At the same time, Bem was running somewhere in the middle of the secret forest. His pace was hurricane-like. Like a tiger, he overcame any obstacles in a jump. With every movement, Bem left behind a trail of ancient magic. Like the ruler of the lands, he climbed onto a high pile of stones. A wind blew and shook Bem's fur. Looking somewhere, calling himself the god Arctus, Bem threateningly said that the fangs of that one had come for someone. For there in the distance, bound in chains, lay the one who carried out the will of God. Hearing this, the bound wolf growled and salivated. Following this, the great beast stood up. His gaze was directed somewhere beyond his captors. One of the demons caught the wolf's gaze. Then, accidentally turning around, he cried out at the sight of Arctus's majestic paws. The god himself began to slowly walk along the scattering crowds of demons. His eyes flashed, and an evil voice told the demons to go away. Frightened, the demons ran away. Afterwards, the god came closer to the wolf, who called Arctus a coward. Without answering, Arctus bit the wolf's bonds with his teeth. There was a clanking sound of metal, and the chains went limp. Now, circling opposite each other, Arctus expressed that the stupid atonement of the wolf Growlo was over. Arctus reported that, despite everything, the world tree began to recover. Growlo chuckled in response, not intending to obey the overgrown cat even with such news. The next moment, Bem grabbed the wolf by the scruff of the neck, and then he threw it over himself. In flight, the wolf did a somersault, becoming smaller and smaller with each rotation, ultimately falling into Bem's teeth again. Afterwards, Bem carried the twitching Growlo somewhere. Somewhere in this same time period, a group of hunters reached the limits of a ruined castle in the dungeon of a secret forest. Looking at Je, Betty did not understand why the hero had led everyone to the ruins, where there was nothing to gain. Jiha explained that he wanted to reveal the secret of the records of the Black Lion Knights, who helped the survivors escape to the kingdom of Estrom. In response, Betty sighed loudly and with encouragement. Then one of the hunters spoke up, believing that this venture would not be a waste of time. At this moment, Jiha noticed that the hunter had a rather impressive sword hanging on his back. The hunter looked back and questioningly pulled his sword out of its sheath. Suddenly, Jiha started talking about the sword's features and the characteristics it could increase. Such speeches intrigued everyone present because Jiha himself forgot that, unlike others, he could see the stats of objects. Laughing awkwardly, Jiha put it all down to his newly awakened abilities. Betty slammed her fist into her palm, openly understanding how Jiha could have known exactly how potions worked. Next, the tank player spoke up, asking Ji for a few comments about his armor. After looking closely, Jiha announced certain and not very impressive percentages of increased defense. Finally, the spellcaster girl Nuna spoke up, congratulating Jiha on his newfound powers. Following her, other hunters began to express their wishes. Their excessive obsession with Jiha was interrupted by Betty. By handing out the slaps, Betty made it clear that she would not allow anyone to try to manipulate Jiha. Approaching Jiha, Betty urged him to be more careful. Later, walking with everyone, in his thoughts, Jiha agreed that there was no need to tell everyone and everything about his gift. A plan was born in the hero's head to enlist Malik's advice, so that he could teach him how to properly handle the gift. But these thoughts were interrupted, because one of the hunters, calling out to everyone, pointed at something. Everyone looked closer, seeing a hole in the outer wall of the castle, obviously made by monsters. Afterwards, they were all surprised at once. After all, right behind the hole, there was an exit to the Tails River. Approaching the shore, Jiha immediately realized that the river was too deep, but there was no secret passage anywhere nearby. Afterwards, Jiha grabbed his spellbook and began sketching the river in it. This was noticed by other hunters who were unaware of the merchant's hidden talents. However, the hero was not interested in praise. His gaze suddenly stopped on Betty, who was standing to the side. As it turned out, Betty's calm and pleasure was caused by the Scroll of Desire. Realizing this, the hero jumped up from his seat in order to stop the girl. Betty looked at Jiha, who was shouting something, confused. But the next moment, due to the chance of error in the execution of the spell, an unknown force pushed Betty into the water. Jiha didn't arrive in time, only finding himself under a hail of water. Already deep underwater, Betty mentally grieved that all sorts of unpleasant things were happening only to her. However, soon moving her arms and legs, she appeared above the water. Not really knowing how to swim, the girl was choking, desperately calling for help. Without a second's hesitation, Jiha rushed to her rescue. All the hero asked for at the moment was for Betty to hold out a little longer. However, at that very moment, when Jiha was swimming, he felt something enormous approaching him from behind. Urgently, he turned his head. Immediately, he was placed on the back of the World Eater. The giant whale surfaced, holding Jiha and Betty on top of it. Having managed to crawl up to Betty, Jiha began to ask if everything was okay with her. A minute later, the girl was pulled to the shore, where she was coughing. Jiha himself thanked the whale, which was shrinking again, for his help. Soon the hunters began to call for Jiha. Returning to those, the hunters took the hero to one place, pointing out the find. After all, somewhere away from the river, a magic circle was found abandoned on the ground. Jiha reacted to this discovery with a certain degree of enthusiasm. After some time, they all said goodbye to the whale. Only Betty was not tipsy, believing that she was under a curse due to her frequent falls. One of the hunters calmed Betty down, because in revenge, she received a seemingly expensive brooch. Opening her palm, the girl glanced at the brooch, hoping that it also had some kind of ability. Taking a closer look at the brooch, Jiha called the thing an art artifact. Hearing this, Betty instantly tore several pages out of her book. To Nuna's amazement, almost immediately, the girl created a dragon out of paper. Jiha was also delighted, believing that such an artifact was perfect for Betty. Their joy was interrupted by one of the players, who suggested that they return, since the dungeon was about to close soon. When saying goodbye, the characters agreed to meet again in the future and continue their journey. Shortly after, Jiha opened his spellbook, where the previously found symbol was displayed, which in fact served as a teleportation point. The hero hoped that he would be able to reveal the secret of the magic circle as soon as possible, thereby opening up new routes of movement for the Pterodrons. A little later, Jiha returned to his shop, but to his dismay, Bem was still not home. The hero decided not to shed tears, but to distract himself through work. Soon, Jiha returned to the secret garden, already greeting his friends there. However, no one came out and met Ji himself. Having decided to start searching, the hero began to wander around the garden. Behind the branches of thick bushes, Jiha discovered a large cat that resembled Bem. Daring to approach, Jiha began to stroke Bem's forehead. Afterwards, he took the puppy from Bem's mouth, reading Growlo's name in the illuminated panel. Then, the system suggested that Giz help Growlo and cure him. Having instantly agreed, the wolf's body began to be filled with the life-giving essence of the world tree. Growlo was recovering right before our eyes. Having come to his senses, the wolf opened his eyes, backing away in fear at the sight of Ji, and then he even growled at the hero. However, this did not stop Jiha from hugging the wolf cub. Touched, Jiha said that from now on, Growlo is absolutely healthy. Next, raising the top above himself, Jiha assigned it a new name, Denny. While Jiha was being nice, Bem suggested that Denny come to terms with his new name, and also with the fact that the secret garden will become a new home for the wolf. Later, Dennis somehow contributed to the increase in the number of Pterodrons. Being nearby, Jiha actively read the system notifications, where a full description of the demigod Danny was located. It just so happened that the development of Denny himself actively influenced the development of the Pterodrons. In addition, Dennis actively contributed to the reconnaissance of the area and accelerated its crossing. Jiha hoped that with the help of the wolf, reaching Mount Afeto would now not be difficult. Meanwhile, the work of mining essence stones has also accelerated considerably. Jiha even made a special award for Denny for his efforts. However, the cunning Bem intercepted the treat. Such situations often caused fights between Bem and Denny. Every time, Jiha separated the irreconcilable enemies, threatening that if the fights were repeated, they would not get any treats. At the same time, the flower began to ring, letting Jiha know that someone had come to the store. After moving into the real world, Jiha even considered putting his pets on a diet due to their ever-increasing weight. As soon as the hero left his pets, Dennis started growling at someone. A second later, people showed up at the store. Malik shook Jiha's hand, thanking him for getting in touch with him. Right away, Malik wanted to get a clear answer as to whether Jiha could really read objects. The hero answered this in the affirmative. The man standing next to Malik suddenly exclaimed that this was exactly the answer he expected. Afterwards, with all due respect, he greeted Jiha. Despite such a pleasant meeting, Jiha himself did not notice anyone else. Choi guessed that he was talking about the flammable Leah, saying that now he was acting on her behalf. Next, Choi mentioned Jiha's potions, which were of great quality, and sincerely said that he even envied the hero in some ways. When the greetings and exchange of pleasantries were over, Malik finally suggested talking about business. A couple of minutes later, they all sat down at the table talking about Jiha's skill. Then, without embellishment, Jiha told that this skill had manifested itself a long time ago, even during the first attempt to create a potion. Hearing this, Malik and Choi began to heatedly discuss among themselves the incredible level of Jiha's awakening. They were interrupted by the hero himself, who admitted that, in fact, he did not know how to develop this ability. Folding his hands, Malik reassured Jiha, informing him that he would help with everything. Jiha's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. He was willing to help the hunters. Malik spoke next, starting with the fact that there were only a couple of people in the world with a gift similar to Jiha's. Malik warned Jiha that news of the hero's abilities could attract unnecessary attention. Immediately after this, smiling, Malik reassured the hero that he had prepared for such a case. Sometime later, a section regarding the recognition of artifacts appeared on the Hunter's Encyclopedia website. This recording was discovered by Leah, who could not believe that a person with such skills had awakened. Next, she actively moved the mouse. After clicking on the link, Leah was perplexed, because the evaluation of artifacts took place right on the second floor of her guild. Leah's mouth dropped open in shock. The next minute, the redhead was tearing her hair out, because all the places for evaluating the artifacts had already been booked. So a new day began, moving on to the queue for the evaluation of artifacts. Under the mask, Jiha briefly, but to the point, assessed the artifacts brought. Having received the assessment, one of the hunters thanked the Catmaster for the assessment. After finishing the reception, Jiha called someone, saying that the hero liked the job, even though it was stuffy in the mask. Still, Jiha was glad that he had approached Malik on this issue in time. Stretching, Jiha suddenly thought about going and saying hello to Leah. At the same time, the redhead herself was banging on the furniture with unbearable rage. Choi tried his best to calm Leah down, worrying that she would find out that Jiha was a Catmaster. Having stopped wailing, Leah lamented that she had missed her appointment with the appraiser, and now the girl's turn would only come in 3 months. Unexpectedly, she attacked Choi, blaming him for not warning his boss. Choi, becoming agitated, deflected any complaints towards Malik. After letting go of Choi, Leah pointed to one of her items, asking the alchemist to help with the appraiser. Once freed, Choi waved it off, citing his busy schedule and the need for Leah to be patient. Plopping down on the chair, the redhead hissed because of the bad recording system, and the Catmaster himself. Clenching her fist, Leah vowed to herself that she would crush and enslave the Catmaster once she discovered his true identity. At the same time, Jiha felt how his ears began to warm up in a strange way. Later, after work, Jiha showed how exactly he made the potions. Choi repeated after Jiha. But as it turned out, the speed and quality of the prepared potion depended primarily on the ingredients themselves. But in reality, it all lay in the hero's highly developed alchemy skill. Be that as it may, both characters were pleased that in a short time, they managed to make a lot of potions. Suddenly, taking a bottle with one of the potions, Choi said that additional alchemists would be hired to help Jiha in order to expand production. And then Choi bowed to Jiha, calling him a master and asking him to continue teaching him. When all the business for the day was settled, Jiha dreamily thought about visiting the secret garden. A second later, the hero's eyes began to close. Another moment, and he fell asleep completely. At this time, in the secret garden, work was in full swing to collect ingredients. Jiha appeared and greeted everyone. The next second, Bem and Denny rushed towards the hero. Their initial embrace towards Jiha quickly turned into a competition for attention. At that very moment, the Pterodron warlord flew up to Jiha. Instantly, Denny jumped out of Jiha's hands. With his whole appearance, the wolf cub showed that the hero had to follow him. Realizing this, Jiha moved after Denny. A couple of steps later, a notification from the system appeared in front of the hero. As it turns out, a monster has appeared on the Great Plains. Dennis fought desperately against his henchmen. With each victory of Denny, the Pterodrons also grew in level, ultimately causing the growth of some new individual. Jiha gasped in fascination at all this information. Reaching out his hand, a Pterodron scout sat down on Jiha's palm. Before the hero knew it, the Great Plains were cleared, and with them, access to Mount Afeto opened up. Jiha praised everyone for their efforts, and Denny in particular. Filled with praise, Dennis bragged about this to Bem. Calmly licking his paw, the cat responded that the management should not do anything. Immediately, a fight broke out between the gods. Having separated the pets, Jiha went to Mount Afeto. His path took a certain amount of time. Following the mountain, Jiha hoped to find at least some clues there. Suddenly he stopped and exclaimed loudly. Ahead, Jiha saw something like a cave, which perhaps served as a refuge for the Black Lion Knights. Jiha immediately revealed the card. Jiha found the discovery of this object strange, because it should have been located further south. Then, stretching out his hand, the hero again encountered an impenetrable wall. A notification from the system appeared, letting Jiha know that from now on, he could communicate with beings outside the accessible area. Almost instantly, another notification from the system arrived, rewarding Jiha with the God's Sight skill. The hero happily agreed to try out a skill that would allow him to survey the area. Suddenly, the hero's body rose slightly above the ground. The next moment, falling into a magical funnel, there was a glint in Jiha's eyes and he found himself somewhere high in the sky. As he began to look around the area, Jiha suddenly noticed something strange. Somewhere down there, a group of knights were surrounded by demons. Jiha immediately guessed that the poor fellows were the survivors of the kingdom of Estrom. After a short delay, a battle broke out between the demons and the knights. Despite the fierce battle, the knights defeated the creatures. Among all of them, only one person seemed somehow familiar to the hero. Any doubts were dispelled when he was called by his name, Edie. Jiha was absolutely sure that it was Edie who had been looking for Seo all this time. The knights discussed among themselves the strange appearance of the demons, as if something was driving them from other places. After pushing one of the dead demons down the cliff, Eddie lamented that they had no food on them other than their weapons. Having cheered up, one of the knights for some reason said that even in case of hunger he would not die. Approaching him, Eddie started talking about a certain Parojak, who was clearly in cahoots with Grom and was stealing food. As it turned out, Edie spoke with the prince himself and was only waiting for his command to punish the villains. As before, behind this whole scene, Jiha looked down from above. Meanwhile, Eddie called all the knights to return home. At that moment, the system notified Jiha about the receipt of a quest. The quest itself was divided into stages, where in its first part, it was necessary to create a new home for the survivors. In the second part of the quest, Jiha had to help in driving out the villains and restoring the prince's rights to the throne. Jiha thought for a moment, and said that this was the first time he had encountered story quests. In any case, Jiha considered it incredible luck to find Edie. Filled with confidence, Jiha wanted to convey this news to Seo as soon as possible. Almost instantly, he abandoned this idea, because first of all, he needed to figure out how to return Edie. Just as quickly, Jiha remembered the presence of the magic circle. Keeping this in mind, the hero returned to the garden. Having gathered his allies around him, Jiha opened a piece of paper with an image of a circle, wanting to know if anyone knew anything about it. Suddenly, the Pterodron warlord flew into the air. Following his instructions, a similar circle was drawn on the ground nearby. At the same time, the Pterodron warlord held an essence crystal in his claws, after which, going into the center of the circle, tearing the crystal in half. To Jiha's surprise, after these manipulations, the portal was activated. One portal image lit up with green flame. The second one showed up in yellow, which Jiha took to be the entry and exit points. The next second, tipsy, the Pterodrons began to jump into the green portal, and then, as if from a springboard, fly out of the yellow portal. After the demonstration, the hero clearly understood that the portal served as a place for movement in space. Finally, Jiha guessed how the survivors of the Estrom Kingdom managed to escape. Now, all Jiha had to do was find a way to get through the portal and save Seo, a human dear to him. Still, Jiha wanted to know if the Pterodrons themselves had actually used portals like this before. The Pterodron warlord made it clear that nothing of the sort happened. Since the question remained open, Pterodron pointed Jiha somewhere. Jiha looked in the direction indicated, seeing the world tree there. The hero thought about it, considering that the tree could serve as a bridge between worlds. Later, Jiha cheerfully thanked his allies for the hint they provided. Later, Jiha gave the Pterodrons a task to search for a passage to Mount Afeto. At the same time, the squad of knights returned to their new refuge. There was a cart with supplies nearby, but in reality, there was enough food for a week at most. The young prince looked at Parojak, saying that he clearly had not followed the instructions. Parojak threw up his hands, attributing the lack of supplies to the destruction of the lands by monsters. Eddie spoke up, reporting that every time Parojak made the same excuse. The young prince asked Edie to control herself. Then the prince turned to Parojak, trying to figure out how to avoid the shortage of supplies. Suddenly, someone else chimed in, saying that perhaps mithril should be given. Baron Grom himself came onto the stage. The Baron once again confirmed his previously spoken words. The prince was angry, because it was very difficult to obtain such material, and even more so when the city was besieged by monsters. To this, Grom made it clear that he had received some information from the wild elves. The Baron recounted information from the elves that somewhere in the mountains, one could find a place rich in mithril. The Baron's advice suggested that, having found this place, it would be possible to make a deal with the wild elves. Parojak supported this idea. Such proposals made the Knight Zion quite angry. Having calmed him down, the prince wanted to hear how it was possible to get to such a place. Hoping that the prince and his knights would be devoured by the griffins, the Baron reported that the path lay to Mount Afeto, where everything would have to be checked personally. After hearing this, the prince's hand trembled and grabbed the sword. Zion arrived in time and began to calm the prince and try to dissuade him from the suicidal expedition. The Baron was interested in whether the prince would really decide on such a campaign. The prince could not act otherwise, because he was responsible for the fate of the surviving people. Having realized this, the nobles began to discuss among themselves the deal with the elves that was already looming on the horizon. But then the prince's voice sounded again. The prince was willing to take the risk, but only on the condition that he would personally participate in establishing a deal with the wild elves. Grom tried to put together a picture of how the elves would not know the prince, but Philip himself reminded that until recently, few had heard of the Baron. Mentally cursing the prince for his stubbornness, Grom agreed with this idea. Afterwards, Edie leaned on the prince's shoulder, reminding him that the expedition would be mortally dangerous, while the knight himself, in another place, was awaited by his beloved. The prince was determined, promising Edie that everyone would return safely. Sometime later, a maiden cried out for the mercy of the gods. Grom, looking at the girl from around the corner, licked his lips, hoping that soon his finest hour would strike. All that Grom could do now was simply wait. After all these events, the story took a digression, deciding to tell about the fate of the kingdom of Estrom. It was a kingdom where everyone was happy, but all this did not last long, because the war with the monsters began. After years of battles, the kingdom was destroyed, and its inhabitants fled after their prince. Their last refuge was a fortified village that was under endless siege. However, the important people, Baron Thunder and High Priest Parozak, were able to benefit even from this situation. In this difficult hour, Prince Philip took out his sword and raised it to the sky. The excursion into history was over, and now, hovering in the sky, Jiha was comprehending the information he had received. And yet, the hero considered it incredibly stupid that the prince went to personally get rid of the monsters. After all, he would be confronted by demon orcs, creatures of the rank of fear, capable of crushing with their incredible strength. Still watching the progress of the prince and the knights, Jiha stated that he was unlikely to be able to help them in any way. And yet, the knights had a chance to survive, because with them was Eddie himself, a very talented hunter before his disappearance. At that very moment, a gentle voice sounded in Jiha's head, calling out to God. Now, from the side, Jiha saw a girl praying in the sanctuary. She sincerely called upon her god, hoping to receive a blessing in the form of courage. Instantly, a notification from the system appeared in front of Jiha with a notice where Saint Selena was calling for help. Another quest, related to spreading Selena's beliefs and helping her, was given to the hero. Jiha exclaimed in surprise, and Selena herself heard it. In an instant, Jiha covered his mouth, deciding to leave this issue for later. For now, Jiha wanted first of all to return to the garden. Already there, Jiha was confident that he would find a way to resolve the problems that had arisen. Sometime later, the Pterodron troops were lined up in front of Jiha. Jiha squatted down to make sure everyone was there. Afterwards, Jiha began to inform the Pterodrons that they had one extremely important task. Taking out a map, Jiha made it clear that the Pterodrons should go to the mountain and find the magic circles there. Jiha left the scouts with the role of observers and liaisons with the Pterodron commander. Next in line was the military leader himself, for whom Jiha had prepared a special role. Next, Jiha took out a sword from his backpack, making it clear that it was to be delivered to the prince. The tasks were finally assigned and the army moved out. Left behind were Bem and Dennis, who were confused about not getting roles. Bem believed that it was necessary to bide his time until the master Jiha became powerful enough. Danny always disputed Bem's conclusions, which caused conflict between the demigods to flare up again. Meanwhile, Grom and Parozak discussed among themselves the fortunate coincidence of circumstances in getting rid of the prince. Thunder laughed, considering Philip not so much a prince as an ignorant child. Parozak laughed in response, thinking that it was also worth getting rid of Eddie, who was always circling around the prince. Then Parozak started talking about something that Grom had prepared. They were talking about something that the wild elves had previously used against the orcs. According to Parozak, this thing proved to be wildly effective. The plan was that all the orcs in the area would come running towards the smell, and therefore, no matter how good the knights were, they would not be able to withstand such an onslaught. Grom supported Parozak's aspirations and still asked him to behave more quietly. After these words, their meeting ended. Having left the Baron's dwelling, Parozak hoped not only to get rid of the prince, but also Grom himself later. Secretly, he was being watched by Pterodron scouts. Meanwhile, Grom was thinking about the prince. Having gotten rid of Philip, Grom expected to become the new ruler of Estrom. At the same time, the Baron was sure that Saint Selene herself would become his concubine. Jiha was furious when he learned of Grom's vile plans. No matter how hard Jiha tried, he couldn't force Selena to have a session of communication with the deity. Now, the hero had no choice but to wait for a favorable development of events among the knights. They in turn fought their way through hordes of monsters. With every step, more and more orcs ran out to meet them. While covering the prince, the creatures were struck by Edie's sword, and Philip himself actively participated in the battle. Jiha was shocked that the knights intended to defeat absolutely all the demon orcs. Now one of them fell to the ground in shock, and then he even tried to escape. But despite his bold attempt, he was overtaken by Philip's sword. Edie caught up with the other orc demons who had fled. Having received a chopping blow to the leg, one of the orc demons fell face down on the ground. Mercilessly, Eddie finished him off. The battle was won, and Edie turned to the prince, reporting that the knights' swords were useless and were about to break. The prince offered to make an exchange, which Edie did not agree to, deciding to test the sword's strength. The next second, some giant grabbed Edie, and then she threw him aside altogether. Turning to his knights, the prince gave the order to retreat. Immediately, huge orc demons began to move towards the prince. Philip, holding out his sword, waited until he could give them battle. His breathing slowed. He prepared for the inevitable. Eddie, who had just come to his senses, tried to call the prince. But then something confused him. Something unclear struck the orc demon. Philip was genuinely shocked by what he saw. At the same time, Selena again called upon God to save the prince. The first prayer was fulfilled, whose notification immediately came to Jiha. Immediately after this, the system offered the hero to answer the prayer and provide assistance. Not very confidently, but in the end, Jiha agreed. In the role of a god, Jiha sent his apostle, who was the warlord of the Pterodrons, to help. Meanwhile, the strange scene of the death of one of the demon orcs continued. As it turned out, they were overthrown by the Pterodron warlord who came to help. The demon orcs themselves did not give up, trying to defeat the warlord. However, the club that the demon orc swung was seized by the warlord's claw. Then, with the same weapon, Pterodron hit the orc demon on the hand. After which, the heavy club was thrown down, falling almost on the prince himself. Edie, who had already completely recovered, urged Philip to act. He, although confused, nodded approvingly. Both of them hurried towards the demon orc. Eddie made a pounce. Philip aimed at the legs. Once he was at a sufficient distance, the prince struck the demon orc. Eddie did the same. The orc demon howled from the unbearable pain. Having descended to the ground, Eddie cursed because he had not managed to touch the monster's bone. At this moment, the prince saw the danger that threatened Edie and tried to warn him. Eddie turned around, noticing how the demon orc's leg was already moving towards him, but in the end, still wounding the hunter. Eddie screamed and was hit and sent flying. The other knights hurried to Eddie, quickly lifting him up. At the same time, another monster rushed to the aid of the orc demon who was fighting the Pterodron warlord. Looking at the threat, the warlord squeezed the demon orc's wrists in his claws. Then, spinning around, he threw it at another orc demon. With a loud echo, the monsters collided with each other. And then, one fell on top of the other. Afterwards, as if shaking himself off, the Pterodron warlord tapped claw against claw. The prince looked up at Pterodron, unable to believe that one monster had helped defeat the others. Jiha watched all this, once again amazed at the incredible power he could bestow on creatures. The Pterodron commander himself was glowing with happiness, because he had managed to fulfill the will of his master. Jiha himself sighed, because such help consumed a lot of essence, but there was no other way out. As a result, by sacrificing even more time, Jiha extended the apostle's action. Eventually, having contacted the Pterodron warlord, Jiha demanded that he finish off the demon orcs as soon as possible. Prince Philip froze as he saw the monster fill with the golden power of the god. Meanwhile, despite the injuries they had received, the demon orcs rose again. Eddie doubled over in pain. It seemed like he could no longer continue the fight. Worried about his friend, the prince called out to Edie, asking if he could continue the fight. Straightening up, as if feeling a second wind, Eddie firmly said that he was ready. Looking at how quickly the demon orcs recovered, Eddie admitted that long battles were disadvantageous. First of all, for the knights themselves. In this regard, Eddie intended to finish everything in 3 minutes. The prince smiled and said that he was bluffing. Immediately after this, one of the orc demons began to run towards the Pterodron warlord. Both forces met in a fierce confrontation. Eddie himself was now moving towards another orc demon. At any cost, he intended to finish off the orc demon before its regeneration was complete. Just like in his first attack, Eddie relied on acrobatic tricks. So he made another attack. Filled with the power of the ether, Eddie approached the orc demon. Straight in flight, striking from bottom to top. As the demon orc growled painfully, blood gushed from the entire length of his neck. Another second, and the demon orc's head rolled down. Jiha watched Eddie's progress with shock. Meanwhile, Eddie himself noticed something strange about his sword. It shone for a second or two, then literally fell apart before our eyes. Licking his lips, Eddie noted that he had put too much ether into the strike. At that very moment, a golden glow illuminated Edie. After all, a little further away now, the warlord Pterodron was single-handedly defeating the orc demon. At that moment, the orc demon, who had been knocked out by Pterodron a second ago, fell on Edie. Relentlessly, the huge carcass fell upon the fleeing knight. Only at the very last second did he manage to jump away. Being on the ground, exhausted, Eddie wearily said that this day was the most unfortunate one for him. Very quickly, Prince Philip appeared nearby, wanting to help Edie get up. Once back on their feet, the characters thanked the Pterodron warlord for his assistance. He only looked at the knights in a friendly manner, after which he turned his back. Pterodron began to flap its wings at a furious pace and soar into the sky. Somewhere up there, high up, Jiha was praising the military leader for a job well done. Meanwhile, at the sanctuary, food was brought to Saint Celine. Selena refused, asking to take food to starving children. The maid did not understand Selena's attitude towards her own health, after which, she again prayed to God to grant her even more hope. Suddenly, Selena perked up. A godlike voice addressed her. Tears flowed from Selena's eyes. She was glad that God had finally spoken to her. Jiha fell silent. Although he didn't want to be a god for anyone, he decided to play this role, even if only for a while. Having finally decided to introduce himself as the god's confidant, Jiha ordered Selena to send a loyal man to the east to help the prince. According to the hero, it was there that the prince was supposed to find something. Having received the explanation, Selena beamed, promising to convey everything exactly to the prince. Grom was secretly eavesdropping on this muttering of the saint once again. At that very second, the system notified Jiha that the divine connection session with Selena was coming to an end. In his final moments, Jiha tried to warn Selena that Baron Grom could not be trusted. However, Selena was not able to really hear who wished her harm. Time was up, and now Jiha could only hope that the girl had managed to hear everything, and most importantly, understand. Selena herself looked mysteriously at the back of Grom as he walked away. Then, standing up, Selena took an oath that she would fulfill the will of God's substitute. At this moment, Jiha had no choice but to play her own role in this performance. Meanwhile, the knights treated Eddie's wounds and were now bandaging him. The hunter put on a brave face, trying to show that he felt no pain at all. Having finished with the bandaging, the knights began to think about what had recently happened, namely, the appearance of a mysterious flying monster. To their general bewilderment, other Theradrons began to flock to the bodies of the defeated demon orcs. At this moment, someone began to call out to the prince. Philip turned around, seeing Selena's maid running towards him. With the last of her strength, the maid ran, now trying to catch her breath. Having caught her breath, the maid reported that she had arrived with a message from the saint herself. Philip was perplexed. The next second, the maid pointed to the east, where the prince should go. Eddie intervened in their conversation, not understanding the urgent change of route, since the detachment was moving north. The prince also doubted what he had heard, and therefore, grabbing the maid by the shoulders, began to inquire what the detachment of knights was supposed to find in the east. Philip stopped when the servant reported that the saint had received a prophecy. Then the prince turned to Edie for advice. The hunter left the choice to Philip, however, being confident that the beetle was definitely a messenger of God. Eddie himself was not averse to going to another place and checking whether God's words were really true. In connection with this, the prince released the other knights, setting off on his journey only with Edie. In this regard, Edie approached one of the knights, tactlessly borrowing his sword. Twirling the sword in his hand, the hunter hoped that it would be able to serve him well. Moreover, upon his return, Edie promised to generously thank the knight for borrowing the sword in this way. Meanwhile, in the real world, Jiha visited Seo's home. Even as he approached the house, Jiha loudly called out to Seo. Although she was glad to see the hero, the girl was somewhat shocked by this visit. Having already approached the gate, Jiha informed Seo that he had one request. Seo was not averse to talking, but first, she asked the hero to come into the house. Already there, sitting at the table, Jiha asked Seo for Eddie's sword. The girl wanted to know why Jiha could possibly need this sword. Jiha said that he found out the location of Eddie, who was in the dungeon. Seo immediately covered her mouth, not believing her ears. Jiha continued, concluding that it was for this very reason that Eddie should receive the sword, so that he could be helped. Instantly reviving her spirit, Seo answered affirmatively to the hero's request. Then the girl asked Jiha to wait, and she herself began to climb up to the second floor of the house. She soon returned, holding a sword in her hands. Jiha surprised the girl once again when he said the name of the sword out loud. The hero had no choice but to admit that he was a master appraiser. As soon as Jiha took the sword from Seo's hands, he almost fell to the floor with it. Seo laughed as she explained to Jiha that the sword was special due to the effects of the ether, and therefore was much heavier than those of other hunters. While stuffing the sword into his space bag, Jiha thanked Seo, promising her free potions in return. A little later, they said goodbye. The hero gave the girl his word that he would find out how Edie could be returned to the human world. Seo believed the hero, calling him an amazing person. Embarrassed by what he heard, Jiha awkwardly said goodbye. After some time, he returned to his shop. There, Bem and Denny patiently met him. However, Jiha did not understand why they were at the threshold. Bem and Denai exchanged glances, after which they again quarreled about who should do what. Finally, giving in, Denny approached Jiha, touching him with his paw. Seemingly realizing that he should go after Denny, Jiha smoothed him down. Sometime later, they both moved to the secret garden. At the same time, Edie and Philip stood at the ruined walls of the castle. Their conversation touched on the ruins, and the fact that the Knights of the Black Lion of the Empire once hid in a similar place. Eventually, the characters decided to go in and check what was hidden inside. However, unknown eyes secretly watched the progress of the knight and the hunter. Very soon, they found themselves inside a dungeon, whose walls Eddie recognized as one of the tunnels through which the prince himself had once escaped. Eddie strained his memory and also remembered that in a similar place, the prince had once discovered a hunter. Philip confirmed this. And at the same time, as a joke, He hoped to one day receive a reward for saving the hunter. Snatching up his sword and swinging it in the air, Edie called the prince a greedy man whose ambitions could easily lead to the capture of the Gimark Empire itself. The prince laughed in response, as if agreeing with the hunter's words. By the way, Edie was somewhat upset that only when they were alone could the prince call him a friend and communicate freely. However, further conversation, for some unknown reason, was interrupted by the prince. The prince stopped and pointed out something suspicious to the hunter. Right in front of the character's feet on the floor, there is a mysterious symbol. Deciding to make sure it was safe, Eddie sat down and began tapping on the floor. Suddenly, from his blows, the previously smooth floor cracked and buckled. The next moment, the floor began to deform. The entrance opened, the discovery of which Eddie attributed to the prince's payment for his rescue. Having descended, Eddie pulled the sword out of its sheath, which he now intended to use as a torch, having filled it with ether. When the character's speech again touched on the issue of payment for Eddie's services, the hunter pointed to something ahead. Looking in the indicated direction, the prince's eyes widened. After all, there, in the golden glow, a sword was stuck into the ground. Seeing the prince's unusual reaction, Eddie wondered if he would be familiar with the sword. Slowly approaching the sword, Philip said that it was the weapon of the kingdom of Estrom itself. Without understanding anything, Philip touched the hilt of the sword, and the next moment, grabbing it tightly, he tore it out of the stone floor. Immediately after this, Jiha was bombarded with an avalanche of notifications from the system about completing tasks in the advancement of the global quest. Afterwards, approaching the waterfall and looking at the Valley of the Griffins below, Jiha did not understand why everyone had gathered there. For there below, lined up in long ranks, a legion of Theradrons had gathered. After receiving the notification from the system, Jiha willingly agreed to help his army. Taking a closer look at the Pterodron warlord, Jiha discovered that he could still be developed. Looking further at the other Pterodrons, it turned out that they could also be improved. Chuckling to himself, Jiha decided to focus on defeating the Griffins first and foremost. Then, with a sweeping gesture, he scattered essence crystals. After that, for some reason, Denny started barking. Jiha turned to the wolf cub. The next action, Denny deftly jumped into the hero's backpack. Very deftly, from there, Dennis pulled out a heavy sword. Then suddenly, a golden aura formed around Denny. A notification from the system immediately appeared, where Jiha read that Denny was returning his divine power. Now, even though he knew there was a chance of error, Jiha had to spend a lot of essence to help restore the wolf cub's strength. As usual, Jiha took this step. As soon as the essence was transferred, the hero was blinded by a glow. Brighter and brighter, the flame of ancient magic spread around Denny. At some point, Jiha was transported to a completely different place. He was still shielding himself from the previously unbearable light of ancient magic, but later still slowly opening his eyes. In front of him, he saw a huge wolf sitting humbly. Wanting to make sure it was really Denny, Jiha reached for his nose. In response, the giant wolf let out a threatening roar. Afterwards, the wolf spoke. Tom didn't like the fact that Jiha always addressed the demigod with a fake, and moreover, cute and affectionate name. Apparently afraid of the wolf, Jiha apologized to him. Subsequently, the wolf changed his mind, as if allowing Jiha to continue calling himself that, even if he did not approve of it. Now, he thanked Jiha for giving him another chance. Jiha was a little embarrassed and adjusted his glasses, not even knowing what to answer. The wolf continued speaking, mentioning the high significance of the future. According to Growlo, it seemed that only Jiha could predetermine what the world would be like in the future. For this reason, the wolf urged Jiha to grow up as soon as possible. These speeches were quite mysterious for Jiha. Then, under Growlo's words about a new imminent meeting, Jiha was struck by another flash of light. With a deep sigh, Jiha opened his eyes. He found himself lying in the middle of a clearing. Next, Jiha began to rise, albeit with difficulty. Being serious, the hero remembered Growlo's words about the future. And so Jiha intended to do everything that was in his power. At that very moment, the Pterodron commander flew up to Jiha. Taking out a spellbook and a quill from his backpack, Jiha decided it was time to end the griffin hunt. Next, the hero began to actively draw something on the pages. While below, under the waterfall, the griffins flew, flapping their majestic wings. Somewhere in this same interval, having left the dungeon, the prince could not believe that he had returned the legendary sword again. Edie, who was nearby, also noted that obtaining a new sword should help in the fight against the monsters. Suddenly, turning to the prince, the hunter told him that the sword could act as a call to action. Edie made his words more specific by saying that Philip should have turned his new sword against Baron Grom. However, Eddie was not averse to dealing with the gentleman on his own, if the prince gave permission to do so. After thinking, the prince replied that no matter how bad the masters were, they still remained subjects. Sighing, the hunter was not at all surprised by the good-natured prince's answer. At that very second, Philip saw something in the sky. Eddie did the same and looked up. Far ahead, somewhere in the mountains, something was shining dimly. At the same time, not being particularly pleased with the result, Jiha looked at how the Theradrons tried to deal with the Griffins. After all, unlike the Griffins, air battles were very difficult for the Theradrons. The only one who could truly fight the Griffins on equal terms was the Theradron Knight. But then, Jiha noticed how another group of Theradrons appeared at the bottom of the valley. Walking in dense rows, they carried nets with them. The hero rejoiced at the incredible resourcefulness of the Theradrons. After all, relying on their strength and agility, the Griffins themselves often flew into such nets. As they moved, the Theradrons cast nets over the Griffins. Finally, the scales of power shifted in favor of the Theradrons. Somewhere around this time, a glow flared up to the side of Jiha. Once again, the Theradron warlord leveled up and also acquired a valuable skill. The next moment, its claws began to spark with renewed strength. By performing the gesture, the military leader released this force into freedom. Like an unbearable stream, she struck towards the Griffins. With just one ability, the mighty birds were crushed. Later, Jiha idolized the military leader in every way for his skillful use of such an ability. At the same time, a golden flash of light illuminated the prince and the hunter. Even from afar, they saw that the flash of light was created by the giant beetle already known to the characters. Further, the characters believed that the beetles had come to help them. Having snatched up their blades, the prince and the hunter wanted to repay each other with mutual assistance. At some point, a Theradron began to rush towards them. Having run up quite skillfully, the beetle began to draw something on the ground. The characters looked at the drawing with puzzlement, thinking that it depicted a house. After which, Theradron began to point to a village that was located in the distance. The characters looked at each other. Then Eddie said that something must have happened in the village. Next, approaching Theradron, Prince Philip thanked him for his help. As always, Jiha was secretly watching all this. At least somehow the hero tried to help the village of survivors. Hurrying back to the village, the characters hoped that nothing terrible had happened there. At some point, Eddie gasped and stopped in place. The hunter said that some cunning bastard had crossed the line after all. In front of them now lay a bloody corpse. Approaching the body and examining it, Philip said that the dead man looked like a soldier of Baron Grom himself. Then, Philip suggested that the hunter hurry, because Baron Grom had probably already taken Saint Selena hostage. Edie drew his sword and made it clear that he would be happy to punish the Baron. However, the whole situation did not answer the question of where the other knights had gone. At the same time, a crowd was buzzing near the village's fortress walls. Approaching the edge of the wall, the guard looked down and then gave the command. The gates opened, and the captive people and their escorts entered. One of them, the prince's own knight, was being driven from behind by the Baron's soldiers. Baron Grom and Perozjak watched all this, literally standing to the side. The noble lords regretted that the prince himself was not among the prisoners, even though they knew that he would return sooner or later. Then, at the Baron's command, they brought in the knight Zion and made him kneel. The knight did not want to tell the Baron anything, only regretting that he had not cut off his head earlier. Smiling, the Baron readily agreed to this. Later, turning away, Grom ordered that Zion be hanged in public, and the others thrown into prison. Suddenly, pushing the soldiers aside, Selena rushed forward, saying that the Baron would not get away with such atrocities. Grabbing the girl tightly by the face, Grom said that any threats from the fanatic were not scary to him, and therefore, Grom offered Selena to serve that god, and not an imaginary one. Unexpectedly, the tip of a sword appeared next to the Baron's neck. Uncertainly, the Baron turned around, seeing one of the soldiers point a sword at him. Immediately after this, Prince Philip, removing his mask, made it known that he would no longer allow the Baron to torment the people. Grom bared his teeth and cursed. At the same time, Perozjak started shouting, asking the soldiers to save the Baron. Suddenly, Eddie hugged him from behind, making it clear that the soldiers would have to face more than just the prince. Grabbing Perozjak by the collar, Eddie warned the soldiers that he would chop down anyone who stood up for the scoundrel. Meanwhile, dragging Perozjak along with him, Edie turned to Zion, asking him to finally start doing something. Very soon, Perozjak and Grom were on their knees. The next minute, Prince Philip approached them, reaching for his sword, publicly upset that the Baron had let the people down. The prince's hand gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, slowly pulling it out of its sheath. Only now did Grom realize that the prince was holding the royal sword itself. Raising his sword above himself, the prince proclaimed that he would restore the kingdom of Estrom. From above, Jiha watched with satisfaction as the prince's power finally took root. At the same moment, for completing the first quest chain, Jiha was already assigned a ton of new quests. Some of them concerned Selena. Others concerned Prince Philip himself. After reading everything, Jiha scratched his ear and understood that upon completion, he would be given access to the sanctuary, although the hero did not understand what was being discussed. Looking into the distance, Jiha thought that they were talking about an area covered in fog. Given all this, Jiha had no other choice. Once again taking on the role of God's messenger, he had to give a new prophecy. But first, he returned to the griffin raid, which had already ended. Now, Jiha commanded that the Theradrons get rid of those griffins and move the essence to the garden. Right there, he saw something egg-shaped that a group of Theradrons were dragging along with them. Looking closer, a description of griffin eggs that could be hatched appeared before Jiha's eyes. From the abundance of missions and skills, the hero grabbed his head, because the information was overwhelming him. Instantly, another panel with data appeared in front of Jiha. Already there, Jiha read that the Theradrons had found the Miriel mineral, and the hero's army itself had now been joined by Theradron workers. Jiha even gasped in fascination at such news. And then, he took the Theradron worker into his hand. The worker Theradron raised its claw, showing the hero the resource that had been collected in the deployment zone. Ultimately, the system offered Jiha the opportunity to choose a reward for all the work he had done so far. Jiha's choice fell on the artifact. Emerging from the void as a clot of magic, a dagger materialized in reality in Jiha's palm. The dagger's properties were astonishing, and Jiha was especially interested in its resistance to poisons. Remembering Betty, Jiha thought that such a weapon would be ideal for the girl. Soon, the Theradron knight appeared nearby, whom the hero was glad to see. He sat on Jiha's palm, showing off his wings, which were covered with Miriel. And yet, Jiha openly stated that a single Theradron knight was not capable of crushing entire armies. At the same time, for some reason, Jiha remembered the village of survivors. After all, there was a celebration going on there right now. People drank and rejoiced that they had managed to overcome the crisis. Meanwhile, Edie and Zion argued with each other that the plan almost fell apart, because a lot of knights managed to get captured. Gradually, their communication touched upon the future fate of Grom and Parojak. Looking at the cells where the gentleman was sitting, the prince said that he was thinking about expelling them. Eddie disagreed with this decision, openly believing that the prince was once again demonstrating his softness. In the end, Edie called the prince a stubborn man. However, touching the hunter's shoulder, Philip made it clear that such advice would forever remain in the prince's heart. Afterwards, the topic of their conversation was devoted to food problems. The prince shook his head, intending to secure the trade route first, and then contact the wild elves. This conversation was interrupted when Saint Selene appeared nearby. The maiden was excited and wanted to show the prince something. Immediately, she crossed her arms and closed her eyes, and the next moment, she raised her hands up, creating a whole text of runes in the air. The ancient language was recognized by the knight Zion, who read aloud something about the apostle. Then, rejoicing, Selena announced that it was precisely this prophecy that the god's confidant had asked to be conveyed to the prince. Thoughtfully speaking about the confidant of God, Philip touched the symbols in the air. During the same period, Jiha was glad that he had managed to establish long-term contact with Selena through her prayers. At the same time, having fulfilled the next requirements in the quest chain, from now on, Jiha could freely communicate with Selena. At that very moment, Eddie touched the prince's shoulder, reminding him that the apostle could have been a beetle that had once come to the aid of the knights. Selena also heard strange talk about the beetle. The knights tried to explain to the maiden how they were saved by the beetle, which obviously acted on the orders of God himself. At the same time, Edie asked Selena to talk to God about the hunter's return to his home world. At the same time, Jiha finished his current affairs and everything else, leaving it for tomorrow. Walking along the road, Jiha was confident that even though there was a lot of work to do, it could all be handled. A little later, the hero returned to the garden where he met Bem. However, Denny was nowhere to be found, and Jiha remembered how he parted with him. Suddenly, for some reason, Bem meowed pitifully. Jiha gasped when he looked behind the cat. After all, at the foot of the great tree, a whole mountain of essence crystals was hidden. At the same time, certain events were developing in the dungeon of the Valley of the Griffins. The group of hunters followed exactly what they had read in the encyclopedia. Betty nodded, activating her paper canvas skill. In one moment, dozens of pages burst out of the girl's book. The pages began to accelerate and hit the griffins' faces straight. Being disoriented, this allowed the other hunters to begin their attack. SEO jumped up and used the skill Stormy Sword Dance. Just a couple of minutes later, the hunt, which would have previously lasted for hours, was already over. At this moment, one of the knights turned around. After all, behind them, Leah was now projecting her destructive fire magic. With cries of horror, the hunters began to flee from the flames. Then came the ringing laughter of Leah, who was proud of the fact that she had destroyed a lot of griffins with her flame. The other hunters decided to express their protest to the girl, because they almost became victims of the red-haired girl. Their squabble didn't last long, because a noise was heard that distracted everyone. Looking up, Leah saw boulders raining down on the hunters from the mountaintops. Trying to protect themselves, the hunters put their hands in front of them. However, none of them were hurt, and in the midst of the suspension of dirt and dust, a puzzled CO appeared. As it turned out, the collapse opened a passage in the mountain. It goes without saying that the hunters immediately decided to explore the opened path. After walking a little, Seo turned to one of the hunters, asking him to conduct a reconnaissance of the cave. There was a disgruntled whiff from Leah, who said that she could clean everything up with fire magic. Leah backed down when Seo explained that it was necessary to observe safety precautions and, above all, to scout out the situation. Approaching Leah, one of the hunters supported Seo's words. Afterwards, he took a step, but suddenly stumbled. Unable to maintain his balance, the hunter screamed and began to fall backwards. Eventually, he fell on his back and hit himself hard. Nuna came to him and cast a healing spell on the poor guy. At that very moment, Betty slipped between the characters, wanting to look at something. Leaning against the floor, the girl said out loud that the shape was recognizable. It turned out that the entire raid group stumbled upon a teleportation circle, whose analog Betty had already encountered earlier. At the same time, in the village, Grom and Parojak were taken out of their cages. Some people didn't even believe that such scoundrels would simply be taken and let go. Not wanting to miss the moment, Grom said that the prince would regret it if he expelled the Baron from the village. Philip slowly began to approach him. Having reached the bound man, the prince turned to the Baron. Next, Philip reached for his sword. By putting the point of his sword to the Baron's throat, the prince gave him a chance for redemption. He warned of the consequences if the Baron tried to harm the people. Having warned that in this case, Grom would lose his head, the prince ordered that the Baron be untied. The prisoners were released and immediately began to run away. Gritting his teeth in resentment, Grom swore that he would still get even with the prince. Watching all this from the side, Eddie concluded that the prince was, after all, soft-hearted. Quite quickly, before the prince's eyes, Edie and Zion even managed to quarrel. And again, Jiha was watching this scene, still acknowledging that Prince Philip was a wonderful man. Afterwards, another notification from the system appeared, with whose text Jiha easily agreed. After all, as it turned out, the other monsters had become quite wild when the prince's knights dealt with the demon orcs on the mountain. As for everything else, Jiha asked the Pterodron Knight to sort it out. At the same time, suddenly, a portal circle lit up on the ground in front of the knights. Gradually, the Pterodron Knight appeared from there. With all his might, he raised his claws before the astonished knights. Philip and Edie immediately recognized the overgrown beetle as the already familiar apostle of God. Immediately, the Pterodron Knight pointed somewhere to the north. Taking the hunter with him, the prince decided to go after the beetle and asked everyone else to follow at a distance. A little later, following the beetle, the prince noted that this route was familiar because guilds once walked along it. Eddie stretched, hoping that the giant beetle would help him find a new sword for the hunter. But at some point, the beetle stopped. Then raising his claw, he approached the rock. Then delivering a powerful crushing blow, Edie and Philip put their hands out in front of them, protecting themselves from the stone fragments that flew in all directions. A second later, they saw that there was a camouflage barrier hidden at the site of the impact. Immediately, Eddie turned to the beetle, asking it not to do that anymore, because it was frightening the hunter. The prince asked the beetle not to listen to the hunter's nonsense, and thanked Pterodron for his help. Nodding in approval, the Pterodron Knight spread his wings and soared into the air. A minute later, the knights, who were worried about the menacing sounds, reached the prince and the hunter. They were interrupted by Eddie, who took Zion with him to check the passage opened by the beetle. Even though he didn't really want to, Zion still went with Edie. Very soon, they found themselves inside a tunnel. After walking some distance, Zion stopped dead in his tracks. After all, the characters came across a hidden food warehouse, hidden by Baron Grom himself. A little later, leaving the cave, Edie informed the prince about the good find. Later, having loaded the supplies onto the cart, the prince gave Zion instructions to ensure that the food was delivered to the village as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Eddie himself was unhappy, because despite the discovery of the missing food, there were no weapons anywhere nearby. Sighing and stretching, Eddie spoke openly to the prince that this time the debt had been paid, and the hunter should return to his world. Suddenly, somewhere ahead, a desperate cry was heard. People abandoned everything and ran in all directions. After all, from above, being higher than the trees themselves, the wolf's flickering eyes looked down on them. It was his appearance that frightened those who were driving the cart. The prince and the hunter instantly drew their swords. Clearly agitated, Eddie couldn't understand where such a huge thing had come from. A long roar was heard from a wolf that bared its fangs. The prince was no less worried, but gathering his will into a fist, he let the hunter know that he would approach from a different angle. Suddenly, Eddie stopped the prince and stepped in front of him. Turning around, Edie concluded that the prince must take responsibility for his people. Meanwhile, it seemed as if the wolf had stopped paying any attention to the people below him. Standing in front of the wolf, Edie shouted to the prince that he would distract the creature's attention to himself. The prince himself also sent other people as far away from the dangerous place as possible. Still, listening to Edie's words, in his thoughts, the prince asked the hunter to survive. The next moment, the wolf took a step. Eddie was not afraid, but on the contrary, he was glad that after a long time, he would again be able to give it his all. Right now, a notification from the system appeared in front of the hunter. As soon as Eddie read about the test of strength, The great wolf went on the attack. His body, like a dark cloud, cast a shadow over the area where Eddie was. Subsequently, the wolf's paw and the hunter's sword met. With the last of his strength, Eddie held back the wolf's incredible onslaught. And yet I was forced to retreat slightly. Having fallen to the ground, smiling, the hunter rose up quite dexterously. Being serious, Eddie assured himself that he would fight to the last. The next moment, saturating the sword with ether. Then the wolf himself ran up to him and let out a piercing roar. Edie let out a cry and went on the attack. The huge wolf responded in exactly the same way. But at the moment when the two were about to collide, the hunter made a tackle. Eddie slid under the wolf's body, stopping at its hind legs. Then, he performed a jump with a turn and a simultaneous swing of the sword. To his shock, the huge wolf skillfully avoided such an attack. Eddie's surprise was so great that the hunter almost fell into a stupor. The next second, a clawed paw struck the hunter's block. Although Eddie withstood the blow, he was thrown back a couple of meters. Having quickly recovered again, Eddie said that the wolf had plenty of strength. He concluded that the rank of the monster was no less than the catastrophe. At the same time, further down the road, knights and villagers were fighting a fierce battle with goblins that had attacked the cart. Commanding the defenders, Philip shouted that in any case, supplies had to be delivered to the village. The prince was angry that he could not go to help Edie. At the same time, Jiha was confused, because the cooldown time before using God's apostle had not yet passed. Besides, right now, an important quest was being carried out. Clutching his head, Jiha guessed that something was happening in the fog. At the same time, the battle between the hunters and the wolf demigod continued. Time after time, shaking the ground, the wolf tried to get to and trample Eddie. The hunter himself mostly dodged rather than attacked. Already a little tired, he had no idea where the wolf could have come from. And yet, the desire to defeat the wolf was much stronger than the feeling of fatigue. Once again, Edie used the ether effect on his sword. Then going on the attack. Having come close enough, Eddie raised his sword over the wolf. However, the beast was also not simple, and, turning around, intended to catch the hunter with its mouth. Eddie was quicker and simply jumped up. Incredibly, the hunter escaped the beast's toothy jaws. Now, in flight, grinning slyly, Eddie raised the blade above himself. With a cry, he brought down his sword, however, missing the wolf. The wolf responded with a counterblow and was already bringing his clawed paw towards the hunter. Unfortunately for Eddie, the wolf's paw still reached its target. With a groan, he flew back to the nearest tree. Having been hit hard, the hunter nevertheless fell to the ground unconscious. A second later, the wolf approached Edie, informing him in his own language that the hunter was incredibly weak. The wolf was completely sure that Eddie did not have the right to use the power of a demigod. However, here, having once again gathered his strength, albeit with difficulty, Eddie stood up. Deliberately grinning, Eddie loudly declared that he would not surrender to the dog. In response to this, the wolf raised his paw, intending to teach the man a lesson. Subsequently, pressing Edie to the ground, the pressure increased and the wolf itself began to lower its muzzle towards the hunter. Under the weight of the paw, the hunter began to flutter, trying, if not to free himself, then at least to hit the wolf with his sword. The next moment, the wolf deftly grabbed the sword and simply bit it through. For the first time, Eddie was scared, and his hope of returning to his world was fading away. Suddenly, the wolf recoiled, because after the time had passed, the quest was considered completed. Being scared, Eddie did not understand what was happening now. Suddenly, the wolf was engulfed in a golden glow, and he himself began to call Eddie a man with the fate of a leader. Looking at the hunter, the wolf said that Eddie was given another chance. Raising his muzzle to the sky, a sword suddenly projected above the wolf. Destiny. That's what the wolf called the sword that was now to be given to Edie. The hunter himself was taken aback by such a scene, because Eddie recognized his lost sword. Edie couldn't comprehend how such a weapon from another world could appear here and now. Still, he gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, so that in the next second, victoriously raising it above himself. Finally, Eddie began to believe more and more in the saint's words about God. His thoughts were distracted by the clanging of weapons somewhere nearby. Turning around cheerfully, Eddie rushed to help the prince. At the same time, the system notified Jiha that after the test was completed, the wolf cub Denny would return. There was a flash nearby, and Dennis himself appeared in the air. The hero ran up and took the wolf cub in his arms. Admiring his pet, Jiha lulled him into saying that the cute little wolf had become even smaller. Then Jiha even began to rub against Denny, expressing his sincere loving feelings. Meanwhile, the swords cut down the goblins. With swift strikes, the survivors fought their way through literal hordes of monsters. Now they all ran towards the walls of the village, their only way to survive. Suddenly, Zion called out to the prince about the danger that was behind him. Philip turned around, seeing the knights being pursued by monsters. Soon, very close to the prince, the monsters' club whistled. Fighting back, the prince decided to accept the fight so that the monsters would not be able to attack the village itself. Rushing into battle, the prince began to strike down one goblin after another. At the same time, one of the big goblins, roaring, swung and hit something with his club. His blows fell on the wooden gates, which were now held by the village's defenders. However, the goblin was relentless, and his onslaught eventually led to cracks forming on the gate. The other creatures were happy that they were about to break into the settlement. Gathering the power of dark magic into his weapon, the big goblin prepared for the final blow to the goal. But at that moment, something distracted the big goblin. He even turned his gaze to the source of the approaching sound. Right behind this crushed Eddie, who was riding on a wolf. Although confused, the prince rejoiced at the hunter's return. Meanwhile, to the shock of the goblins, their leading warrior was completely defeated. The hunter's ringing laughter was heard. Signifying his return, Edie raised his sword. The prince began to slowly approach towards that direction. Immediately, having barely seen the death of their healthy warrior and the arrival of the rider on the wolf, the goblins began to scatter. However, Philip himself did not understand where Edie suddenly got a riding animal in the form of a wolf. Eddie couldn't give a clear answer, only stating that he received the wolf for his confession. Next, he jumped off the wolf, intending to show something to the prince. Turning to the wolf, Eddie commanded him to return. Then the wolf let out a howl and began to fill with a golden glow, gradually dissolving physically and turning into a state of golden pollen. All of this went into the sword itself. Later, Eddie said that the giant wolf must have been the hunter's guardian, since he was testing him and did not intend to kill him. At the same time, Edie told about his sword, a weapon that the hunter had inherited from the old world. Eddie frankly believed that the wolf was the key to the hunter being able to return to his world. After hearing all this, the prince became thoughtful, explaining that there was sense in such speeches. After which, Philip said that Edie was probably considered the god Ark, the Wicked One. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted as the gates of the settlement opened. Both characters looked towards the gate. After all, Saint Selena ran out from there, worried about the prince. Philip let the girl know that everything was fine with him. Moreover, the prince pointed out that he managed to return to the village the supplies that had previously been stolen by the lords. The next moment, Saint Selena took the prince by the hand, thanking him for the work he had done. Selena laughed at the hunter himself, as she considered Edie's envious behavior to be blasphemy. Later, the prince called everyone to go to the village. Already entering the village, the prince appeased the hunter, telling him that everyone took him seriously. As before, Jiha secretly observed all these conversations and events. Even though Eddie didn't know about it, Jiha gave his word that he would help the hunter return to the human world. Afterwards, stroking Denny, Jiha said that they too should have returned. A minute or two later, Jiha returned to the garden. There, Bem joyfully greeted everyone. Having squatted down, Jiha began to show off Denny, who had become even smaller since the last meeting between the cat and the wolf. Dexterously, Bem intercepted the wolf cub from Jiha's hands, grabbing him by the scruff of the neck. Even though Jiha didn't know it, Bem was now praising Denny for a job well done. Even though Denny argued with Bem, he still knew that there was a lot of work ahead for the demigods. Finally, more politely, Bem once again praised Denny for a job well done. Afterwards, Jiha was attracted by a loud cat meow. Wagging his tail, Bem approached Jiha. Jumping onto the hero's lap, Bem settled comfortably, while Jiha reflected on the fact that everything that had happened that day was nothing other than the will of the great tree. Jiha was already planning to postpone all other matters until the morning of the next day. At that very moment, the alarm plant began to ring, letting Jiha know that someone had come into the store. As soon as possible, Jiha returned to his world. There, by the window, he saw a group of hunters, which included Betty. Opening the door, Jiha wanted first of all to find out what brought the adventurers to the store at night. But at the same time, Leah and Seo also entered the store. Leah was the first to speak, rightly condemning Jiha for not opening the door for so long. The hero couldn't come up with any excuses, and therefore, he let the whole friendly crowd into the store. A couple of minutes passed since then, and Bem was already dozing. Having seated everyone at the table, Jiha began to inquire what reason had led everyone to this. Then, Betty put the piece of paper with the image of the portal on the table. Taking a closer look, Jiha immediately recognized the drawing as a magic circle. Now Seo spoke up, informing the hero that the portal had been found in the Griffin's dungeon. After what was said, Jiha had no doubt that the hunters had found the Theridron's weapon. Suddenly, Seo's story was interrupted by Leah, who was boasting about her outstanding magical abilities. It was to her person that Leah attributed the discovery of the portal. But then, suddenly, the other hunters started to shout, accusing Leah of lack of foresight, which could have resulted in injuries for the others. Suddenly, Jiha stood up from the table, asking everyone to wait. Leah was eagerly awaiting what the hero would return with. Somewhere inside the store, a door creaked loudly as it opened. There, Jiha began to meticulously count something. The very next minute, asking the guests to help him. A moment later, Jiha appeared, dragging something extremely heavy behind him. Soon a pile of essence crystals was placed on the table. Taking one of the crystals in her hands, Leah had no idea that essence existed in such sizes. Next, Jiha spoke, explaining the principle of activating portals using essence crystals. In this way, the hunters could move to another world, where they would save Edie. Additionally, Jiha expected that Seo would take on the role of leader in such an expedition, and she happily agreed. Sometime later, their group set out on a hike. Very soon, determined hunters found the cave where the portal had been found earlier. At the same time, in the secret garden, some events were also developing. Hugging Bem, Jiha shared with him his plans for the resettlement of the surviving people from the kingdom of Estrom. However, Jiha saw the problem that was present on Mount Afedo. After all, the hero could not even imagine that the monsters once expelled from the plains would now settle there. Jiha's thoughts were interrupted when he noticed something. After all, now, for some reason, only Edie and Philip came out of the village in the direction of the monsters. The hunter raised his sword to the sky, urging the prince to keep up. The characters even had the courage to joke that they would abandon anyone who fell behind. The next moment, Edie summoned a fearsome wolf from his sword. As it turned out, the hunter was going to get ahead of the prince with the help of the wolf cub. Hearing all this from the outside, Jiha laughed at Eddie's meager imagination for names. A minute later, the hunter mounted the wolf. Afterwards, he pointed his sword at the village of wild elves. The prince also moved from his place and began to chop down the monsters on the go. Watching all this, Jiha noted how cool the prince really was. With each passing second, Prince Philip became more and more attractive to the hero. Edie also moved through the hordes of monsters. Throwing the monsters aside, the hunter laughed at the fact that the prince was not keeping up. At the same time, a huge ogre was swinging his huge hand at the prince. Taking a defensive stance, Philip intended to repel the attack. In an instant, the ogre's fingers flew in all directions. This is how the prince's parry ended. Afterwards, he stood up and let the hunter know that he would catch up with him. Immediately, new hordes of monsters arrived at the prince. Just as the prince was thinking about fighting his way through the monsters, the sun disappeared overhead. The monsters themselves were taken aback by the unexpectedly looming shadow. As it turned out, the Pterodron Knight came to the rescue. At the mere sight of him, the monsters fled, after which, Pterodron grabbed Prince Philip by the cloak with his claws. Pterodron flapped his wings and began to carry the prince away from the hordes of monsters. Eddie watched all this with a chuckle, considering the god of this world to be excessively kind. It goes without saying that Jiha was behind all of this, thus intending to speed up the achievement of the character's goals. At the same time, Eddie put his hand on the wolf, asking him to hurry after the beetle. The indignant roar of the monsters was heard in the area, because the hunter and the prince managed to break through the blockade. A little later, Pterodron soared even higher above the ground, allowing the prince to see Mount Afedo, where the village of the wild elves was supposed to be located. Looking around, Philip every now and then noticed how Edie, riding on a wolf, was moving behind him. Further, looking at the beetle itself, the prince said that he would definitely repay such kindness. But immediately after this was said, Philip screamed, as the ground below began to move closer and closer. At this moment, Pterodron was diving. A minute or two later, the prince was brought to the ground. Seeing the prince's deplorable state, Eddie made fun of him every now and then. Taking the prince by the arms, the hunter turned to the beetle, asking it to fly more carefully in the future. However, having demonstrated this more than once, Pterodron simply took off and flew away. Now, Eddie was returning the wolf to the sword. After waiting for the prince to come to his senses, Edie decided to find out why the prince had brought him to the village of wild elves. Philip said that in addition to negotiations, he wanted to find out whether the elves knew the secrets of moving between worlds. After all, the wild elves were the oldest and most hidden race of all. Edie laughed when he realized that Prince Philip was worried about it after all. The next moment, an arrow whistled right in front of the characters. With a loud echo, it hit the ground. The hunter took a step forward, saying that such a greeting was unnecessarily rude. At that very moment, the voice of an elf was heard, ordering the strangers to remain where they were. The prince spoke up, introducing himself as the leader of the village of survivors. However, the elves were not in the mood for any conversation. After the elves said that they do not mess with people, the prince suddenly grabbed the hilt of his sword. The hunter was taken aback when he saw that the prince suddenly moved on. Walking along, taking out his sword, Philip swung it. It seemed like he was ready to engage in battle with the elves. A detachment of elves with bows at the ready set out to meet the prince. At some point in time, they even managed to surround the people from the village from all sides. Pressing his back to his back, the hunter began to persuade the prince not to chop wood. Then, Philip spoke again, introducing himself as the prince of a kingdom that no longer existed. After hearing this, the elf sitting on the tree jumped to the ground. As proof of his words, Philip showed his sword. Coming closer, the elf began to examine the sword and the prince himself. Afterwards, the elves suddenly became angry, saying that the prince was supposed to be the master of thunder and steam. At the same time, the air was cut by sword blades. Holding swords to each other's throats, the elf called on Philip to surrender. However, Philip openly declared that he had come to establish relations between the peoples that had once been destroyed by villains. However, the elf did not trust his word, informing them of the atrocities that Grom had committed against the elven people. Suddenly, Philip threw the sword to the ground. Edie turned around in shock when he heard the prince asking the hunter to do the same. The prince also stated that he would do whatever they demanded of him. Then, the leader of the elves ordered to take the people with them, but first to close their eyes. It was in this way, tied up, that they began their journey to the village of the wild elves. Hours passed before the not-so-friendly cries of elves began to be heard from all sides. Someone openly scolded people. Others saw them for the first time. However, the road along which the prince and the hunter were walking still continued. Now, sensing something was wrong, Edie turned to the prince, believing that the best option would be to give the elves a fight. Philip disagreed, believing the elves to be a reasonable race capable of dialogue. Their conversations were interrupted when one of the elves pushed Edie in the back. After some time, the captives were brought to the cage. The elf leader ordered that they be locked inside. Very roughly, the prisoners were thrown into the cage one after another. Inside, Edie couldn't contain his indignation at the prince's failed diplomacy. The prince tried to calm the hunter, but he, in words, barely restrained his anger, so as not to destroy the cage from the inside. Eventually, having somehow calmed down, Edie lay down, deciding to sleep. However, the prince was in no mood for sleep. After all, his attention was riveted to the elf who was standing near the cage. At some point in time, their gazes met, but there was no continuation, and the situation with the imprisonment lasted until the night. Already there, the elven children began to gather around the cage, admiring the captives. But besides the elves themselves, the hunter and the prince were no less surprised, since they had never met elven children before. At some point, guards appeared at the cage and drove the children away from the place. Then, the elder of the elven settlement himself came to the room where the cage with the captives was located. Unexpectedly, the elder ordered that the prisoners be released. The elder openly believed that the prisoners, if they had wanted to escape, would have broken down the barred door long ago. Apparently recognizing the prince, the elf elder called him by name. Philip was alarmed because he himself had never seen the elven elder before. The elder chuckled, making it clear that he had known the prince since he was a child, secretly observing him. Now, the elder was ready to listen to Philip himself. However, first of all, the prince wanted to know what Grom and Parojak had done against the elves themselves. The elf who brought the elder grabbed a knife and put it to Philip's throat, not believing that the prince did not know about the crimes of his compatriots. The elder called out to the elf fighter named Croydel, urging him to calm down. Philip insisted that he did not know about the tricks of Grom and Parojak, but was ready to take the blame for them upon himself. It seemed that the elder was beginning to believe the prince's words. The prince also said that he had banished Parojak and Grom for the crimes they had committed against the villagers. The elder became interested when he heard from the prince reminders about Mount Afeto, where Grom and Parojak hid the stolen goods. Suddenly, Eddie responded, saying that the mountain was teeming with monsters, but they were driven out with the help of a giant beetle. The hunter did not forget to mention that now, driven from everywhere, the monsters began to besiege the village itself for the most part. This story somewhat puzzled the elder, because the Baron had taken the soldiers to the north. The prince immediately responded, telling about the Baron's last words before his exile, as if he had somewhere to go. And yet, after all he had heard, Croydel tried to convey to the elder the idea that people should never be trusted. He was interrupted by the prince, who announced his only desire, which was to establish friendly relations with the elves and resume trade. Croydel was interested in the words about trade, and therefore he wanted to get specifics. Then Philip told about the miners and rock salt that were regularly sent to the elves in exchange for food. The hunter gritted his teeth. Now it became clear to him that Grom and Parojak had deceived absolutely everyone. The elder hissed, concluding that everyone had been deceived, but not without outside help. And yet, the elder was in no hurry to trust people in everything. The prince took a deep breath, wanting to know what he needed to do to prove his loyalty. The elder did not delay his answer for long, asking the prince to deliver ore and rock salt to the elves. Then, the elder turned his gaze to the hunter, saying that he could leave this world. Eddie was quite surprised, not understanding how the elder knew the hunter's secrets. Then, the elder said that something similar was read in Eddie's fate. Moreover, he was far from the first guest from other dimensions. Edie glanced at Philip, remembering that the prince had already mentioned something similar about the elves' omniscience. Ultimately, the hunter agreed to go on the mission. Besides, Eddie expected to get his sword back, since he couldn't break through the hordes of monsters with bare hands. Croydel glanced at the elder, as if he wanted to object to something. But it so happened that after some time the bonds on Edie's hands were cut. Still annoyed by the elder's decision, Croydel brought the sword to Edie. The characters briefly exchanged barbs. As if threatening, the hunter hinted to the elf that the prince was not such a nice guy who was unlikely to sit in captivity for long. The elf frowned, not believing that any human could defeat Croydle himself. But at this moment in time, a strong wind suddenly blew. Both characters looked up to the sky. Suddenly, Eddie rejoiced, saying that the God Arc always appeared at the right time. At first, a Theradron knight flew over the characters, and then dozens of smaller beetles flew after him. Seeing this, the elder became excited, because he had no idea that the workers of the great tree still existed. As before, all of this was observed by Jiha, for whom it was a revelation to gain access to the wild elves' territory. Immediately, the hero received a new batch of notifications from the system regarding quests, where the next chain of tasks was blocked until Jiha solved the problems of the villagers. At the same time, the elves scattered in all directions. Stealthily, they watched the Theradrons. When they landed opposite Edie, instantly Jiha contacted the Theradron knight and commanded him to help the prince and, to begin with, give the crystals to the elves. Immediately after this, a precious stone was placed into the elder's hands. Clearly worried, the elder could not believe that the legendary Theradrons had come for the people themselves. Edie confirmed this, also pointing to the stone in the elder's hands. Suddenly the Theradron knight's claw reached out towards something. Everyone noticed how interested Theradron was as he looked at the ordinary bush. Theradron nodded to the elven elder when he asked if the beetle wanted herbs. Jiha was happy that one of the problems was successfully resolved. After all, in addition to completing part of the quest, Jiha now also has access to the medicinal herb. A certain amount of time has passed since then. On the elder's orders, Croydle cut the bonds, and yet the elf openly expressed his distrust of people. However, the prince was not interested in the elf's opinion. He was only concerned with strong trade relations. Suddenly, the hunter hugged both of them, trying to reconcile the elf and the prince. However, the elf pushed Edie away, informing him that his slimy words were of no use to anyone. Immediately after this, an elder appeared, carrying with him the sword that had once been taken from Philip. Without further ado, he handed the sword to the prince. Having returned his own, now Philip wanted to ask the elder a couple of questions. In that case, Philip decided to talk about Edie, who wanted to return to his world. In response, the elder said that the hunter could always return the same way he came. The prince remembered that Eddie was found at the mouth of the river, where he was washed up. Therefore, the prince thought that the hunter might have fallen from the upper reaches of the river, where the palace was located. The elder scratched his beard and said that he thought differently. From the elf's words, it seemed that the connection came and was maintained from the level of the roots of the world tree. Then, with the help of magic, the elder depicted the world tree in the air. It was the roots of the world tree that the elder called the connecting link between the worlds. Suddenly remembering from the Theradrons, the elder believed that people could turn to them for this help. The elder explained that, as assistance to the world tree, the Theradrons could move freely between worlds. As he began to recall the circumstances of his first meeting with the Theradrons, Eddie suddenly spoke of a circle on the ground. Prince Philip then responded, thanking the elder elf for his advice. Suddenly, the elder changed the topic of conversation to the trade route, on which there were still many monsters. To this, the prince cheerfully stated that he would do everything possible to resolve such a problem. After some thought, the elder said that the elves should also make their contribution, further making it clear that he would send the most reliable representative of the elves with the people. The hunter readily agreed with this decision. Later, with the people, the elder sent Croydle. Philip gave his word that he would take care of Croydle's safety, while Edie, on the contrary, saw a way to get even with him. Beside himself with rage, Croydle growled softly. Then the elder himself approached Croydle, asking him to be worthy. A couple of minutes later, the prince and the hunter were racing across the area on the back of a wolf. An elf ran ahead of them. At some point in time, the prince noticed that Croydle was clearly deviating from the previously assigned route. The elf responded, indicating that there was a cave nearby that led to the elephant, where the griffins lived. Eddie joined the conversation, making it clear that the beetles had already dealt with the griffins some time ago. However, the elf was not in a hurry to believe Edie's words. But, not wanting to argue, the hunter allowed Croydle to see everything with his own eyes, and therefore the character's path continued along a different route. Once in place, the first thing that caught the character's eyes were the vines. Someone's hand carefully parted the vines. Looking at the passage, Croydle said that it was used in ancient times by the workers of the great tree before they were exterminated by monsters. The hunter laughed, saying that the elf, in fact, was not so grumpy. Turning around, burning with rage, Croydle reminded that he had only cooperated with the people because of the elder's orders. Afterwards, the elf asked the people to follow him closely, so as not to get lost. Finally, the prince spoke up, who until now had not believed in the world tree, considering stories about it a myth. The elf hissed in annoyance, not expecting anything else from short-lived people. Their path began as Eddie's sword, for some reason, illuminated the space of the cave with its glow. Almost immediately, the hunter himself noticed this phenomenon. Croydle also turned around. For some reason, the elf felt a desire to look at Edie's sword. He readily agreed. Having pulled the sword from its sheath, he immediately blinded everyone present with its glow. Having gotten used to the glow and taking the sword in his hands, Croydle said that it really wasn't his imagination. He went on to say that, as he believed, the sword was an ancient divine instrument. Eddie exclaimed in surprise, although he had no idea why the sword suddenly began to glow. Then the elf was ready to guess something. Finally, having collected his thoughts, Croydle said that the hunter must have used the sword somewhere in the cave. At the same time, Leah was going wild with her magic. Streams of flame erupting from her staff drowned the undead. However, not all of the dead were so easy to defeat. One of the skeleton warriors, having withstood the onslaught of flames, was preparing to cut down the red-haired girl. Luckily, Sio arrived in time. With the help of a water tornado, the girl ground the bone warrior into tiny pieces. And yet, not everyone in the group found the fight so easy. At a certain point, they became convinced that the undead, although losing fighters, did not lose in numbers. Leah's cry was heard, asking her comrades to be patient, because she was preparing the final magical attack. As she chanted, flames shot into her staff like a tornado. At one point, Leah yelled for everyone to get out of the way, then releasing a lava wave. A terrible flame poured out upon the undead. Seeing this, the party members immediately became inspired. Nuna was a little worried, hearing the screams of the undead. Betty, with bated breath, called what she saw incredible. Under the roar of the flames, laughing madly, Leah asked her party members not to stop and praise her. Pleased with herself, the redhead suggested waiting until the lava cooled. A second later, Sio screamed, trying to warn Leah of the danger behind her. With a puzzled expression on her face, Leah turned around. Now, above her, towered an armored undead, swinging an axe. Leah was dumbfounded, because in front of her stood the Revenant King himself, a disaster class. Finally, a long groan was heard from Leah's lips. But a second before the red-haired girl would have been cut down by the undead axe, Sio managed to block the blow. The girl saved Leah, but due to the inequality in power, she was ultimately thrown aside. Sio let out a cry of pain and hit the wall of the cave. At the same time, the Revenant King was planning to end Leah. One of the hunters rushed forward to save the red-haired girl. At the very last moment, he caught Leah, dodging the undead's blow. The Revenant King let out a displeased growl. Now, a tank hunter was already rushing to the rescue. Betty also did not remain on the sidelines, using a paper curtain. For a time, the great multitude of pages blinded the Revenant King. There was a short period of time, thanks to which Leah was able to be carried away from the undead. Hiding behind the tank hunter, Quan began to examine Leah. With words, he tried to bring Leah to her senses. At the same time, the Revenant King, having sprayed dark magic around himself, got rid of the paper that was floating everywhere. Betty didn't expect the undead to come up with something like this so soon. Immediately, the Revenant King grabbed the handle of his axe. Meanwhile, Nuna ran up to Seo and began to heal her with spells. Breathing heavily, Seo couldn't wrap his head around how the Revenant King himself had ended up in such a place. He, as if answering Seo, flashed his eyes. At that very second, a notification about receiving a blessing and strengthening appeared in front of the girl. Subsequently, all these system windows intertwined, compressed, and exploded with rays of magic. Seo was temporarily struck dumb by the sight. For some reason, this magic began to accumulate around Seo herself. When her body was endowed with a ton of enhancements, the girl, although somewhat afraid of an open fight with the Revenant King, was still ready to try. As expected, the one who sent these blessings was Jiha. As he watched, he hoped that Seo would have enough strength to defeat the undead. Taking a closer look, Jiha confirmed that the boss was a calamity level. And this only meant that even with all the reinforcements, Seo might not survive. Then, taking a book of spells out of his backpack, Jiha decided to realize the potential of the recently obtained medicinal herb. At the same time, the battle between the Revenant King and the hunters began. Leah had already come to her senses, although she had no idea how to resist such a creature. In the end, Quan encouraged Leah to help others instead of standing on the sidelines. The redhead agreed, besides being unable to allow some skeleton to defeat Leah. Together they rushed into battle. Meanwhile, the fight between the boss and Seo began. Being under the reinforcements, the girl deftly dodged the boss's heavy blows. However, all her attempts to attack were unsuccessful. Because of this, Seo decided to focus on the skeletal joints, where there was the least armor. Once close to Betty, Leah urged her to help Seo by distracting the skeleton. The girl readily agreed, again calling on the pages of the book for help. But this time, the pages did not fly before the monster's eyes. On the contrary, they seemed to be noticing the weak spots in the Revenant King's armor. The skeleton did not notice or feel all of this, and therefore continued to fight with Seo. Taking advantage of this situation, Leah summoned her destructive magic. Pointing the staff, the red-haired woman loudly commanded the word explosion. A pillar of flame struck the Revenant King's armor, simultaneously setting fire to the sheets that had previously been embedded in vulnerable spots. A second later, tongues of fire began to seep out from every corner of the Revenant King's armor. Some of the hunters even thought that at this stage, the undead had been defeated. Only Seo knew the true situation, and even though the Revenant King had been damaged, he still posed a threat to her. And so, intercepting the sword in her other hand, Seo carried out a pounce. The tip of her sword flashed. A line of ether was drawn in the air, running straight along the Revenant King's shoulder. For a second or two, Seo even thought that the attack had achieved its goal. But at that very moment, a massive bony hand was extended towards the girl. Seo had no chance to evade. After all, it was just below the chest that Seo took the blow. Subsequently, Seo dropped the sword from his hands and was thrown back. Seeing this, the team's morale dropped. Realizing that the situation was not in the hunters' favor, Jiha decided to intervene in the situation. Immediately, the hunters were presented with notifications from the system about the accrual of blessings and the receipt of special scrolls. However, even after such a gift, Jiha was not sure that the hunters would be able to hold out for long. Then the hero focused on Leah. It was her that he considered his last hope. Suddenly, from somewhere in the depths of the cave, a beam of energy burst forth. Jiha was naturally distracted by this. The Revenant King also sensed the growing danger. After a moment, a wide-open, toothy mouth appeared nearby. The wolf immediately grabbed the undead by the shoulder. Jiha was overjoyed when he realized what had just happened. Without releasing his grip, the wolf did not allow the Revenant King to move from his place. Until high above, Eddie himself appeared. His face radiated hatred and wild determination. Filled with delight, Jiha shouted out the hunter's name. He, in turn, brought down a massive sword. A second later, the Revenant King's severed hand fell to the ground with a thunderous crash. Many did not understand what had just happened. However, to Lai, the mysterious man seemed familiar. The warrior who controlled the summoned wolf must have been the famous Eddie, although the hunter himself was not delighted with his blow, because the undead was still on its feet. Even with only one arm, the Revenant King had no intention of giving up. Swinging, the undead struck the area of land where Eddie was located. Having naturally avoided the damage, the hunter took a defensive stance. But then, out of the corner of his eye, Eddie noticed something. After all, a couple of meters away, Seo was lying, on whom healing spells were being cast. Soon, Edie was completely glued to Seo, whom he had not seen for so long. Suddenly, the hunter had a strong desire to drop everything and run to the unconscious girl. But these urges were interrupted by Leah, who was already running to Edie, whom she recognized. Eddie also identified the red-haired girl, now having many questions for each other. But all this was left for later, because the Revenant King was not going to wait. With a roar of rage, the undead raised its axe again. Surely at his call, new skeleton warriors would begin to crawl out of the ground. At this point, some people began to fear that without Seo's help, it would not be possible to emerge victorious from the battle. The only way out of the situation, everyone saw, was to hold out long enough to give Seo time to wake up. New streams of fire and lava began to flood the undead. The first to enter the new stage of the battle was Leah. Eddie concentrated on the boss himself. But despite all his stubbornness and curses, the Revenant King was no less stubborn. As best he could, Edie repelled the boss's attacks. But for the most part, it was all in vain, as normal attacks did not deal any damage to the Revenant King. So, having caught his breath, Eddie decided to change his tactics. Cursing, he decided to chop the hell out of the boss. Subsequently, the fury of the living and the non-living clashed. An explosion was heard, followed by a shockwave that spread out in all directions. Eddie, who had taken quite a bit of damage, wiped the blood from his face. The Revenant King wanted to finish off the hunter, and so he raised his axe again. But at that very second, the segment of armor that was on the undead cracked. Somehow standing up, the hunter lamented that even though the boss was of the same rank, he felt that he was clearly much heavier. Immediately, the Revenant King rushed to attack. In contrast, Leah's fiery explosion was displayed. However, this time, the undead would probably completely ignore the damage. The girl was overcome with confusion, because something like this had never happened before. Meanwhile, the Revenant King managed to get closer to Edie. Another clash of great forces has occurred, and at the same time, a new shockwave erupted. She pushed Edie away and pressed her against the wall of the cave. But strangely, nothing happened next. For now, Prince Philip's own sword was thrust into a segment of the Revenant King's split shoulder armor. Eddie looked up at him, stunned. Inspired by the appearance of the prince, the hunter stood up. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the prince's head, telling him that the undead's weak point was in the center of its body. He immediately shared this information with Eddie. As it turned out, these clues were given by Jiha, although he was worried about whether the heroes would be able to break through the shield of the undead. At the same time, a notification from the system appeared that Jiha could bless one more person. But for the last time, Jiha closed his eyes and began to think of something really good, and most importantly, useful. Afterwards, he began to write the text in the spellbook. Having finished this task, Jiha sighed contentedly. Another system window appeared, where Jiha confirmed the transfer of the blessing. At the same time, Hunter Eddie froze. After all, before that, a notification about the blessing of the worker appeared. At the same time, the Revenant King tried to pull the prince off himself. When this failed, the undead let out a piercing roar. A magical energy burst forth, pushing the prince away. She went on and on, touching on almost all the other characters. The prince stuck his sword into the ground and held on, trying not to give in to the sudden force. When the wave of magic began to subside, Eddie suddenly jumped up. Raising his golden glowing sword, the hunter caught the attention of the Revenant King. With the fury of a demigod himself, with a scream, Eddie rushed at the undead. His special attack cut a deep slit down the Revenant King's very torso. Having broken through the defense, the hunter's sword ended up close to the core of the undead. A small push and the tip of the sword pierced the core. Without delay, ancient magic poured out from within the Revenant King in clots of steam. The undead dissolved before our eyes, indicating final victory. A similar situation happened with the skeleton warriors. From such an important victory, Jiha clenched his fists. Betty and Nuna began to hug, congratulating each other on their victory. Eddie, finally letting go of the sword, simply sank to the ground. The prince appeared behind him, reminding him that he had once again saved the hunter's life. Helping the hunter up, Philip reminded Edie that he should thank the others. Edie readily agreed, and that is exactly what he did. Afterwards, everyone's attention turned to Seo, who still hadn't come to her senses. Just a couple of minutes later, the girl finally opened her eyelids. Tears began to accumulate in her eyes. The next moment, she grabbed Edie tightly. The hunter hugged Seo tenderly, saying that the wait for their meeting had been too long. Further reporting that he was Eddie, he returned. This tearful scene managed to touch even Jiha. But at that very moment, a notification from the system appeared, informing the hero that the hidden path had been cleared. Subsequent notifications demanded that Jiha return to the World Tree, for the energy of it was sensed by Arkfoot himself. And indeed, somewhere in the distance, leaving thunderstorms behind, a unicorn was galloping across the sky. Dennis and Bem noticed something similar, but none of them attached much importance to the phenomenon. The demigods began to discuss among themselves how to catch the unicorn, but Bem was skeptical of Danny's idea to set a trap. And yet they planned to somehow tame the obstinate stallion. After some time, while in his shop, Jiha heard Denny barking. As quickly as possible, he returned to the secret garden, where surely pets would be waiting for this. However, when Jiha wanted to touch Denny, strangely, the place where the pets were located sparked. A horse appeared, engulfed in electrical discharges. In that, Jiha immediately recognized Arkfoot, the god of nature and faithful companion of the god Ark himself. Now Jiha wasn't sure if he should have made contact with him. To his amazement, the unicorn had truly incredible speed of movement. The problem was that Jiha couldn't even really keep track of it. But suddenly, a confident clap of hooves was heard throughout the area. The horse, having stopped now, seemed to be looking at Ji himself, and a second later, he began to jump towards him. Seriously frightened, Jiha screamed. Cowardly, he covered himself with his hands. Right now, the petals of the great tree, as if protecting, began to fall in front of Jiha. The unicorn was overcome with the memory of being back next to his gentle owner, Boko Ark. Having stopped squealing and opened his eyes, Jiha himself now observed that the horse had ceased to be aggressive. Having become a little bolder, Jiha brought his finger to the horse, trying to pet it. To his surprise, the unicorn yielded to his affection. Bem and Denny watched all this from the sidelines, now wondering what kind of ridiculous name the hero would give the horse. A little later, Jiha brought the horse to the secret garden. He galloped forward while Jiha studied and imagined whether the stallion was the most beautiful stallion in the world. After thinking for a while, Jiha concluded that the horse was beautiful in any case. But as soon as Jiha finished his thoughts, the stallion ran up to him. He was squeezing grass in his mouth. The hero immediately remembered the plant he had planned to use as ink, but later changed his mind. Having thanked the horse, Jiha began to suggest out loud that he was probably quite hungry. A couple of minutes later, Jiha presented the steed with a heap of carrots. Bem and Denny were watching from behind the trees. At some point, they came out from behind cover, causing the horse to become enraged. As Jiha had probably expected, a brief verbal altercation occurred between the demigods. Later still, they lay down tiredly around Jiha. The hero reached for the interdimensional bag, taking out the grass he had received from there, still deciding to put it to use. Jiha spontaneously began to imagine reddish ink, and along with this, the image of someone wildly strong. Soon after the manipulations were carried out, the first glass with red ink was ready. Pleased with himself, Jiha corked the bottle. Now, Jiha began to think about how he would be able to explain the presence of man's foal. Hours passed since then, and a new day began. Looking at his shop, Jiha concluded that in this place, Manu would be cramped. The hero thought so before the gates opened. Looking through those, Jiha discovered a beautiful meadow. However, to Jiha's horror, even after passing through the gates, they remained open on a permanent basis. Somewhere around the same time, the bell at the front door of the store rang. Seo entered and immediately greeted the hero. Jiha was happy in return. But with the girl, her shadow Edie also came. A few seconds later, Seo bowed to Jiha for saving the girl's beloved. Very quickly, Edie joined Seo in this gesture. Jiha asked to leave thanks, inviting the characters to drink tea. After some time, the meeting of the guests with Man did take place. While petting the stallion, Seo tried in vain to find out where Jiha had gotten such a cutie. Later, over tea, the characters discussed among themselves Edie's existence in another world. Looking at the couple in love, Jiha even thought that finally he too would begin to have a calm life. But everything changed a couple of days later. To his shock, griffins descended upon the secret garden, devouring everything in their path. These were chicks that had hatched only 4 days ago, but had already managed to do a lot of things. Even Bem and Denny couldn't cope with them. With the pterodrons buzzing, Jiha began to think about how to calm the griffins. Unable to find anything better to solve this problem, Jiha turned to the pterodrons. Pointing to the griffin cubs, Jiha asked that the pterodrons take them away. Silently agreeing, the pterodron knight flew towards the griffins. Hanging in the air, he began to attract the attention of those. At some point, the baby griffins became interested. As Jiha expected, the pterodron knight once again solved the problems. Immediately after this, a notification appeared informing Jiha that the purified monsters were being led to the shrine. For such an action, Jiha was again gifted with blessings and even a certain awakening skill. Poking at the system window, Jiha began to wonder whether the hero would now be able to read the unawakened skills of other hunters. Looking at the pterodrons, it immediately became clear to Jiha that they had absorption abilities. The system gave further clarification on this matter, from which it became clear that the pterodrons had a chance to adopt the enemy's skill if they absorbed it. After everything that happened and what he read, Jiha was inspired by the idea of awakening hidden skills in other hunters. But first of all, Jiha was going to help people close to him. At that very moment, the system window appeared again, offering Jiha to take on the arrangement of the sanctuary for a symbolic fee. Jiha naturally agreed, now having the chance to interfere in the life of almost every creature. By chance, Jiha awkwardly leaned against the water's surface. Instantly, the hero received a new notification from the system that such interference caused earthquakes. The hero recoiled guiltily, deciding to take care of the shelter's affairs. As it turned out, the soil in the sanctuary was not fertile, and to correct this situation, Jiha had to get some worms. Just as Jiha was starting to puzzle over the situation, a pterodron knight sat on his shoulder. As if anticipating the hero's wishes, the pterodrons were already actively catching worms. Jiha laughed happily, thanking the pterodrons again for the rescue. For completing the quest related to the worms, the system notified Jiha that the fog over the sanctuary had cleared. Taking a closer look at the new lands, Jiha saw something strange there. Indeed, mantis shrimp were present in large numbers off the shores of the sanctuary. Jiha recalled that in the world of people, they became a real scourge. However, the legions of pterodrons were already armed with the bark of the world tree. Jiha exclaimed in surprise when he realized that the pterodrons were going to use the bark as a shield. Believing that something like this would work, Jiha led his troops into battle. As the pterodrons approached, the mantis shrimp also began to move. With one lightning-fast move, the mantis shrimp took out a ton of pterodrons at once. Jiha saw how in a split second the situation began to turn against the pterodrons. Jiha suddenly remembered that there was a potion hidden in the hut, created from the seeds of the world tree. Having obtained the potion as quickly as possible, Jiha gave it to the pterodrons. The next minute, the area was illuminated by a golden glow. The pterodrons, revived in strength and spirit, were ready to continue the battle. Suddenly, their commander ducked his head, thrusting his spike forward. All the other pterodrons did the same. And then, with a general onslaught, they struck the ranks of the mantis shrimp. The first in front of them was the military leader himself. The collision eventually took place. From the fog of battle, a military leader suddenly appeared. At maximum speed, he flew straight towards the mantis shrimp. Sliding through their dense ranks, Pterodron swung its claws, cutting down the mantids. Jiha clenched his fist, finally seeing that the mantis shrimp were also starting to suffer significant losses. In the end, victory went to the pterodrons. Immediately after this, Jiha noticed that the commander's body was glowing strangely. When Jiha asked the commander about acquiring new skills, he knelt down. Then with all his might, he struck the ground with his claw. A terrifying wave spread out in all directions from the place of impact. Jiha was ready to squeal with delight, because the warlord, apparently, managed to absorb the skill of the mantis shrimp. Immediately, Jiha opened the spellbook and picked up a pen. Exactly how the pterodrons defeated the mantis shrimp, Jiha wrote down in the book. A couple of days passed after this event, and now Jiha was invited to the sea. True, during the conversation, the hero was unable to really hear when the trip would take place. Then, in response, car horns blared from the street. Very soon, the car was driving along city roads. Jiha never expected that the offer to visit the sea would turn out to be true, rather than some kind of joke. Still, Jiha found it amazing that horses, people, and other animals managed to fit into the small car. Even Jiha was surprised that so many people agreed to share the trip together. It's true that not all of the animals enjoyed the trip. Suddenly, Betty reached out to the hero and began asking Jiha about the foal. Once again, in order not to arouse suspicion, Jiha had to come up with a story about a dungeon and a chance meeting. Several hours passed since then, and now the hero's foot stepped onto the hot sand. Jiha marveled at the freshness of the sea breeze. A beautiful and, most importantly, calming view opened up in front of him. But Jiha was not allowed to fully enjoy the views, because he had already been called. Having gone with the whole company to the guest house, there, for the first time, Jiha learned what friendly conversations and an atmosphere of comfort were. By the evening, thinking over everything that had happened during the day, Jiha hoped that there would be as many similar things as possible in life. From such thoughts, Jiha was interrupted by the annoying words of the red-haired woman. Wearing a superb swimsuit, Leah referred to the fact that she would have been specifically looking for Jiha. The characters met eyes, after which they began to have casual conversations. To the sound of the sea, their silly conversations at some point turned into mutual laughter. As Leah took a step towards Jiha, a signal sounded from the loudspeaker. The characters were immediately distracted by that. The happiness disappeared from Leah's face as a mantis shrimp approached the shore. The girl said that she would not let anyone ruin her vacation, and then she immediately became scared. But her fear, first of all, was for Jiha's life. A strange and frightening force fell upon the shore, scattering everything there. A column of flame and smoke rose. Arriving in time, Leah was able to cover Jiha. By this time, having mobilized, the other hunters were already rushing to help the hero. Actively calling out Jiha's name, the hunters expected the worst to happen. But to their shock, the guy was perfectly fine and was with Leah. Eventually, it was explained to the arriving hunters that the noise and destruction was caused by a shockwave from a mantis shrimp. Meanwhile, the culprit of such a blow was actively moving through the depths of the sea. Closer and closer, he and his relatives were getting closer to the shore. Imagining this, the hunters decided to meet the monsters. While some were preparing for battle, Leah contacted her deputy, asking him to raise all the guild fighters to their feet. No one paid any attention to Jiha. He was only briefly told to take shelter in a safe place. However, Jiha could be useful. He just needed to run to the hotel. At the same time, under the shockwave, the first mantis shrimp crawled out onto the shore. Under the influence of buffs, the hunter tank took the first blow. He was ready to meet the overgrown shrimp with his own eyes. After this shout, a new shockwave was met by the hunter's shield. Taking advantage of the situation, while Sun was holding the blow, the other hunters went on the attack. Furiously, they began to chop up the mantis shrimp. During this fight, Quan stopped questioningly. Now a shrimp towered over him, much larger than the others. The next moment, the mantis shrimp slammed into the ground, creating a shockwave that covered Quan. Kven was thrown back, and blood immediately poured from his mouth. Betty saw this, and angry, used the paper rocket skill. The mantis shrimp began firing, which could eventually lead to the immobilization of the enemy. However, as expected, it was incredibly difficult to contain a monster of this rank. Still not stopping her attack, Betty was afraid that she would quickly use up her ether and fall first. But then a fireball flew into the mantis shrimp's head. Frightened, Betty retreated. As it turned out, the entire Eternal Flame Guild had arrived on the beach. Subsequently, Leah ordered her fighters to go on the attack. Leah commanded, ordering that the opponents be stripped of their claws to begin with. Under the distraction, the melee fighters went into hand-to-hand combat. Some of them began to feel that the battle had already been clearly won. However, as might have been expected, new circumstances intervened in the matter. From the sky, objects that resembled meteorites began to fall every now and then. The hunters were unprepared for this and suffered losses. However, these stones were not a natural disaster. With its blows, the stone shrimp-preying mantis itself carried out their flight. Everyone present froze at the sight of this monster. The rock shrimp's eyes lit up, indicating hostility. The next second, the stone shrimp bent towards the ground. Using gravity magic, the stone shrimp began to throw more stones. A new rain of stones poured down on the heads of the hunters. As he met the first wave of rocks, Sun shouted out to be given a buff. The next moment, stubbornly, he met the first stone. A blow of such force caused damage to Sun, and then completely discarding it. Bloodied and exhausted, Sun hung his head. Panic began to spread among the hunters, but Leah actively suppressed such moods. Gathering all her fire magic into a single fist, Leah intended to repel the stone shrimp's attack back at the monster itself. And so, a fiery squall collided with a blizzard of stones. There was an explosion, scattering the thrown stones. Even though Leah had repelled the attack, she knew that, due to the lack of an artifact at hand, she would be able to carry out such an action no more than twice. Immediately after this, a new boulder was flying towards Leah. The redhead clenched her teeth. She knew that she still had ether. But suddenly, a giant beetle entered the battle. Frightened, Leah took a couple of steps back. She also noticed that on top of the beetle was none other than Jiha. Eventually, they saw each other and exchanged short phrases. In the next couple of seconds, Jiha threw a bottle of something into Leah's hands. As it turned out, the red-haired girl had a special healing elixir in her hands that was supposed to help Sun. Afterwards, Jiha turned his attention to the shrimp boss, finding him extremely impressive. Jiha had no hope of winning. The only thing he cared about was holding out until reinforcements arrived. And yet, Jiha decided to try in order to become a true hero. Then the story rolled back 10 minutes, when the hero was rummaging through his backpack. Having loaded it with healing potions, Jiha burst out of the building like a bullet. Having run a certain distance, he felt an abnormal gust of wind. To his shock, a Pterodron knight descended from somewhere in the sky. Jiha guessed that the appearance of Pterodron meant that the situation on the shore was getting worse, and so he immediately climbed onto the beetle's back. Later, the appearance of Jiha riding a Pterodron stunned the hunters. Apparently, this emotion was transmitted to the boss, who became angry. Releasing a new gravity wave, the shrimp boss lifted more rock masses into the air. Looking at all this from the outside, Jiha believed that the hunters had never encountered such monsters before. To even the odds, Jiha poured a special elixir into Pterodron's mouth that gave him a boost. Meanwhile, the shrimp boss was about to throw his stones. A second later, an asteroid of incredible size was now flying towards Pterodron. Under the influence of the elixir, Pterodron's skills changed, and now, instead of a shockwave, an explosive strike was fired at the stone block. The thrown, red-hot mass of rocks eventually flew back at the shrimp boss. The boss didn't lose his composure and also activated his skills, thereby trying to minimize the damage to himself. However, this did not save the boss from receiving a fatal wound. Having come to her senses, Leah ordered the rest of the hunters to take care of the other shrimp. Then, her gaze fell again on the boss, who was swaying from the injury he had received. Just as Leah decided to finish off the boss, she saw that a giant beetle was already rushing towards him. In flight, Jiha looked down, hoping to stall for time so that the entire battle would work out in favor of the hunters. He also assessed the boss, who, due to his injury, had undermined the spirit of the other mantis shrimp. And they, now practically deprived of their leader, became vulnerable. Naturally, the hunters took advantage of this situation and struck. Fire magic followed suit. Leah continued to actively participate in the battle, showering the monsters with flaming tornadoes. Betty played a great support role, saving others from falling rocks. Looking at all this, Jiha became inspired, believing that the battle could still be won. But then, suddenly, from the depths of the ocean, the shining eyes of the Kraken himself appeared. No one could have expected that such a colossus would suddenly appear in this place. Jiha was horrified, because the Kraken's rank was no less than the destruction level. The hero gritted his teeth. He was sure that there was no way the hunters could defeat such an enemy. But suddenly, Jiha heard the familiar sounds of the sea. A funnel appeared and began to suck in masses of water. Very quickly, Jiha identified the World Eater, but even he would have a hard time defeating the Kraken and its suckers. Jiha began to hastily search for a solution. But here, for some reason, Pterodron highlighted the monsters encountered at the seashore in a separate background. Then, mysteriously, Redoron the Knight swung his claws. A system window appeared, indicating that Pterodron intended to use a certain awakened skill. Then, Pterodron drew a diagonal line in the air. Suddenly, the Kraken sensed something was wrong. At one point, the strong suction cup stopped functioning, and in the end, the monster still ended up in the whale's mouth. Ultimately, the terrifying Kraken was simply eaten. Immediately after this, victorious cries of hunters began to be heard throughout the beach. Caressing the ear, they reached G and Pterodron. The hero eventually thanked the Pterodron Knight for his help. Subsequently, the remaining monsters were defeated, and the victims were sent to the hospital. Leah found Jiha not far from the battlefield, where the hero was currently cleaning up. Leaning against the railing, Leah began to ask Jiha about the beetle. The results of their conversation remained a secret, because the story moved forward in time, when the hunters, having come to their senses after their wounds, discovered new strength in themselves. The hero generously handed out a potion to each of them, at the same time showering them with honors for winning. Then the story returned back to where Leah was swinging boredly on the railing, complaining that the girl's vacation had been completely ruined. Jiha suggested that Leah enjoy the silence, and she thought that the hero was inviting the girl to swim together. However, Jiha warned that such an activity could be unsafe, and besides, the time itself was not right. Looking at her phone, Leah hung her head in disappointment, crying that it was all a waste of time. Subsequently, both began to flirt clumsily again. Something was secretly watching this communication between the characters, and in particular Jiha from behind the mountains. It seemed that the creepy creature wanted to be reunited with its master as soon as possible. A couple of hours later, their whole friendly company was already driving back to the city. Amidst Sun's hubbub, Jiha reflected on the fact that he was, after all, happy to spend his time with these people. Dreamily, Jiha hoped that next time, the vacation would pass without such excesses. There was a loud laughter throughout the car when Jiha said that he was glad that everything had turned out well. But Jiha truly relaxed only after he returned to the store. He remembered how, at parting, Sun asked Jiha to develop a new potion that would be able to strengthen the body. After a short period of time, Jiha received a call on his phone. Answering the call, Jiha heard Leah's pleasant voice. As it turned out, the girl wanted to consult regarding the scroll she had found. Leah was angry when Jiha translated the runes as a scroll to deal heavy damage to enemies. As it turned out, Leah wanted to get exactly the same one, and therefore gave Jiha an order. As usual, Jiha agreed and began making the scroll. Quite quickly the required scroll was made. However, now Jiha doubted the advisability of issuing such a scroll, because if others found out about it, a war could start between the hunters. But Jiha saw the battles between hunters as just a drop in the ocean of problems. In fact, he feared the emergence of even stronger monsters, a response to the strengthening of the hunters. And yet, the desire to help the hunters managed to overcome fears. For some reason, Jiha turned his gaze to Mana. The other demigods were sleeping next to him, which is why the thought arose in Jiha's head to ask them for help. Having finished all his business and closed the book of spells, Jiha himself was now preparing to go to bed. A couple of days have passed since then, and the events of the story have moved to the secret garden. Walking there among the trees, Jiha noted how fresh the air had become in this place. Approaching the mountain, Jiha saw people on it. Jiha narrowed his eyes, easily recognizing Seo and Eddie. They led a squad of hunters in search of a certain seal. At some point, the hunters' conversation turned to the mythical Taoti. Sweat ran down Jiha's body, because Taoti was famous for destroying entire provinces in China. The hunters were also afraid of Taoti's strength and size, but they still continued their journey. Looking further into the area, Jiha suddenly discovered that the bridge was broken. Deciding to help the hunters, Jiha called for help from Theradron. Sometime later, the hunters came to the place where the bridge was located. The hunters froze in place when they realized that the previously destroyed bridge had, for some mysterious reason, already been restored. The only answer to this mystery that the hunters saw was that there was someone else present in this area. Later, with the help of Jiha, quite simply, the expedition of hunters managed to reach the dungeon. All their thoughts were directed towards searching for the seal. However, the hero saw that the expedition was mostly going in circles. Jiha found it strange that the expedition passed by the dark clot of energy every time. The very place from which the energy emanated resembled a mirror, which is why Jiha even thought that it was supposed to point to something. In the end, Jiha decided to help the hunters once again. At that very moment, a strange feeling came over Edie. The hunter turned around sharply and took a closer look. And indeed, as if passing through a golden membrane, a giant finger entered the world. Eddie prepared himself for the worst. Then, pouring ether into the sword, he carried out a series of strikes. The other hunters were alarmed because they did not understand what exactly Eddie was attacking. However, before he caught the other's eye, Jiha managed to remove his finger. And yet, the path to the mirror behind which Taoti was located was clear. Now Eddie wondered whether the hunters would be able to stop the mythical creature. At that very moment, a menacing voice addressed the hunters. Clearly unhappy with the awakening, the menacing voice was straining to be free. Accompanied by a wide shadow, something towered over the hunters. A creature named Shigan, posing as the guardian of the temple, was going to stop the hunters. Then Eddie's voice was heard calling on all the hunters to gather together and not to panic. Meanwhile, Shigan was preparing to deal with the uninvited guests. Realizing that a fight was inevitable, Eddie again imbued his sword with ether. The monster grinned in response, opening its mouth with a crack. Subsequently, a fiery stream burst out from there. However, Eddie dodged the fire and was already jumping and preparing to hit the keeper. In an instant, he swung his sword. The guardian's heads burst. Upon landing, Eddie heard the displeased voice of the keeper, who did not understand that the little man had such power. Eddie himself believed that he dealt with the keeper quite easily, apparently because he was made of stone. Now, in time, Jiha joyfully shouted, because Eddie's actions influenced the course of the next quest. He didn't even notice how the demigods had disappeared somewhere, who had previously been secretly discussing Taoti's awakening among themselves. Deciding to also do something useful, Jiha opened his book of spells. Luckily for Jiha, a place where new ink could be collected had already been found. And yet, the hero was left with the question of how best to collect the ingredients, because they belonged to the wild elves. And then, Jiha's gaze fell on the human settlement, seeping through the roofs of the buildings. Soon the gaze fell upon the bent figure of Saint Selena. The fanatic continued to pray tirelessly to her god. Gradually, a voice arose in the maiden's mind, calling the name of Selena. Selena immediately realized that the god's deputy had made contact. After a short conversation, Selena was told that she would be given one task. After some time, there were vials of green ink next to Jiha. Having finished creating, Jiha put his pen aside. After all, right now, next to that, there were quite a few manufactured scrolls. However, Jiha had no intention of breaking off his relationship with Selena. The hero asked the Holy Maiden to visit the village of the Wild Elves, but Jiha made it clear that the elves would hardly allow Selena to take the grass there so easily. And therefore, in order to gain an advantage in negotiations, Jiha advised using salt, which the Wild Elves sorely lacked. After receiving the instructions, Selena willingly agreed to fulfill the will of the god's deputy. Everyone agreed on everything, and then Jiha sent Selena salt for exchange. Later, Jiha watched as the prince and the saint went to the elf village. The hero found the elder's expression on his face when he saw the salt quite funny. All this meant was that for a while, Jiha wouldn't have to worry about the supply of ingredients. Sometime later, when Jiha returned to the secret garden, he was stopped by wild surprise. After all, there, one on top of the other, lay the Theradrons. As it turned out, the beetles were simply exhausted from carrying out Ji's orders. Then the story took a detour into the plot, telling how dungeons began to appear more and more often in the world, which carried a reward in the form of chests. However, opening a chest did not always indicate receiving a valuable reward. Often the catch there was incredibly meager. In connection with all this, already in the present, Jiha wanted to resolve the situation with the chests. As soon as they recovered, the Theradrons made it clear to the hero that they were ready to continue to carry out any orders. After which, as expected, the work continued. Jiha watched with bated breath as the Theradrons skillfully managed without tools, especially, even managing to melt metal in their mouths. Subsequently, their work resulted in the creation of chests. With curiosity, Jiha looked to see what would happen next. Before his eyes, the Theradrons carried clay bowls filled with various precious items. Jiha never expected that the Theradrons would be able to figure out on their own about adding rewards to the chests. In the end, Jiha praised the Theradrons for the work they had done. Still, Jiha believed that hunters might be dissatisfied with such rewards. At some point, the hero realized what needed to be done. With that, the story moved to a random dungeon. The action took place in the middle of the forests. The local hunters walked forward cheerfully, exchanging jokes. Often their wit was directed towards the armored giant Doc. Suddenly, one of the hunters stopped, seeing something suspicious. And indeed, in front of the entrance to the cave, there was a sign that informed about the chance of an item dropping. Not considering the sign to be a trap, the hunters entered the cave. Already there, among the bodies of the defeated monsters, the hunters again ridiculed Doc for again failing to kill anyone. At that very second, one of the monsters became worn out, apparently coming to life. Doc stepped back in fear. However, the monster itself was obviously aiming at him. Then, another hunter rushed to help the tank. Finally, the dungeon was cleared. Having dealt with the monsters, the hunters could now look at the contents of the chest. To the hunters' surprise, instead of the expected one chest, there were 5 hidden in the cave. In addition, the method of opening chests itself has changed, becoming cheaper, which could not but please hunters. As a result, useful items began to drop from chests more and more often, even if they were disposable. Sometimes, the value of such rewards was so great that hunters even doubted that they could accept it, and sometimes it turns out to be something extremely mysterious. Now, after receiving incredible rewards, the whole group was in a hurry to get an appointment with the Catmaster. Already in the present, Jiha almost idolized the little Theradrons for another successful completion. Then, having moved to the world of people, Jiha waited for the guests. It later turned out that the shield was the only item that really needed to be assessed. However, as for the scroll, it had unexpected contents in the form of the awakening skill. Of course, Jiha told all this to the cowardly Doc. As best he could, Jiha explained about the scrolls, the skills, and especially those that awaken. In this case, Jiha made it clear that Doc's skill could completely repel an attack from almost any enemy. Doc burst into tears even more, because this could mean that he could simply not engage in combat, only endlessly blocking damage. The other hunters began to congratulate Doc on such an extremely useful acquisition. However, the only condition for activating such a skill could be the capture of a giant warthog. To the shock of many, Doc was willing to try it. Subsequently, the group of hunters left the appraiser's office. Before leaving, they even tried to thank Jiha with a lot of gold, but the hero refused by force. Then already at night, the action took place in Doc's house. Following the advice, Doc lit a candle before going to bed in order to learn more about his abilities. And then, Doc really found himself inside a tangible dream. Before him, in jagged strokes, a story emerged in which someone alone fights the undead. Doc found it strange that the hunter there fought desperately, not even thinking of retreating. At one point, Doc felt like the hunter was looking straight at him. Suddenly, Doc was illuminated by an unprecedented light. After receiving the first rank of Pureblood Knight, Doc woke up. Coming out of sleep, Doc slowly got out of bed. Rubbing his eyes, he saw that he had indeed been given the skill from the dream. The problem was that being a shield user, Doc had acquired the sword skill. He sighed heavily and had no choice but to resign himself. After some time, the news began to broadcast about a new discovered skill, which was called Awakening. From the presenter's lips, it seemed that the skill was rare, and in fact, the first hunter to encounter it was now undergoing a test. In this regard, all the attention of the Hunters Association was directed to this person. Next, the cameras zoomed in to show Doc standing in front of the giant warthog. Everyone supported the crybaby and hoped for his victory. Immediately, the warthog struck its hooves, tearing up the ground beneath it. And the next second, he completely jumped up from his spot. Doc tensed up. Beads of sweat began to roll down her face. At the right moment, he put up a shield and held back the monster's blow. Unexpectedly, their eyes met, and it was now, under the pressure of the warthog, that Doc's skill was activated. The heat began to build up, eventually touching the warthog. Ultimately, it all culminated in a devastating and blinding explosion. The shockwave even touched the spectators, but they still managed to stay on their feet. Of all of them, only the girl party member was sincerely worried about Doc's fate. Fortunately, when the curtain of fire passed, the shield man himself appeared. The world was spinning in Doc's eyes, and it even began to seem as if leaves were falling around him. He saw a strange, ghostly figure bending towards the ground a couple of meters away. The figure planted plants with care. To his partial horror, Doc recognized in this image a god in whom he had never believed. Then Doc had a revelation about his body and courage. Doc began to reflect on his role, which was to help his comrades and follow the will of God. None of Doc's group could even imagine how deep the thoughts were that were now haunting him. In their eyes, suddenly, Doc clenched his palms. Then he fell to his knees. Upon finishing, Doc made it known that he had acquired something more than just the awakening skill. Turning around and smiling, Doc called this thing the Path. Later, among themselves on forums, the hunters actively discussed what happened to Doc and the awakening itself. Meanwhile, Jiha was finishing work on something. It just so happened that after the events related to the hunter Doc, Jiha found a book in the garden. Thanks to her, from now on, Jiha knew everything about the buffs. It was by following the instructions in the book that the hero created the pedestals that would bestow blessings on the hunters. But at the same time, something new caught Jiha's attention. Smiling, the hero said to himself that what was needed happened at the right time. After all, where the hunter's gaze was directed, a group of hunters was walking again. Jiha's acquaintances, hunters, were talking among themselves about a certain water dragon. Suddenly Edie stopped, which alerted Seo. After all, there was a statue there that had appeared out of nowhere. To himself, Eddie was at a loss as to who could have done something like this. Edie looked up at the sky, unequivocally, and told himself that he understood absolutely nothing. Subsequently, the hunters had a battle with monsters in the dungeon. With the help of the statue, the hunters coped with this task without difficulty. In addition to the buffs, the statue also turned out to be able to heal hunters who were poisoned. Later, the events moved into the night, to the house of Edie and Seo. By chance, while sleeping, Eddie found himself in a strange place. Getting up from the floor, Edie saw Philip and Selena standing in front of him and talking about something. The hunter was pleased to see familiar faces. However, there was someone else there too. On the other side of the room stood a knight whom Eddie saw for the first time. Having summoned the sword, Edie believed that by defeating the knight, he would be able to adopt his abilities. But then, almost instantly, sparks struck Eddie's eyes. Having correctly anticipated the hunter's thoughts, the knight went on the attack. The knight, approaching the sword's wedge, told Eddie to maintain his pose. The hunter clenched his teeth and the sound of crossed swords could be heard. Having broken free, Eddie loudly asked the knight how he knew the hunter. However, he remained silent. Eddie gripped his sword tighter. He was already imagining the level of confrontation he would face with the knight. Changing his position, the hunter decided to do everything possible to gain the upper hand. Suddenly the knight spoke again, warning Edie of a future the hunter was completely unprepared for. After thinking for a while, Eddie asked specifically whether the knight was talking about Tao. However, the knight had something much more terrible in mind. Eddie considered such speeches to be meaningless nonsense. Then, Edie decided to change the subject of the conversation, and was already interested in the knight's personality. In response, the knight raised his hand, summoning projections of swords and calling himself the Holy Sword of the Legion. Suddenly, the projected swords turned their points towards Edie. The knight said that from now on, he would be engaged in the enlightenment of the hunter himself. Eddie became wary. He noted that the knight spoke to the hunter in such a way that he would have known him for a long time. The knight waved his sword in front of him in a mannered manner and said that he had been watching the hero for some time. Then, adding that Eddie was the strongest and most worthy among people, the knight explained to Edie that he became active because the apostle of the god Ark was born. Without receiving any more specifics, Edie thought that the whole situation might be connected with Selena and Philip. The knight no longer wished to converse, and so taking an attacking stance, called on Edie to defend himself or be consumed. Eddie himself was also preparing for battle, mentally understanding that he would not be able to achieve anything more from the knight in words. Then, using the power of ether, he simply disappeared. A second later, Eddie appeared next to the knight and attacked him, expecting a quick victory. Having held back the initial onslaught, the knight called on Eddie to defend himself. Immediately, a mass of swords flew towards the hunter. Eddie himself suddenly closed his eyes. Straining, lights of ether began to run through his body, to then swing the sword and create a long line of ethereal energy. The knight's laughter was heard, praising Eddie for repelling the initial attack. Then the knight used the Stormblade technique. The hunter stood his ground, but was forced to retreat in the face of such force. However, all this did not stop the knight, who now used the Whirlwind Strike technique. Immediately after this, a plasma vortex engulfed the area where Eddie was located. Meanwhile, some events were unfolding in Jiha's store. There was some alchemical work going on there, which the hero had almost finished. As a final touch, Jiha saw the resulting mixture being poured into bottles. Finally, the first batch of potions to increase physical strength was completed. Choi applauded the hero and the amazing job Jiha did. Jiha laughed in response. In fact, not being against the fact that someone stood to the side and watched someone else's work. Next, Choi almost screamed when he read the incredible properties of the potion that Jiha had made. When Choi calmed down, he mentally acknowledged how incredible Jiha's potion had been. Overall, Choi found it incredible how Jiha managed to make his potions without using most tools. After finishing marveling, Choi left Jiha's shop and said goodbye. Gradually, the day passed and evening came. Jiha was glad that his alchemy skills had grown considerably. However, the hero was already getting sleepy. Soon, he found himself in the secret garden again. In addition to enjoying the local beauty and fresh air, Jiha remembered his pets, whom he had not seen for a long time. At that very moment, for some unknown reason, the alarm plant began to ring. Jiha instantly turned his gaze to Mount Afedo, guessing something terrible. The hero even imagined that something, such as an earthquake, could damage the iron seal. A notification from the system then appeared, informing Jiha of a problem with the seal, which the Pterodrons were immediately dispatched to repair. Looking over, Jiha saw the Pterodrons begin to erect a barrier around the seal. Jiha was worried that the seal might not hold, and then a terrible evil would be unleashed. Suddenly, loud footsteps of massive paws were heard nearby. It was a black lion, Taudi's minion. Without delay, another group of Pterodrons flew out to intercept it. They began to open portals en masse. Suddenly, Jiha looked back. Almost all of the Pterodrons were missing, and the hero figured that they must have gone to battle with Tauthi's henchmen. All this could only mean that Jiha also should not waste time. Returning to his world, Jiha began to make potions for the hunters as quickly as possible. Jiha finished all this with items that served to awaken skills. In addition, Jiha actively collected data during the battle of the Pterodrons against the Black Lion. Time passed, autumn came, until something happened. Indeed, in the middle of the city, a portal of previously unseen dimensions opened. One of the nearby hunters decided to look through the portal, but was faced with a notification from the system. A look of excitement appeared on his face, after which he informed the others of the great problems related to rank. A cigarette fell from the hands of another hunter when it was announced that the dungeon level was 6th. Later, at the entrance to the portal, familiar hunters from history appeared, who discussed among themselves the clearing of the dungeon, without involving the association. Eddie argued this point of view with concern for the city itself, since other countries would prefer to wipe it off the face of the earth if they found out about a dungeon of such a level. Eddie's behavior was so defiant and self-confident that the other hunters even thought that perhaps something had changed with him. However, Eddie's idea was supported by other hunters who had awakened their skills thanks to Jiha's efforts. Right there, Seo mentioned that she received something unusual from Jiha. Eddie looked closely at the elixir, receiving a message from the system, which told about its wild, compared to other potions, beneficial properties. Eddie hid such a treasure for later, promising that in time he would thank Jiha. Later, Eddie called all the other hunters to follow him. Later, as usual, spying on everything, Jiha exclaimed in surprise. After all, the hunters he knew well finally appeared in the dungeon. Jiha began to closely watch the progress of the hunters, being ready to support those at any moment. Jiha knew that the Pterodrons could subjugate the Black Lion, even though Tauthi lacked the strength. Moreover, Jiha had no choice but to keep his fingers crossed for his guys. While moving through the dungeon, at some point, the hunters came across a statue. Everyone received buffs from the statue and then continued on their way. One of the hunters even drank the elixir he had received earlier, stating that its characteristics had doubled. Everyone was in high spirits, especially Leah, who was ready to destroy the boss. As before, they were led by Eddie, who was already drawing his sword from its sheath. A minute later, a crash and the cracking of stones was heard. From the mountain heights, several black lions appeared at once. Eddie tensed up, alerting everyone that the enemy was coming. After which, one of the black lions, growling, began to run down the slopes of the mountain. A few seconds of descent, a jump, and lo and behold, the lion's paws have already torn apart one of the hunters. Eddie shouted out a command, making it clear what role each hunter in the group would play. The hunters stood as a united front, ready to fight to the death. Urgently, air and matter began to be cut by the swings of Seo's sword. She was supported by a mad fire phoenix that burst out of Leah's staff. Additionally, drowning monsters in lava summoning. Subsequently, a wall of fire covered the Black Lion. However, not everywhere the battle went smoothly. One of the hunters barely held back the monster's blows. At some point, this lion saw that all his other relatives had already fallen, and so he stopped and stared at the already dying fire. Eddie was already going to deal with this personally. Jumping as close as possible, he activated the Stormblade skill. The lion was defeated, and briefly, the hero discussed among themselves Eddie's new and previously unseen technique. But the hunter's joy at their quick victory was premature. For now, a more perfect lion, Bloody, was entering the scene. Malik could hardly believe that he was seeing such a rare monster in front of him. One of the hunters even shouted that this lion was a level higher than its predecessors. Slowly, Blood Lion approached the group of hunters. Next, he lifted his paw, filled with arcane magic. Anticipating the worst, Eddie gritted his teeth. He quickly turned around and commanded everyone to drink the buffing potions. At that very moment, Seo's cry was heard, fearing for Edie. Meanwhile, the hunter himself saturated his blade with the power of ether. Trying to buy time for the others, he began to fight off the Blood Lion's attacks. One of the hunters agreed with Edie's plan, reminding Seo that it would be better to go into battle fully prepared. Through the pain in her heart, Seo agreed, because this was exactly Edie's path. However, Seo was worried that Edie might disappear again. Seo was shaking with nerves, and yet, mentally, she overcame her fears. Then, turning around, she gave the order for the other hunters to search for all possible information about the Blood Lions. Luckily for them, such information was available on the Hunter's Encyclopedia website. Now that Eddie was buying time, everyone else was getting ready. Just when it seemed that Eddie's strength was leaving him, a cry from the tank hunter was heard. A large shield area appeared, distracting the Blood Lion. Next, provocation was applied. The monster reacted and rushed at the tank hunter. He, holding his position, shouted out, letting the others know that it was time to act. The hunter archer came forward. Pulling the bowstring, she released an emerald arrow. The arrow hit the target and wounded the monster. The collision with the arrow threw the lion into the air, where it spun around itself. Seo arrived urgently, covering Lev with many cuts. When Eddie was preparing to finish off Lev, suddenly an even larger paw appeared above him. Pressing it into the ground, the paw crushed the monster like an overripe fruit. Eddie froze in place. The other hunters were no less shocked. After all, out of nowhere, a huge wolf was now looking at them. However, the hunters did not lose their heads, but prepared to confront the new enemy. In response, the wolf opened his mouth. A voice that penetrated to the very depths of the soul was heard calling the hunters to stop. The wolf's eyes flashed, then he said that he was not an enemy of the hunters. Seo was ready to believe the wolf, but first she wanted to hear who he was. These questions were stopped by Eddie, who made it clear that he knew the wolf. Then, taking up his sword, Edie greeted the wolf by the name Howler. After this was said, the wolf began to approach Edie. While the hunters, looking at each other, tried to comprehend the name of Howler, Eddie briefly explained to the others that the wolf was the god of nature, and that there was a contract with the hunter. This information was extremely incomprehensible to most hunters. Eddie ignored them and walked up to Howler. The wolf growled. In Edie's head, the sound translated as a warning that Taoti had awakened. But, since the hunters would first have to face Taoti's guards, the wolf wanted to help Eddie by giving him his ether. As for Taoti himself, the wolf mysteriously told Edie that the others would take care of it. The hunter had no choice but to touch the wolf and accept its ether. When the transmission was complete, Eddie felt a new force flowing inside the other's body. Then came the voice of the wolf, who was counting on Eddie's survival. The fog rose and the wolf melted into it. Given the circumstances, Edie had no choice but to challenge Taoti's guards. At the same time, the Taoti guards complained to their master that the annoying little people had become insolent. An even more formidable creature, chewing someone, asked to leave them for itself. Having smashed the bones that were near him, the villain assured his followers that soon he would become the ruler of the heavens. Immediately after this, the gods of nature appeared on the slope. The villain laughed at them. The gods of nature were in no hurry to attack. They started a conversation with the villain about his hunger. Gradually, their conversation turned to someone greater, whom the scoundrel was protecting. Subsequently, the villain continued to mock the gods of nature because out of their mass, only 3 dared to speak out. Arkfoot spoke up, wondering if the villain would be able to handle the 3 of them. Following this, Octus and Growlo went on the attack. The monster was preparing. It knew that the gods of nature were up to some trick. The villain was ready to fight back, after which he would destroy the entire legacy of the gods of nature. Suddenly, from the other side, Arkfoot's horn flew at him. But he hit a certain barrier, and the collision with it caused an explosion. And yet, the villain was wounded. Then Actus and Growlo grabbed onto his body. With all their fury, they tried to tear the monster apart. During this battle, the villain's eyes lit up in a special way. With a roar, he managed to push Actus and Growlo off of him, after which the sky above their heads cracked like glass, which apparently was the result of this battle of the powers that be. Seeing this, Arkfoot said that the dimensional wall had cracked. Actus immediately called on the gods to retreat. In fact, they were no longer able to change the situation that had happened. Subsequently, the currents of the rift pulled them all into themselves. A new breach opened up, throwing them all into the human world. Having barely landed, the villain hit the ground with his paws, causing a destructive wave. He accompanied his actions with a cry that the gods of nature should not stand in his way. Despite all this, having escaped the villain's attack, Actus cut him with his clawed paw. The villain howled in pain. Growlo, jumping up from the other side, also made his contribution. From above, Arkfoot trampled him into the ground. Suffering damage, the villain could not come to terms with the thought that he was about to be defeated. Dying and melting like ice in the sunlight, he called out to his father one last time. Next, the story moved on to Jiha, who witnessed all his pets disappear without a trace. Wherever the hero looked, there were no skirmishes or familiar images to be seen. At the same time, something began to break through from the depths of the earth. Immediately, the alarm plant began to ring, which attracted Jiha's attention. Suspecting something was wrong, Jiha hurried to see how things were going with the hunters. As soon as Jiha looked, massive paws burst out from under the ground in the area there. The great two-headed guardian appeared to the light. At that very moment, the guardian spewed flames from himself. Tirelessly, the guardian poured fire into the passage ahead of him. Jiha frowned, realizing that the guardian would protect Tauthi at any cost. And therefore, the hero hoped that Eddie would be extremely careful. At the same time, Edie also saw the silhouette of the guardian from afar. Urgently, the next bottles of potions were drunk. The shield-bearer Khan came to the fore. A couple of seconds later, a fiery mass was approaching in that direction. Having stood his ground, Khan began to contain the restless flame. Now, before Khan's strength left him, Eddie had to manage to do everything. Eddie immediately broke into a run, activating the mana blade. Accelerating with every step, the hunter left behind a trail of ether. Having reached the guardian there, Edie instantly changed the technique to Storm Blade Strike. Apparently, having hit the guardian, an explosive dome was formed, which pushed Edie away. But then, from behind the fire and the riot of colors, the voice of the guardian was heard, who was surprised not only by Edie's strength, but also by the meeting with a sword that was familiar to him. The guard looked closely at Edie. Then, he said what relation the hunter had to the knight Naburan. True, Eddie had no intention of having a heart-to-heart talk with the monster, and therefore urged him to prepare for death. Edie's arrogance angered the guardian, causing him to prepare to turn the hunter into ashes. A few moments later, the guardian released a fiery breath. Dodging the flames, Edie responded by activating the Mana Blade skill. Following this, transforming it into Whirlwind Strike. Thunder and destruction followed, but along with them, the ringing laughter of the guardian also rang out. Responding to attack with attack, the guardian stamped his feet. Eddie jumped up, avoiding the resulting cracks, but not seeing how another paw of the guardian was already approaching him. And now, with a blow to her, the guardian managed to hit the hunter. Frightened for Eddie, Jiha shouted his name with all his might. Eddie himself flew into some debris, now finding himself in extremely serious condition. His eyes darkened, and he woke up again in a strange dream. Standing with a sword in his hands, he listened to instructions from the knight. A little while later, Eddie begged the knight to tell him everything about the third stage of the sword technique. The knight warned Edie that using unmastered mechanics forcibly would only lead to exhaustion and death of the hunter. And yet, Knight Eddie did give him some kind of gift. At that very moment, the guardian sensed something was wrong. Suddenly, the previously broken Eddie stood up, and behind him, the spirit of Growlo was clearly reflected. The sight of this enraged the guardian, who began to shout that the hunter was behaving in an impossible manner. But after that, a wave of ether flew into the guardian. Moving from his place, Eddie began to attack him furiously. The damage was so severe that blood immediately began to flow from the guardian's mouth. Eddie carried out all this under the instructions of the knight, who at least once, at the most critical moment, allowed the use of high-ranking technology. This is exactly what Edie did, and that is how he managed to defeat the guardian. After which, with a ringing sound, Eddie's sword fell to the ground, and he himself fell to his knees and bowed his head. Meanwhile, Jiha and the other Pterodrons were already celebrating their victory. A minute later, he came to his senses, because it was still too early for the celebrations. Immediately, Jiha commanded the Pterodrons to begin restoring the seal. Some time had passed since then, and Jiha began to catch someone's crying out of the corner of his ear. After looking around, the hero was finally able to determine where the sound was coming from, and then Jiha moved in the right direction. Afterwards, he froze, and tears appeared in Jiha's eyes. After all, the gods of nature themselves stood near Jiha. The gods began to lick Jiha because they were yearning for their master. Several hours have passed since then. Jiha took care of his pets, fed them, and now enjoyed their sleep. Stroking them, Jiha decided that they were probably incredibly tired. Now, Jiha himself was already stretching, dreamily saying that it would be so wonderful if peacetime never ended. However, Jiha was wary of Taoti's arrival, believing that in such a case, the hero would have to borrow the power of the gods of nature. Therefore, Jiha had to prepare well for this event. Subsequently, Jiha was actively involved in treating his pets. At first, Jiha had to persuade those gods of nature to take the potions. With all his might, Jiha tried not to express anger regarding the disobedience of his pets. Then, using a little blackmail, Jiha managed to persuade the pets to start taking the potions. Jiha understood perfectly well that he was operating in a dirty way, but the hero had no other choice. And yet, Jiha was overjoyed, because his pets were recovering before his eyes. Over time, people began to discuss the victory over Taoti more and more often, gradually realizing that this was not the work of hunters. Gradually, everyone learned about the gods of nature, as well as the exciting fact that one of the hunters had made a contract with them. It was because of all this that an urgent conference was held in the country of Jiha. At this conference, the topic of nature gods and why and how they defeated Taoti was actively discussed. Next, the conference discussed the ancient seal and why access to it was opened in the country of Jiha. Then the president came forward with questions about the dungeon and the traces of the battle there. The speaker confirmed the president's theory by showing slides of traces of a battle that had once taken place between Taoti and the gods of nature. The speaker was Malik, who specified that despite the traces of the battle that were found, it was unclear who exactly left them. From Malik's words, it followed that if at least someone had died, traces of the essence should have remained. After hearing everything, the president decided that the case was closed, and there was nothing more to investigate. Next, he turned to a certain Ashley, asking her about the US reaction to what had happened. Ashley spoke up, informing the president that the United States did not have most of the information, and therefore there was nothing to fear. After hearing this, Malik wanted to say something. Finally making up his mind, he informed the president that the United States wanted to know absolutely everything about the 6th-tier dungeon. Then, picking up the projector remote, Malik switched the slide to an image of a wolf, describing it as a god of nature who had signed a contract with a hunter. The president viewed such information with suspicion. Ashley sighed, thinking it was unwise to withhold information from the US about contact with the god of nature. The president waved it off, in fact. He wanted to hear about how exactly the hunters managed to deal with the great monster on their own. Malik sighed. Then, he began to attribute special merit for this accomplishment to a person like Jiha. Malik described Jiha as a talented alchemist whose potions brought victory. Scratching his chin, the president responded by saying that a person like Jiha was definitely worth protecting. One of those present feared that Jiha could be kidnapped by evil forces in order to use the hero's talent for their own purposes. Then, the president loudly declared that he would take care of something like this. Malik was pleased with the president's response, which would mean state-level protection for Jiha. Next, he started talking about preparing for the arrival of the next destruction rank monster. Ashley expressed different thoughts, believing that she should meet Jiha at any cost. At the same time, Jiha was clutching a ball of essence in his hands. Looking at it from all sides, he admitted that he had never seen anything like it before. In response, Jiha only received Bem's meow when the hero asked if the orb was part of the Taoiti ether. When Jiha tried to ask Bem about the meaning of the ball, the cat suddenly began to jump and stretch his paws upward. Jiha guessed that the ball must somehow be connected to the great tree. Without further ado, in a moment of thought, Jiha's hand, which held the ball of essence, dropped. As soon as the ball touched the branch of the great tree, it grabbed the object. In the next few seconds, the ball strangely flew upward. Suddenly a strong wind blew and leaves fell from the great tree. Jiha looked up at the treetops, seeing how they were being transformed. The hero was completely enchanted. The light emanating from within the great tree even attracted the attention of the gods of nature. Suddenly, somewhere behind Jiha, a clicking sound was heard. The hero looked back with interest. A goat came up to him, making a beeping sound. Confused, Jiha greeted the goat. Sitting down, the hero tried to ask the goat where she came from. But she, only bleeding once more, began to walk away towards the portal that had appeared out of nowhere. Without a second thought, Jiha followed the goat into the portal. After passing, Jiha saw a library of incredible proportions. When Jiha asked if a goat ruled this place, a more confident bleating was heard in response. Jiha found this place amazing, now thinking about what name to give the new pet. After a moment of brainstorming, Jiha named the goat Yoni. Subsequently, Jiha began to study the library, where, as it turned out, in order to read books, one had to pay essence first. Jiha even thought that in a similar place, other books should be kept, which, under other circumstances, could be found in the dungeon. However, when Jiha's thoughts began to turn to other finds, he was distracted by a familiar buzzing sound. It's not clear where pterodrons appeared in the library. Jiha tried to touch them, but pulled his hand away in time. After all, in fact, the pterodrons in the library were different from those that lived under the great tree. Not only their color was different, but even their sizes. Almost immediately, Jiha guessed that the local pterodrons belonged to the world tree itself. Jiha noted that their behavior was characterized by constant rearrangement of books and constant recording. Suddenly, Yoni presented Jiha with a book, as if the hero was obliged to read it. Having opened it, Jiha plunged into the meticulous work of listing everything that was in the world of portals. Afterwards, Jiha asked Yoni if there were any books in the library about the mines in the portal world. Quite cleverly, the goat knocked several books off the shelves. Jiha picked up the books, letting Yoni know that he would borrow them for a while. After these events, the story moved back some time. Looking at the great tree, Jiha believed that it grew as people defeated various monsters. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the sounds of water. Then, starting to look around, Jiha soon noticed a wonderful waterfall. Because of the thick fog, Jiha had never noticed this waterfall before. Immediately after this, bees began to fly past Ji, and the hero witnessed the presence of hives nearby, some of which even had levers. Jiha began to look as one of the pterodrons grabbed the lever. The lever was lowered, causing drops of honey to filter out of the hive. As it turned out, these drops of honey were painstakingly collected by pterodrons. Jiha's shock turned to surprise, as the bees, for some unknown reason, did not attack the pterodrons. A system window immediately appeared, informing Jiha about the discovery of a new honey-based ingredient. Jiha read the description with bated breath, which promised a permanent increase in strength. Later, Pterodron obligingly allowed Jiha to try the collected honey. Over time, Jiha created potions from honey, but he did not intend to sell them, but to use them as one of the types of rewards in chests. So some time passed. It was time to get to work, and Jiha decided first of all to release more worms near the lake. Thus, with his care and attention, Jiha improved the ecosystem time after time. Such manipulations always required Jiha to spend a lot of essence. But the hero, content with the constant opening of the gates and the demand for potions from the hunters, did not need anything. Meanwhile, Jiha had one major problem, in the form of a lack of salt. Initially, Jiha believed that only wild elves could suffer from such a deficiency. As it turned out, the residents of the village of survivors also needed it. Prince Philip was angry that there was not a single salt mine in the entire kingdom. Philip's pleas were heard, and Jiha, in the guise of God's intermediary, promised to do something about it. Subsequently, the hero opened the book. After reading the text, Jiha came to the conclusion that the salt mines did exist, but their location was indicated incorrectly. Studying the text further, Jiha managed to find a mention of the location of the mines, but the language there was little familiar to the hero. In order to investigate the guesses, Jiha sent out pterodron scouts on important missions. Having received a precise description of what needed to be looked for, the pterodron scout took to the skies. Flying over forests and lush meadows, suddenly Jiha stopped his gaze, focusing on the herd of cows grazing in the meadow. It was unclear who the cows belonged to, and in order not to lose them, Jiha decided to send the cattle to the village of survivors. Jiha then turned his gaze to his pets, deciding which of them would be best suited to handle such a mission. In the end, Dennis was called. Jiha was counting on the wolf cub. Afterwards, having prepared carefully, Jiha watched the show, where, led by Denny, Jiha's pets were driving a herd of cows. At the same time, the pterodron scouts managed to find an abandoned grain storage facility, where the grain was simply abandoned to its fate. Using diplomacy, Jiha managed to persuade the pterodrons to collect all the grain there in a matter of hours. Next, Jiha contacted Selena, informing her that the wheat beetles would soon arrive. Immediately, Jiha made it clear that a herd of cows was heading towards the village. Ultimately, Jiha's incredible care turned into a food paradise for the village of survivors. Jiha also helped with smaller things, often donating healing potions to the people of the village. At the same time, in the house where the shield maker Doc lived, prayers were actively heard. The hunter knelt down and prayed to God for everything good and against everything bad. And yet the scripture that Doc professed seemed incomplete. The hunter keenly felt that for his spiritual growth, he would need a teacher. But Doc didn't believe in such a person, nor in religion itself, because something similar had already been destroyed in the world of portals. Doc sighed heavily and didn't know what to do with his faith in the future. Somewhere in the hunter's head, the statement was suddenly born that he could do whatever he wanted, and with this thought he began to put on his armor. Doc was determined that even without a teacher, he would move forward with determination. Gradually, the events of the story moved to the dungeon. There, using the power of the iron shield, Doc scattered hordes of monsters. Other hunters praised Doc, because with his help, clearing any dungeon was sped up several times. Suddenly, one of the hunters from the group saw a pterodron in the sky. Afterwards, all members of the group watched as the beetle flew through an invisible wall. For some reason, the hunters even wanted to follow the beetle. Having done so over time, Doc stood rooted to the spot. After all, in front of the entire group, there were now fortress walls whose gates were open. Inside, the hunters saw houses, and also people who led their lives. A little to the side, in the middle of the fields, the hunters observed therodrons rummaging in the ground. Doc was at a loss as to the location he had found and the behavior of the therodrons. Eventually, he decided to go closer and take a closer look. Almost immediately, a loud call to stop was heard. Doc's path was blocked by guards who called him an invader. The settlers began to actively arm themselves, and at the same time, sent messengers to the prince and the Holy Virgin. As their most powerful fighters and defenders, the settlers fielded the therodrons. The hunters themselves were confused by this reaction. The next minute, the quiet sound of feet was heard. The settlers dispersed before the steps of the beautiful Saint Selena. The hunters were stunned. The girl looked so much like the statues they had encountered earlier in the raids. The prince's commanding voice was also heard, asking him to explain the situation. The female part of the hunting group immediately became excited, seeing in the prince an unprecedented handsome man. While the hunters were actively discussing the prince's appearance, he greeted strangers. Unexpectedly, the prince asked if the strangers came from the same place from which Edie had once come. The characters started talking, and it became a revelation to Doc that the famous hunter Eddie had lived among the local people for several years. Remembering Edie's report upon his return, Doc realized that he had just spoken to Prince Philip himself. Selena also approached the prince and began to ask whether the strangers were really hunters. In response, Doc nodded approvingly. Almost at the same moment, having spoken about the saint, Doc fell to his knees. To everyone's surprise, Doc asked Selena for enlightenment. Doc explained that he wanted to know everything about the Lord. Doc lamented that in the earthly world, the religion of the God Ark was practically not respected. For Selena, these words and Doc's zeal were like a gift from God, to which she reciprocated. After a brief ceremony, Selena offered Doc an amulet as a symbol of the God Ark's faith. Clutching the amulet in his fist, Doc thanked Selena. Subsequently, the hunters were accepted into the village as friends. Long conversations followed, containing the fate of Edie and the future fate of the village itself. Time passed quickly, and hours later, the hunters were forced to return to the dungeon. This day was significant for Doc. A couple of days have passed since then, and the events of the story have moved on to Jiha's store. There, the hero was visited by Doc. Radiating happiness, Doc told Jiha that he had received a blessing from Saint Selena. After reflecting on Doc's story, Jiha described everything that happened as becoming an apostle. Doc looked at Ji with confusion and asked him again. Jiha explained that Doc could become something like a religious disseminator. Realizing everything and hitting himself on the armor, Doc thanked Jiha for the explanation. Hours passed since this meeting, and now the hero returned to the secret garden. In the middle of the earth, Jiha suddenly discovered the queen of the Pterodrons. Squatting down, Jiha began to question the queen about what had happened to her, but she suddenly puffed out her cheeks. As best she could, the queen of the Pterodrons spoke the word Terracid. As expected, a window from the system appeared, informing that Terracid was the seed that made the land fertile. True, Jiha himself found it strange how this seed sounded from the lips of the queen. Then, as soon as Jiha took a step, he was immediately whipped on the shoe. Looking down, Jiha saw a series of drawings on the ground that the Therodron knight had referred to. Very soon, Jiha figured out the essence of the drawings, which meant that first, the seed had to be soaked in the elixir. The hero had no choice but to do just that. Exhaling and wiping sweat from his forehead, Jiha admired the resulting potion. Right there, especially for the common cause, the Pterodron knight brought a flower pot for Ji. Having thanked him, Jiha began to place the seed and essence stones into the ground. Next, Jiha uncorked the bottle with the potion. Then, pouring the mixture there onto the seed. Some time passed and the seed actually sprouted. Jiha was delighted with the results, and noted that in this way, the fertile seed could be spread everywhere. Following this, the events of the story moved to one dungeon. There, the hunters looked warily at the previously unseen chest. Of all those present, Nuna stood out for her particular courage in deciding to look into the chest. To the laughter of the hunters, she pulled a small seed out of the chest. The dream responded that while reading the notification from the system, he was pronouncing the beneficial properties of the seed. Betty spoke out with concerns, believing that a terrible monster could sprout from the seed. The dream calmed Betty down, and soon all government channels were broadcasting about the purchase of a new variety of seeds. While the host was telling stories about increasing soil fertility, Jiha treated Leah to his own cooking. A little apprehensive, Liu decided to find out if the dish would be too spicy. Having made a brave decision, Leah nevertheless put one piece of the dish into her mouth. To the redhead's delight, the dish was indescribably delicious. During the feast, Leah accidentally started a conversation with Jiha about a new variety of seeds. Jiha chuckled nervously, saying that the seeds would be extremely useful to human society. Subsequently, their conversation touched upon the Eternal Flame Guild, whose members were offered citizenship in Japan. Leah shared with Jiha a story about Japan as a place that not long ago was drowning in an invasion of monsters and other cataclysms. Then, when Jiha asked about Leah's response to the Japanese government's proposal, for some reason the redhead poked the hero in the cheek with her finger. While picking a booger off Jiha's cheek, Leah said that she would not have come to the hero if she had made a positive decision. Only a minute later, the hint in the red-haired girl's words reached Jiha. Beaming with happiness, Jiha expressed his joy at Leah's decision. Hearing this, Leah felt embarrassed for the first time. Taking advantage of the moment while Jiha was distracted by the pets, Leah was hysterical in her thoughts regarding the hero's idiotic reaction. At the same time, a strange bird flew into the secret garden. The bird let out a cry that Jiha somehow managed to hear in another dimension. Jiha even thought that among the nature gods, there was a place for someone with a similar voice. The natural gods themselves were already discussing among themselves the owner of the voice, whom Bem promised to eat. Seeing that Jiha stood rooted to the spot, Leah even became worried about him. But the hero attributed everything to his natural sluggishness. As a result, Jiha's slowness even led to the food that was being cooked on the fire burning in the house. Later, Jiha entered the secret garden to deal with the owner of the scream there. At some point, the hero stopped, because a new scream was heard and very close. Looking up, Jiha saw a bird sitting on the branches of a great tree. While Jiha was pondering the parrot's strange voice, he didn't even notice how Bem rushed past. Hissing and baring his fangs, Bem climbed the tree towards the bird extremely quickly. For a second or two, Jiha even began to think that Bem and the strange bird had probably known each other before. Climbing the tree, Bem himself threw threats of being eaten at the bird. However, one awkward movement and the cat's paw slipped. With a loud, disappointed meow, Bem fell down. Jiha chuckled, because as it turned out, Bem was quite bad at climbing trees. In fact, Jiha had no idea that Bem and the bird were simply having fun in this way. At some point, the name Hong was born in Jiha's head, and he decided to call the bird by that name. The bird turned its attention to the man, who was now calling it by that name. The next second, several feathers flew from the tree branches. After flapping its wings a couple of times, the parrot had already settled on Ji's shoulder. At the same time, Jiha noticed that as soon as the parrot was given a name, Bem strangely stopped pursuing him in every way. Later, Jiha found out that Hong was able to distinguish seeds, and also carefully stored them in a warehouse. Entering the portal, Jiha was taken aback, because the parrot's warehouse turned out to be far from small. In fact, it was a real grain storage facility. Later, after all these events, several days passed. Late in the evening, someone was actively typing. The phrase about the seed vault was entered into the search query. The answer was found very quickly, and it turned out that such a storage facility served as an opportunity to save cultures in the event of global cataclysms. And then, after, the survivors would be able to repopulate the surface with life. But as it turned out, this project was on the verge of death, because over the years, more and more investors refused to support it. Jiha sighed heavily, dreamily imagining how great it would be to transfer the seeds from the storage to the secret garden. However, the hero knew that even getting to such a storage facility would be quite a problem. In the end, Jiha stretched tiredly, deciding to find another place later. At the same time, the gods of nature themselves were looking at some maps. Suddenly, a parrot flew up and grabbed Ji's hair with its beak. In this way, the bird tried to force Jiha to follow it. The hero froze when he clearly heard Hong's voice urging him to follow him. Later, the bird confirmed that it could talk. Eventually, Jiha was released on his promise to follow the bird. Then, stubbornly, Jiha followed the bird along to the exit to the street. Already there, something happened that managed to strike the hero. Hong transformed into a huge phoenix, asking Jiha to climb onto his back. Next, the bird raised its beak, thereby making it clear where both were heading. Jiha was horrified when he realized that they were going to take him to the North Pole itself. However, with his wings spread, Hong assured Jiha that everything was absolutely fine. Clumsily, Jiha climbed onto the bird, and the very next second, a sharp gust of air hit him in the face. Soaring high into the sky, Hong actively glided there. Over time, Jiha even managed to somehow get used to flying. Jiha didn't even have time to come to his senses. How quickly the icy spires of the North Pole appeared on the horizon. In preparation for the unbearable cold, Jiha took out a suitable resistance potion from his backpack. Another minute passed, and then Hong's claws began to scrape against the ice. As Jiha climbed down, he thanked Hong while turning his head to the side in delight. After all, there was already a horde of Theradrons present there. In this regard, Jiha had no choice but to begin implementing his plan. Following this, Jiha took command. However, something suddenly distracted him. After all, in the midst of the darkness of the icy wastelands, he noticed and heard someone else. Taking a closer look, Jiha realized that these were real werewolves. Jiha wasn't particularly worried about this, since the support for it was provided by the Theradrons themselves. Jiha then began to formulate a plan that included the capture of the territory by the Theradrons. With a group of Theradrons, but much smaller, the hero planned to penetrate the storage facility itself, where he would steal the seeds. The tasks were distributed and the plan began to be implemented. While the battle was going on outwardly as planned, Jiha penetrated the storage facility itself. As soon as Jiha entered the storage facility, he stepped into a long, tangled web of high-tech tunnels. Even though Jiha didn't feel the cold, he still noted that the atmosphere in this place was quite eerie. As Jiha walked through the tunnels, he wondered if there were any undamaged seeds left in this place. At that moment, a rustling sound came from the ceiling. The werewolf, lurking near the ceiling, jumped onto Ji's head, but right in flight, he collided with Theradron's hammer. The hero turned around when he heard the characteristic noise of the impact. Jiha chuckled nervously, thinking that the werewolf would have survived if he hadn't attacked. Afterwards, their journey through the creepy storage facility continued. Seeing that the monsters had managed to get into the storage facility itself, Jiha became increasingly worried about the safety of the seeds. Afterwards, Jiha's hand touched the sliding door. Afterwards, he entered a room where high conditions for seed preservation were observed. Seeing the true seed storage, Jiha even caught his breath. Meanwhile, Hong was already moving some of the seed capsules across the floor. Leaving Jiha to oversee the work, Hong and the Theradrons began to carry out their seed storage. Jiha had no intention of entering into the already established work process, believing that he would only be able to ruin everything. A little later, Jiha for some reason suggested to Hong that they leave the work to the Theradrons, and that the characters themselves go outside. A couple of minutes later, Jiha's sneakers stepped into the snow. Looking around, Jiha concluded that there was nothing visible around. Afterwards, Jiha remembered Hong himself, thinking that he should be hidden somehow. Because in fact, the parrot was a real phoenix bird. Suddenly, somewhere ahead, a werewolf fell onto the icy edge. As it turns out, the Theradrons just finished off the last of the werewolves in the area. Subsequently, having stolen all the seeds from the storage, with the help of the Theradrons, Jiha distributed them to the inhabitants of the village of Estrom. The hero even passed on some of them to Malik. Afterwards, each used the seeds received from Jiha for their own purposes. Thus, with considerable effort on Malik's part, the smart farm concept was created and presented. Several days have passed since then, and the events of the story have moved to Jiha's store. There, inside, a certain trading platform for hunters was being actively discussed, which was rapidly gaining popularity. In fact, the platform was an entire trading system. Once upon a time, things were going well at the site. Subsequently, after a minor financial collapse, the site was bought and reformed. But then, as soon as the conversation turned to shopping on the playground, Betty came to her senses, letting Jiha know that the girl was late. Very quickly, the characters said goodbye. Now Jiha chuckled thoughtfully. The hero hoped that through the book, he would be able to find some clues about the popular site. Meanwhile, Jiha had another book in stock, which he borrowed from the goat's library. It was difficult for Jiha to decipher the book, but it contained a lot of information about the hunters, their powers, and even the system itself. The story rolled back some time, when the hero had just gotten hold of an ancient book from the library. Later, through the book, Jiha planned to create a joint stock house where the currency would be essence. With this thought in mind, Jiha set to work. Having finished, Jiha closed the book, believing that if necessary, he would be able to turn to the Theradrons for help. Over time, with this idea of an auction house, Jiha came to the Theradron Knight. After hearing all this, the Theradron Knight suddenly drew an image of a crossed-out chest on the ground. Jiha perceived this gesture as a refusal to further place the reward in the chests. Following the gaze of the Theradron Knight, Jiha noticed an anvil, behind which one of the beetles was already working. Next, drawing an image again, but this time of a bottle with a potion, the Theradron Knight pointed at himself. Considering that the potion should facilitate the work of the Theradrons, Jiha willingly agreed to this deal. Thus, Jiha made a deal with the Theradrons to create artifacts that would then be randomly scattered throughout the territory. Over time, in the secret garden, with each subsequent arrival of Jiha, the number of artifacts grew and grew. While examining the artifacts, Jiha noted items that were simply incredible in their quality. Their price and characteristics were completely out of line with the slave labor that the Theradrons were subjected to. And yet, Jiha decided to study one of these artifacts closer. He concluded that the artifact was of incredibly high quality. At that very moment, somewhere behind Jiha, a column of dust began to rise. As it turned out, it was left by the gods of nature, who came from somewhere in a crowd. Immediately, Jiha noticed something strange. After all, behind the pets already familiar to the hero, someone else was dragging along. Taking a closer look, Jiha realized that it was a bear cub. Horror pierced the hero's body. However, to his surprise, the bear cub did not pose a danger, but was simply playing. However, Jiha had no idea where it could have come from. Suddenly, Jiha's heart skipped a beat. The teddy bear was really cute. Unable to bear it any longer, Jiha, admiring it, lifted the bear cub above himself. As a result, Jiha named his new favorite Komi. But before Jiha could ask the beast about his food preferences, he received a hefty blow to the face. At the same time, Bem was comfortably located on the branches of the great tree. Having heard something, the cat lazily opened one eye. And not in vain, because a bear was flying in that direction. Bem was really scared by this unexpectedness. Jiha tried to catch up with the bear cub, still not understanding why Comrade Komi had attacked the cat. However, he, avoiding the hands, was already rushing towards the foal. Quite expectedly, he ended up getting kicked in the hooves. Seeing such a reaction, Jiha even thought that Komi was the main specialist in fights. Later, taking Komi in his arms, Jiha decided to show him his garden. It was from this time that Jiha began to lead his tour. Lush trees, bushes, and sown fields. That's what came into Comrade Komi's field of vision. At some point in time, the bear sitting in Jiha's arms suddenly began to sense unusual smells. His eyes lit up when a beehive came into Komi's field of vision. Having understood the situation without further ado, Jiha began to explain to the bear that he would feed him honey only on special occasions. And in order to appease him, Jiha was already making his first donation in the form of honey. Then for some reason, Komi pointed out something else. As it turned out, the bear could open portals. Jiha boldly stepped into the portal, first of all, opening up the weapon racks. Next, armor came into view. Jiha looked at all this with bated breath. To Jiha's amazement, Comrade Komi was not just a bully, but the keeper of an entire warehouse. Separately, Jiha noted the artifacts of this place, which often had an extremely high rank. Jiha knew that the reaction would be uncontrollable if such items were allowed to go up for auction. And so, to begin with, Jiha asked Komi for permission to borrow something. Attention Jiha, the sword of the demon destroyer himself, shining faintly as if from hatred. Looking at the bear's reaction, Jiha was sure that taking such a thing from the warehouse would definitely cost a pretty penny. Standing on his hind legs with an open gesture, Komi demanded payment of 10 essences from Jiha. The hero had no choice but to make a deal. Having already gotten his hands on the sword, Jiha began to imagine how quickly he would be able to compensate for his expenses with it. A day has passed since then, and little by little, hysteria has begun to develop among the hunters. After all, no one had ever encountered such powerful artifacts before, much less at auctions. In a matter of minutes, hundreds of thousands of greedy eyes were directed at the sword. A frantic bidding began, and soon, the highest bidder bought the sword. Next, the scene moved to Edie's house. Looking at his phone screen, Eddie actively commented on how stormy the recent auction had been. Still, the hunter believed that the price spent on such an artifact was too high. Be that as it may, now Eddie had the ethereal blade itself in his possession. SEO, who was sitting next to him, did not take a particularly kind attitude towards such expenses of her beloved. When Eddie continued his topic of evaluating the new sword, Seo confessed that the famous catmaster was none other than Jiha. Following this, the action moved to a random dungeon. There, the stone monster rushed towards the hunters. Immediately after this, an electric ringing was heard, and an uneven line of ether divided the monster into two halves. As it turned out, such power came from a recently purchased sword. Malik, who was nearby at the time, noted that the power contained in the sword was no joke. Now it was true, he believed in the description of the demon destroyer. Eddie completely agreed with Malik's emotions, also noting that the sword additionally granted the skill of thievery. Eddie explained that the secret of this function was revealed by the Catmaster himself. Eddie did not share the exact method by which he achieved an audience with the master. In his thoughts, he gave his word that he would definitely repay Jiha for his help. Time passed again. Now the events moved to Jiha's store, near which he tried to plant the world tree. Having planted it, Jiha hoped that the seedling would take root in different soil, in another world. Afterwards, on other business, he went to the secret garden. Suddenly, one thing caught Jiha's attention. Jiha clearly felt a cold snap, and the number of pterodrons visually decreased. Jiha figured the beetles must have been quite busy processing orders at the auction house. Jiha was well aware that due to the varied work process, the pterodron's fatigue was almost at the limit. In connection with all this, Jiha even thought about increasing the reward of the pterodrons. At some point, a pterodron knight appeared next to the hero. Jiha began to inquire about the possibility of transferring some of the bees to Estrum and raising them there. What he heard definitely shocked Pterodron. Jiha began to calm the Pterodron knight, explaining that he was simply going to increase the number of bees. Jiha guaranteed that he would definitely return the bees. On this note, the hero tore down one of the hives. Afterwards, the events moved to the village of survivors. There, in a calm environment, Selena brewed herself a drink. As soon as the Holy Virgin began to raise the cup to her lips, a voice was heard in her head. Selena immediately recognized the owner of the voice. Jiha, performing his old role, greeted her. And besides that, also with Prince Philip. After finishing the greetings, Selena decided to find out if anything had happened. Luckily for her, the gardener wanted to give her some honeycomb. As usual, Jiha gave up one resource in order to receive another in return. To the surprise of the prince and the saint, Jiha immediately translated one sample. Opening the bag, there was sugar inside, which the prince immediately began to taste. Having tasted it, the prince was absolutely sure that they had sent him sugar, and, moreover, of the highest quality. While Selena was also sampling, the prince told Jiha that in the world of portals, sugar was valued much more than honey. Ultimately, both important members of the survivor village agreed to Jiha's deal to produce honey in exchange for sugar. Next, the story moved on to the headquarters of the American Hunters Association. At the moment, there was a lot of discussion about Korean hunters. The conversation participants discussed among themselves the various methods they used to try to lure Korean hunters over to the side of the American Association. For example, Eddie said that he was almost dragged by force to such a meeting. However, Eddie was not interested in intrigues and political games. He saw himself only as a very skilled hack. But Malik, who was walking next to him, believed that the topic of discussion could be Jiha, who should be saved at any cost. Eddie chuckled, not averse to watching how they tried to win people's hearts. Already approaching the door, Malik expressed that he shared Edie's position. Behind that, the hunters were met by the well-known Ashley. Eddie bowed to the girl, dreamily saying that Ashley would certainly take the right side in the discussion. Ashley's previous smile disappeared and she stated that as a representative of the United States, she does not take sides. In response, Eddie hoped that at least this time, Korean hunters would not be discriminated against. Ashley then opened the meeting. Malik listened to the speech, wondering how long the friendly atmosphere would last. Soon, a hand was placed on one of the tables with a bang. One of those present began to actively ask about the identity of the Catmaster, as well as the fact of whether the dungeons themselves had really been upgraded. Questions also concerned the auction house and why all this was happening only in Korea. Unexpectedly, the guesses from the questioners were confirmed by Malik. Tapping the table, Malik assured that he would not hide anything or lie. However, Malik noted that, like the United States, Korea also does not disclose certain types of information. As it turned out, Malik had learned about the secret ether reactor, which the US had been actively hiding until now. A scandal began to escalate, with mutual accusations of concealing strategic information. As an example, Malik cited China, which hid the existence of a high-level dungeon until Leah's guild accidentally stumbled upon it. Malik concluded that for the preservation of peace, not everything and not everyone should know. In response, there was another knock on the table, followed by the assertion that everyone present in the room were hunters. At some point, both sides agreed that everyone had secrets that they were hiding in one way or another. Next, the speech of those gathered turned to the issue for which everyone had gathered, the quota system. Suddenly, Eddie flared up, declaring that he had not come to the meeting for interrogation. A little later, in raised tones, the meeting was concluded. Malik couldn't believe that Edie's defiant behavior had managed to play a good service, which resulted in obtaining a prototype of the ether reactor. In return, Edie and Malik agreed to send their hunters to other countries. Still, Malik was a little sorry that at the end of the meeting, not everyone had benefited. Wanting to somehow repay Jiha, Eddie decided to please him with some goodies for Bem. Suddenly, Malik had a brilliant idea that was connected with Jiha's store. Free reagents and passive income for that. Eddie considered the proposed plan ideal. Sometime later, the events moved to the entrance of the village of Estrom. After all, there, accompanied by mounted knights, appeared Margaret, who was the commander of the order from the Gaymark Empire. Finding herself in this place again after a long time, Margaret found the changes that had taken place unexpected. The head of the order remembered very well that the village of survivors was experiencing terrible problems with food. Margaret still couldn't figure out who had gotten involved in the usual course of things. The head of the order was distracted by the voices of Philip and Selena, who were approaching her. Margaret discovered that Baron Grom had apparently abandoned the village with his soldiers. Philip said that they were driven out because they were hostile to the villagers. In general terms, the prince described the conflict as a difference of opinion. Margaret sighed, incredulously saying that the gentlemen were not the kind of people who would leave of their own free will. Philip thought about his answer, because he wasn't going to reveal the whole story of what happened. Then the prince whistled loudly. A loud buzzing sound was immediately heard, causing Margaret to look up to the sky. Very quickly, Theradruns flocked to the scene of events. Philip described the beetles as soldiers that were sent by God himself. To Margaret's shock, the prince explained that there were also beetles that simply helped around the house. Margaret was unable to find words for her shock, and therefore, she recalled that once upon a time, the prince did not believe in the gods at all. Philip sighed heavily, saying that he had previously deceived Margaret. Afterwards, the prince made it clear to the head of the order that he had signed a contract with the god Ark himself to protect the village. Margaret's gaze sharpened, and she decided to find out whether these changes meant hostility with the Empire. Philip never confirmed this, only letting it be known that he wanted everyone to live their own lives. and he was absolutely not against it if the empire could also find its own meaning in life and purpose. In general, Philip was drawing a situation in which he refused to be a protectorate of the empire. Margaret's reaction to this statement was silent. Suddenly, looking at Selena, Margaret said that Selena had turned away from her own people, but the Holy Virgin herself thought otherwise. In response, Margaret chuckled, calling the maiden's beliefs ridiculous. However, the fact that the villagers were served by beetles did not even serve as an argument for the head of the order. Then, Selena declared that she would be able to prove the existence of the god Ark. Margaret laughed as she asked the god Selene to make it rain. And then, in accordance with Selena's request, it scattered throughout the surrounding forests. At that very moment, one of the Therodrons grabbed G's clothes with its claws. It seemed as if the beetle was trying to show something to the hero. Taking a closer look, Jiha finally saw that people previously unknown to the hero had arrived in the settlement of survivors. Even though Jiha was watching them, he didn't know what exactly they were talking about. Finally, through Selena, words began to reach Jiha demanding proof of the existence of God. Jiha began to look around, thinking about how exactly to fulfill such a request. In the end, he grabbed the first object he came across, which was a watering can. Just as Margaret was giving her ultimatum to Selena, water began to fall from the sky. Similarly, large drops fell on everything that was below. During the widespread panic, only Margaret kept her cool, now convinced that God really does exist. The prince and the Holy Virgin merely watched humbly as Margaret's nights were washed with copious amounts of water. Hours have passed since then and evening has come. Margaret, who had also been hit by large drops of water before, suddenly came to her senses. Rising from the pillow, she had no idea where she was. Selena explained to the head of the order that she lost consciousness when a drop of water fell on Margaret's head. After hearing this, slowly, memories began to return to Margaret. Selena made it clear that at Margaret's request, the god Ark had called down rain. Putting her hand to her face, Margaret could hardly believe what had happened. Selena continued, stating that from now on, Margaret was obliged to join the god Ark. Selena insisted that Margaret had no right to deny the truth that lay before her. Then, rising from her seat, Selena urged Margaret to follow her in order to obtain even more convincing evidence. After some time, Selena brought Margaret to the place where the Holy Virgin was praying. Then, falling to her knees, Selena began to call out to her god. Margaret humbly waited to see what would come out of this performance. At some point, ignoring the stone ceiling, a hand descended into the room. Margaret was stunned with horror. Selena herself was calm and offered the head of the order to sit on her palm, as if the god wanted to show her something. Long hours have passed since those events. A new day has arrived, and the events have moved to the Gaymark Empire. There, Margaret reported on the inspection carried out in the village, which in fact had become a very developed settlement. Knight Commander Brendo slammed his fist on the table, for he was forced to believe the nonsense that Margaret had conveyed. The Knight Commander insisted that Margaret had seen nothing, including the manifestation of God. Brando was afraid of the unrest that might arise from the dissemination of Margaret's information. Margaret agreed to this demand and later, disappointedly, hit the edge of the table. With her head in her hands, Margaret asked God for forgiveness for all the time she had not believed and rejected him. Afterwards, the events of the story moved to the headquarters of the American Hunters Association, where they were actively discussing a proposal from Korea. In the end, they moved to a single agreement, after which the matter itself was handed over to the Psychers. The president of the American Association hoped that they would learn as much as possible about Korean hunters. A little later, in the same place, the report on the case itself was discussed. The head of the association was informed that the Psychers confirmed the rumors that were circulating around the Korean hunters. The head of the association chuckled approvingly, beginning to link various interesting and unexpected events with Jiha's personality. The man who came with the report merely confirmed the connection voiced by his boss. Further, the head of the association said that from now on, his desire to get Jiha became even stronger. The person who brought the report was shocked because the wishes of the head of the association clearly diverged from the implementation plan. However, the head of the association, first of all, asked to think about the United States and the prospects that would be available to the country if Jiha appeared there. Tapping his finger on the table, the head of the association claimed that Jiha was an outstanding person to whom many Korean hunters were indebted. But in particular, the head of the association singled out potions and scrolls, which were the main value in Jiha's activities. Later, the head of the association even to some extent called Jiha a saint. After these and distant conversations, the events of the story moved to the surface of the water. Somewhere out there, in the midst of the deep waters, the World Eater was swimming towards a certain shore. He was devastated. It was teeming with various dangerous and disgusting creatures. Looking at all this, the whale admitted that he could not leave this place in such a state. Subsequently, accompanied by the thought that all living things must live, the whale opened its mouth. In an instant, the surrounding waters began to foam. As they hit the coastline, they washed away the evil spirits that lived there. Ultimately, under the action of the water pressure, it ends up in the whale's mouth itself. Having finished and having looked at the coastline one last time, the whale disappeared under the depths of the water. Afterwards, the action moved to Jiha, who was in the secret garden. Suddenly, the hero caught the sound of a bell. After closing the book, Jiha believed that this event was somehow connected with Bem. Meowing in response, Bem began to pull Jiha by the bottom of his clothes. As it turned out, Bem was leading the hero to the coastline. Once there, Jiha enjoyed the refreshing breeze. Suddenly, somewhere in the distance, the World Eater appeared. A system notification immediately popped up, informing Jiha that the whale was moving untainted islands. Then another system notification popped up, letting Jiha know that the whale cared about many lives, as his status suggested. Finally, Jiha realized that the World Eater did not destroy the worlds, but only mixed them up, thereby saving them. At this moment, Jiha hoped that his fishing would not anger the whale. After all that he had seen, it was now Jiha's additional responsibility to take charge of the new island. To his surprise, the whale was already leaving the shore. Masha followed that up with Jiha, promising to take care of the island in every possible way. This is how the day ended when Jiha got a new job. Afterwards, the events moved to some unknown place, filled with a lot of books. There, the owner of a small mustache condemned the excessive faith with which Margaret had recently become imbued. Now, the man waited for an explanation from the head of the order. Suddenly, the story rolled back a few hours, taking place in the Gamark Empire. There, on the training ground, someone was hitting targets incredibly quickly. As it turned out, it was Margaret, rushing like a hurricane wind. After a while, her training ended, and the knight was congratulated. The source of the congratulations was Bartok, the founder of the order. Afterwards, Bartok came up and put his hand on Margaret's shoulder, asking her to come into his office. To all questions from Margaret regarding this proposal, Bartok said that he would like to talk about the God Ark. Already there, in his office, Bartok asked Margaret about her obsession with a strange faith. In response, the knight tried to present everything as if she really didn't know what Bartok was talking about. Then, Bartok said that he had found a round decoration in Margaret's closet, which clearly indicated her belief in the God Ark. Margaret was silent, but mentally she was worried, because somehow her secret was discovered. Suddenly, it dawned on the girl that the founder of the order had been watching her all this time. Following these thoughts, Margaret clenched her fist tightly. Bartok continued, saying that he had not yet informed the other knights about Margaret's preferences. At this point, the girl realized that she was hooked, and this meant that perhaps they wanted to make her into an obedient doll. Afterwards, Bartok let Margaret go, making it clear that he would call her if some business arose. Several days have passed since then. Sighing heavily, Margaret resigned herself to the idea that she would have to be extremely careful for a while. Already being close to her house, she suddenly noticed that for some reason the light was on inside. Hurrying, Margaret burst into her own home. However, there the girl was met by a familiar, impudent voice. Margaret was stunned, not expecting to meet him in her house. The owner of the voice was Bartok, who immediately began to ask the reasons why Margaret returned home so late. Margaret immediately replied that her training had simply dragged on. Then, the girl's face showed an expression of acute incomprehension. After all, Bartok raised the book in his hand, loudly proclaiming that in it were proofs of Margaret's faith in the God Ark. Bartok deliberately shook the book, as if teasing the knight. Bartok couldn't believe that Margaret liked a dissolute god who created tribes and actively mated with the women there. Excitedly, Margaret rejected these words, as Bartok noticed an obvious bookmark in the book. Opening the pages, Bartok began to read aloud, literally drowning in the piquant details between the God Ark and his beloved. After a couple of seconds, Margaret made a move, trying to snatch the book from Bartok's hands. However, any attempts by her were blocked by the guards. For now, it was peaceful. The guards asked Margaret to be restrained and sweet. The girl sighed, only now realizing that she'd committed a very reckless act. Then, Margaret agreed with Bartok's words that the Empire was born not by the will of God, but in order to rule the world. Bartok hoped that Margaret had not yet forgotten the oath she had once given to the Emperor himself. Then, the founder of the Order remembered Brando. And also that for him, Margaret was like a daughter. Eventually, the conversation devolved into a subtle insult to Margaret as someone who had not lived up to Brando's expectations. Having calmed her anger, Margaret decided to find out what Bartok wanted. To this question, Bartok gave an answer in the form of regular meetings at night, during which he would change Margaret's views. The very next day, Margaret reported the whole situation to Brendo. Still, Brendo wasn't going to give Margaret to some fat guy, so he urged her to pack her things. Stroking Margaret in a fatherly way, Brendo regretted that his adopted daughter had found herself in such a situation. Brendo called escape the best outcome for Margaret. Besides, Brendo couldn't imagine his daughter as a concubine of the fat Bartok. Margaret didn't answer. She just frowned and pressed her lips together in resentment. Brando prepared Margaret for her escape, telling her how best to leave the city. Shedding tears mentally, Margaret promised that one day she would return, and also to personally deal with Bartok himself. That's exactly how the former knight's escape began. Sometime later, the guards noticed her, not hiding their delight. For some reason, the girl was dressed incredibly beautifully, to which the guards thought that the girl was going to meet Bartok. The action continued, and now evening was already coming to the city. At some point, Margaret asked to go to the restroom, to which she received permission. Watching Margaret hurry to the restroom, the guards laughed at what a fun night awaited Bartok. At least 20 minutes had passed since then, but Margaret still had not come out to the guards. Check that one out, one of them went. However, inside, he came across a specially made hole in the fence. Almost immediately, the alarm bell was rung, calling everyone to search for Margaret. Very quickly, a cry was heard from the side of the fortress wall, because the sentry noticed a horseman riding south. Bartok also ran out into the street, and as he mounted his horse, he promised to reward anyone who would bring Margaret to him. Galloping at full speed, Bartok sternly instructed that Margaret must be taken alive. Hearing the distinct sounds of pursuit, at some point, Margaret looked back, and indeed the cavalry followed behind. While there was still time, Margaret began to think about how she could break away from the chase and still stay alive. A few seconds later, nearby, Bartok's annoying cry was heard, trying to grab the girl by her long curls. But his attempts failed, as lightning struck the ground between Margaret and the pursuing cavalry. All this allowed the former knight to break away. Having been thrown from his horse, Bartok could not understand where the lightning suddenly came from in the clear sky. However, it was not lightning at all, but the god of nature Arkfoot himself. The story shifted back some time when Jiha discovered the Pterodrons hard at work on something. Coming closer, Jiha began to peer at the writing. Suddenly, Jiha asked if what was stated there was true. Grabbing the piece of paper, Jiha began to read aloud about how Margaret was pursued by knights. Jiha considered this kind of information to be quite a problem. Having urgently run up to the miniature, Jiha began to get confused about his subsequent actions. Jiha first looked around the forest, but saw no sign of Margaret anywhere. Then I turned my attention to the city itself, but it was also empty. Subsequently, Jiha managed to find Margaret, who was currently being chased, which means that only Mani can help in this situation. Having obeyed, the foal immediately galloped into the portal, right on the go, transforming into a powerful unicorn. Soon, when he was close to Margaret, Man caused an electric discharge with his horn. Bartok was beside himself with rage, because his plans were thwarted by some horse. But the problems were just beginning, because the subsequent pursuit was hampered by a huge crack that formed at the site of the lightning strike. Meanwhile, Man himself brought his head to Margaret. Taking courage and putting her hand to the stallion's muzzle, Margaret asked if he had come for the one. Later she sat on Mana. Not forgetting, she thanked her first steed, now commanding him to return back. With a firm grip on Man's mane, Margaret was ready for the journey. Almost instantly, the god of nature left the area. Astride the mythical steed, Margaret watched the landscape change rapidly beneath her. The girl was in great shock, not really knowing whether Margaret's world was so small, or whether the heavenly horse was racing at incredible speed. It was not a couple of minutes before Margaret saw the lights of the houses of the village of Estrom below her. Margaret caught herself thinking that she owed her successful escape to the god Ark. Pretty soon, there was a commotion in the village as Margaret was spotted. Following this, Prince Philip himself was already hurrying to Margaret. Later, Jiha smiled as the system notified him of the oath of allegiance that Margaret had taken. From now on, Jiha's worries increased, since now he also had to look after Margaret. Around the same time, Mani also returned to the garden. Praising him for his efforts, Jiha also promised to feed the foal to his heart's content. Since the current urgent matters were settled, Jiha could now take care of other things. Soon, he returned to his world, where he was actively looking at his watch. Believing that he would not be late, Jiha decided to go to the right place on foot. Looking up thoughtfully, Jiha could not even guess what kind of education system they had chosen. A little later, the action moved to the building of the Hunters' Academy. It was an interesting place that was created specifically to protect people. It was there that they raised a new generation of young hunters, whose awakening they tried to lead to the highest ranks. Subsequently, those being more advanced were to replace the old hunters. In this place, in addition to theoretical classes, combat practice was also actively conducted. Jiha watched all this. The sparring didn't seem serious to Ji, and because of that, he began to worry about the real skills of the young hunters in battle. At the same time, the hero noted good preparation in the theoretical part of the training. Returning to the battle, Jiha blamed his previous impression on the fact that, as students, the students were not yet able to participate in real battles. No matter how you look at it, all this did not give the hero any peace. Jiha was afraid that the young hunters might eventually run into an insurmountable wall. All this meant only that changes were needed in the establishment. Jiha set himself the task of finding a way to improve the system. Suddenly, Quan appeared behind Jiha and the characters greeted each other. As it turned out, It was Quan who invited Jiha to the academy, since he worked here. Meanwhile, some events were developing in the secret garden, which Jiha had temporarily left. The assembled gods of nature discussed among themselves the past day, which had been quite tense. Since the gods of nature were left without supervision, they now decided to go about their own business. Some of them were eating grass in the garden. Others were having fun with each other. Others were engaged in training wrestling. Eventually, they all took an afternoon nap. But while some slept, others stayed awake. The pterodrons worked tirelessly and continuously. We managed to clean the lakes. They took active care of the trees in the garden. And also other but more hidden things. Somewhere there, in the depths of the pterodron hive, where weapons were endlessly forged, the metal was melted to the desired shape, to create a truly magnificent weapon. The roots of the tree soon reached out to its brilliance and perfection, thus creating the first unique weapon for his kingdom. After such a success, the joy of the pterodrons knew no bounds. Their attention ensured control and management of all dungeons. After such hard work, the pterodrons, as always, expected a reward in the form of honey. And Jiha always returned to those, each time keeping his word. Greedily, almost maniacally, the pterodrons pounced on the honey. Jiha himself, having sat down, began to look for ways to increase the effectiveness of student learning. At some point, among a ton of other information, Jiha suddenly came across something unique. After all, on one of the random pages of the book, there was information on how to create your own miniature world. Reading the text, Jiha became increasingly convinced that the information allowed him to create not a real world, but only a simulation. There, Jiha also read about the peculiarity of such a world, which involves interaction with an avatar. Thus, by putting his soul into the body of a miniature world, there, the hero could gain experience. For some reason, Jiha wasn't sure that such an experiment could work. So, to begin with, Jiha started with the simplest thing, creating a body. After some manipulation, the hero really did see a little man made of mud in his hands. Jiha even decided to show his unique creation to his pets. After all, by that time, the hero had already prepared a whole series of characters for the miniature world. However, the pets did not share Jiha's enthusiasm with their entire appearance. In any case, returning to the book, Jiha began to read about how to set the miniature world in motion. The book was about the soul, and then Jiha remembered the pterodrons. Shaking a jar of honey, Jiha wanted to sign the beetles up for the experiment. Chuckling, Jiha explained what exactly he expected from pterodron. After some time, a portal opened, and Jiha reassured the pterodrons that they were not in any danger. Finally, timidly, one of them touched the portal with its claw. Under Jiha's cry, their souls moved into pre-prepared forms. Sometime later, outside, Jiha was reassuring the other bugs that their comrades were not dead. Soon, movement appeared in the miniature world. Watching, Jiha noted that the experiment was a success. Now, however, there was another question. Would the soul, while in an avatar, be able to gain experience? And then Jiha commanded the souls of the pterodrons to attack. Together the clay men went into battle. Afterwards, Jiha carefully studied the progress of the battle. Even though one couldn't use skills in such a miniature state, Jiha saw that this was a good way for general training. And yet, Jiha understood perfectly well that the costs of installing such a miniature would be simply horrific. Meanwhile, the winning team was soon determined. Later, having gathered everyone around him, Jiha praised them for a job well done. Jiha hoped that the pterodrons weren't in too much pain after the experiment. At the same time, the miniature world restored itself. Unexpectedly, the system even assigned a skill to one of the pterodrons. He in turn extended a modified claw, then demonstrating his new strike. However, Jiha himself had acquired some skill. But that was not particularly important at the moment. After all, the usefulness of a miniature world has been proven. In the future, by training with its help, young hunters were able to replace the first team over time. Following these thoughts, a notification window from the system appeared in front of Jiha. The world tree rewarded the hero with a whole bunch of new skills, and especially the understanding skill. So time passed, the next day came, during which Jiha studied his new skills. As it turned out, from now on, Jiha could move into any objects and even remain invulnerable while in such a state. And this meant that now Jiha could calmly travel around the miniature world. Jiha left all this for the next time because he had one more skill up his sleeve, the ability to create the world itself. With its help, Jiha could create absolutely everything, customizing it down to the smallest detail. However, such manipulations required a lot of essence, which Jiha had to get from somewhere. Jiha's eyes froze when he found one interesting line in the book. As it turns out, Jiha could offset his costs by putting a price tag on entry into such a world. Afterwards, having slammed the book shut, Jiha regretted making everything free. Subsequently, a familiar pen appeared in his hands. Making broad strokes of the text the hero began to create. The action then moved on to the Hunter's Academy. The teachers there were preparing to present a new type of teaching. Pointing to the side, the teacher introduced the hunter mage. She was preparing to share her combat experience and also answer important questions from her students. The hunter mage guaranteed that the proposed story would definitely interest the students. Suddenly, one of the academy staff burst into the classroom, asking the teacher to come with him immediately. As it turned out, all this rush was caused by the fact that the gates at the academy had opened. Panic quickly set in, as no one knew how to behave. Soon, Sun appeared nearby, whom the hunter mage was glad to see. Deciding to explore the gates himself, Sun carefully touched them. The next moment, he fell backwards. At first, Sun was enveloped in darkness. But then he urgently woke up in a new place and in a new body. Even the weapon Sonya had was not the same as what he usually used. Soon, several notifications from the system appeared in front of Sun, informing him that he had entered the training program and now had a task. Somehow, Sun immediately realized that a training program could be the ideal way to train young hunters. Additionally, there was always a map with the exact location of the monsters. Then Sun walked on. Still, Sun didn't think that what happened was a simple coincidence. Sun did not know and could not know the answer to who was behind the opening of such gates. At some point, he encountered monsters ahead of him. Immediately, Sun reached for his sword. Just a couple of swings and the creatures were defeated. After a quick victory, 2 notification windows from the system appeared in front of Sun, in which the hunter either learned or failed to learn the skill, because Sun already had it from the beginning. It became clear to Sun that the dungeon played a strategic role in the training of young hunters, as it rewarded successful clearing. Delighted, Sun was happy to move on to the next round. After some time, Sun woke up in his world. As it turned out, Sun lost consciousness when he tried to pass through the opened gate. After listening to the short story, Sun could no longer lie down and was in a hurry to get somewhere. Jumping up and going to the door, Sun reported that he had to urgently report everything he had seen. At the same time, a crowd began to gather at the gate. Later, the appearance of new gates and the training functions that they carried caused a furor among hunters. However, opinions on the usefulness of such a dungeon were divided. Jiha had expected such a reaction, already making plans to create a dungeon not only for beginners, but also for professionals. At the same time, hysterically, Leah asked to take the members of her guild to Jiha's store. After all, right before the red-haired girl's eyes, the gates opened. Later, the story moved back half an hour when in the store, Jiha treated Leah to tea. As soon as Jiha left, Leah began to think about her speeches regarding how to lasso the bespectacled man. But she was distracted from these thoughts by a certain view from the window. Particles of ether were scattered throughout the immediate area when suddenly the gates opened. Later, in the present, Leah learned that the dungeon served as a training room. Next, Leah ordered her subordinates to prepare places for those who would enter the dungeon but would lose consciousness. When all the preparations were completed, Leah gave the command to enter the dungeon. Darkness fell, and behind it, a new world opened up before the hunters. Being in a new image and looking around the area, Leah noted that the local dungeon, in appearance, was no different from the others. Besides the new bodies and new weapons, the really important difference Leah found was the disproportionately increased consumption of ether. Right away, it was an unpleasant shock for Leah that in order to gain experience in the training dungeon, she would have to pay a considerable amount of essence. As it turned out, the price was individual for everyone, but for Leah, for some reason, it was the highest. Leah tried her best to hide her bitterness about this injustice. Now, there was nothing left to do but pay what was demanded. At the same second, the group's general quest was updated. Immediately, a frightening roar was heard in the distance. The bearer of this roar turned out to be none other than the Black Lion himself. Under the mass questions of her subordinates, Leah froze, because their common enemy was incredibly strong. Somehow, Leah managed to stop her hands from shaking, because in a normal situation they would have run away. However, since there was no threat to Leah in the training dungeon, the girl gave the command and went on the attack herself. Fiery lines and swirls rushed in all directions and corners. Amidst all the chaos and heat, how the battle ultimately ended remains a mystery. Over time, Leah gave a press conference in which she described the benefits of participating in the training dungeons. Jiha followed this performance via TV. Finally, after just a little tweaking, Jiha's idea was to everyone's taste. In addition, for the battles themselves, Jiha used the monsters that settled around the village of Estrom, even though the testing phase that the Pterodrons had to go through was not easy. Meanwhile, occasionally glancing, Jiha noted that things were going well for the fugitive Margaret. Putting down his phone, Jiha wondered if he should have increased the permeability of the Academy's dungeon. With this option, Jiha believed the experience of young hunters would be more unique. Having played enough with Bem, Jiha decided that this is exactly what he would do. After some time, new gates opened at the Hunter Academy. Some of the students were still worried about their lives. Others were more optimistic, expecting not only to complete the dungeon, but even to set a record. Suddenly, in the direction of the speaking cadets, another voice was heard. A girl named Yumi believed that no one would be able to get past the cadet from the third group. San countered this statement, believing that all he needed to do was get it done a little faster. Be that as it may, a group of young hunters entered the training dungeon. Their bodies were transformed, and new weapons appeared in their hands. All of them were ready to fight. Soon, they found a target, the role of which was played by Pterodron. At some point, the flesh-tearing monster fired its spikes. The shells flew in all directions, which the young hunters elegantly dodged. Suddenly, one of the hunters used three-way strike. The blow hit its target, causing the monster to panic. The moment had come when the archer could make his contribution. The taut bowstring whistled, and the monster received a noticeable wound. And yet, the monster snapped back. The attack cracked the armor of one of the hunters, but he claimed he felt no pain. The fight continued, amidst comments about the need to learn from one's mistakes. After a couple more minutes, the disgusting creature was finally defeated by the young hunters. After taking a short rest, they prepared for the next training stage. Immediately after this was said, the heavy steps of a huge troll were heard. Coming closer, the monster let out a deafening roar. Then, without giving the young hunters time to come to their senses, he punched one of them. He flew away, leaving behind the magician who was casting the spell. The next moment, a fireball flew at the troll. However, such an attack was not enough. In this case, the young hunters decided to change their tactics. Just as the mage was about to use her ability, the system clarified this decision. However, no one understood why the magician was so shocked. As it turned out, Jiha managed to interfere in the process with his crooked hands. As quickly as possible, he began to try to find a way out. Almost immediately, the system window entry changed to a hint. At the same time, the young hunter remembered that trolls were famous for their regeneration, which meant that it was necessary to reduce it. It was precisely about continuous magic for such situations that the hint was talking about. Then, the young hunters agreed among themselves to hamper the enemy's movements and prevent him from escaping. Then the air began to fill with spells that called upon fire. Having finished, the mage ordered the fire to consume the monster. Almost immediately, a wall of fire erupted from under the troll's feet like a tornado. Very quickly, the heat burned the troll. Right before the eyes of the young hunters, he gradually turned to dust. Immediately after this victory, a new system window appeared in front of the young hunters. Everyone was overjoyed because the third stage of the test had been successfully completed. The young hunters accurately recounted the consequences of this fight and how the system behaved to the teacher. However, this was the first time she had heard of anything like this. Still, the teacher was interested in what special tactics the group used to get through the third stage so quickly. The students honestly told about the system's advice, after which, as a reward for successfully completing the dungeon, they began to beg for the opportunity to leave the academy. The teacher was opposite, but immediately warned that she would go with the students themselves. Sometime later, the car was speeding along the highway. Their path lay to the store in the 7th district. Getting out of the car, the young hunters were amazed at how many people were crowded in this place. Among the many faces, especially for the children, Doc stood out, already better known as the Apostle of the God Ark. And if initially the hunters were skeptical about Doc's beliefs, then after a while they began to actively listen to him. Now even the students would like to at least take a quick look at the god that Doc believed in. At the same time, the teacher decided to leave in order to get permission to enter, which she informed the children about. While the teacher was away, the children's attention fell on a tall tree that grew next to the store. They even started pushing each other out of a desire to get a closer look at the tree. Suddenly, Leah called out to the children and introduced herself. Leah praised the students for completing the dungeon, believing that with time, they would surpass the redhead. Leah's words and appearance touched the young hunters to the very depths of their souls. Afterwards, Jiha himself introduced himself to the children. As it turned out, both Leah and Jiha had their fans among the younger generation. Subsequently, their entire group visited the hero's store. The children's eyes lit up as they admired the abundance of potions and scrolls. This same behavior was noted by Jiha. Their current surprise was comparable to how the once young students had achieved complete victory in the dungeon. And then Jiha called out to them tenderly. Having prepared a whole basket of gifts for them, Jiha hoped that one day, the students would become outstanding hunters. Jiha's kindness, as well as the miraculous potions he produced, were actively discussed by other characters. And yet, the greatest pleasure was to watch the students' reactions. The teacher smiled broadly, seeing how the children could rejoice over such little things. After these events, Jiha returned to the secret garden. While harvesting, Jiha kept thinking about how many pleasant emotions this meeting with the young hunters had brought him. While Jiha was thinking about all this, someone behind him was taking quiet little steps. Subsequently, the entire crowd of pets pounced on Ji. Among them, but for more peaceful purposes, even Mani was present. Jiha had no choice but to treat her pets with fruits picked from the trees. Unexpectedly, Therodrons appeared nearby. They left, grabbed the seeds of the fruits, and then quickly flew away. As it turned out, They contributed to the spread of the garden by planting seeds. It expanded, adding to the quality and diversity of its crops. One of these cultures, glowing strangely, attracted Jiha's attention. Not long after, Jiha discovered that the vegetables, strangely, did not spoil, even when they were long ripe. Having thought about it, Jiha came to the conclusion that the vegetables were saved from a similar fate by the world tree itself. Around this time, a voice came into Jiha's head, calling out to God and telling him that the honey had been collected. As Jiha had suspected, the source of the voice was Selena. Jiha answered naturally, but was surprised that Selena had brought such a vessel filled with honey with her. As agreed upon in the terms of the deal, Jiha sent sugar in return. Next came Selena's thanks, to which Jiha only smiled shyly. Immediately, Jiha was already being pulled by the Pterodron Knight's pants. The hero came to his senses, because the Pterodrons were now demanding payment in the form of honey. As quickly as possible, Jiha poured the viscous sweet substance into the container. Seeing the reaction of the Pterodrons, Jiha was once again convinced of how dependent they were on honey. Then something strange happened. The Pterodron Knight shared a drop of honey with Jiha himself. Of course, Jiha accepted such a gift. A little later, other Pterodrons wanted something from Jiha. The beetle actively tried to lead the hero. Jiha followed after, later seeing how Pterodron scratched the ground with his claw. Looking, Jiha did not at all understand what they were trying to show him. To Jiha's shock, a minute later, a very decent drawing was made on the ground. Studying the drawing and paying attention to the small details, Jiha guessed that it depicted seeds. Naturally, Jiha wanted to know where the Pterodrons planned to deliver the seeds. Then, Beetle drew a new picture, in which the hero recognized the Earth itself. At some point, it dawned on Jiha that the Pterodrons were planning to spread the seeds all over the world. Jiha even wondered why he really couldn't help the whole world. And besides, there was no reason to refuse. Jiha hoped that the Pterodrons themselves would be able to help him in this matter. Several days have passed since then. The hero was actively entering information about the Pterodrons into the Hunter's Encyclopedia. After which, the existence of the Pterodrons ceased to be a secret for the whole world. The hero considered such a discovery necessary for the world. Now, by chance, Jiha stumbled upon something remarkable. Before his eyes was a chat log with a ton of feedback and comments regarding system problems. Having decided to check everything himself, Jiha called up the character panel, not believing his eyes that he had leveled up considerably. Following this, already seeing the root of the problems, Jiha opened the spellbook, where he intended to change some parameters and display values in the system. Jiha encouraged himself by the fact that he had no time to rest. At the moment of making edits, Jiha Bum, who had been sleeping on his lap, woke up. While stroking the cat, the hero came up with an idea to make changes regarding the level system. Through his actions and changes, Jiha attempted to encourage monster hunting. But even in such a case, Jiha saw a problem in the form of a lack of bonus characteristics for hunters, so that everyone's strength would be equal. Reading the lines of the book, Jiha came to an option regarding choice without choice. Suddenly slamming the book shut, Jiha decided that this decision was not just like that. It did not exist in the book's sentences. Having decided to take a sequential approach, Jiha initially wanted to focus on the level system. So Jiha dreamily assumed to remove restrictions on weapons for the hunter's level. But Jiha saw a more profitable option in stimulating the growth of hunter levels in order to become owners of legendary weapons. It was the last version of his incredible decisions that Jiha decided to write into the Book of Spells. Almost immediately after Jiha finished writing in his book, other hunters began to encounter strange surveys from the system. For some, the changes that followed were revolutionary, while others simply did not understand what was happening. The changes that Jiha brought about were immediately implemented. From now on, it turned out that regardless of their class, hunters had a lot of privileges. Malik, who was monitoring these changes in real time, could only imagine what the future might hold for them all. Suddenly his phone started ringing. Answering the call, Malik heard an excited voice asking him to come to the 7th district, to the store. The obviously tired man who was in contact with Malik briefly explained to him about something strange that had appeared near the tree there. This something entangled the nearest houses and roads with trees and grass. A day has passed since this alarming report. Visitors to Jiha's store were actively discussing the local anomaly. Gradually, the hunters' conversations touched on the changes in the system, which, as Jiha caught out of the corner of his ear, made everyone happy. Now, with the current changes, almost anyone could go through the dungeons without much effort. The only ones who suffered, according to the hunters, were the archers, who lost a lot of money on potions and arrows. Jiha listened to all this while he was packing the order. The hunters stopped talking and thanked Jiha for his work. Jiha even shouted after his regulars to come again. Now, sighing heavily, Jiha could comprehend the fact that with his intervention, he not only fixed something, but even broke it. The new idea that was born in Jiha's head was to personally study the problem and find a solution. A few seconds later, a voice was heard desperately calling for Jiha. Going outside, the hero saw Betty there, who continued to call Jiha. Betty suddenly lifted herself off the ground and brought a sprout up to Jiha's face. Almost screaming, Betty conveyed to Jiha that the grass in this place was not from Earth. Jiha pretended as if he knew nothing about this. Then, Betty demonstrated to Jiha how plants behaved when they were applied to the soil in a special way. At the same time, Betty also reported strange seeds that were found here and there. Jiha must have remembered something and looked up from the ground. His gaze was directed at the giant tree that grew right behind the shop. Jiha understood perfectly well that such manifestations were only the beginning of something grandiose, but he was sure that this would also bring happiness. The hero's feelings were sincere. Supporting them, he sat down under the great tree. Having called up the system window, Jiha began to study the skills. One of them, whose peculiarity was movement, interested the hero, but it was not just a movement in space, but sending one's mind to any creature. For the first time, Jiha thought about how dangerous the miniature world he had created was. Jiha was afraid that one day, during the experiments, he would lose himself. During these reflections, someone called the hero. As it turned out, this was what Margaret was calling for. The young knight thanked Jiha for her miraculous rescue. The hero responded by talking about Margaret's father, to whom she owed her position in society. Embarrassed by this fact, Margaret confirmed Jiha's words. Meanwhile, Margaret also recalled Bartok, who witnessed divine power. Margaret feared that Bartok might turn his anger on the knight's adoptive father. Margaret described Bartok as extremely powerful and capable of many things. At some point she fell silent and clenched her teeth tightly. Standing up, she declared that she wished to save the knight commander. Margaret's gaze was filled with sincerity as she stared at the ceiling. Suddenly, light poured from the ceiling, and a divine voice promised Margaret that he would find out everything. Margaret was happy to hear this, not daring to rush the god's helper. After ending the communication session, Jiha noted that Margaret was a very serious aunt. After which, he turned his gaze to the Gimark Empire. At some point, his gaze caught something. After all, there, right now, Bartok was scolding one of the workers. Jiha listened and watched Bartok's cruel speeches. With each passing second, the hero became more and more convinced that Bartok was a real bastard. More and more, hatred for Bartok grew in Jiha's soul. After some time, the hero no longer wanted to watch, now perfectly understanding who Bartok was. Unexpectedly, Bomb gently touched Jiha's leg. The hero was surprised by the cat's behavior. Thinking that Bomb was simply worried about his master, Jiha thanked him. Still, Jiha needed a plan to make contact, but then his eyes stopped on something. Something was passing by, barely moving its paws. It was a fat hamster, the movement of which the system allowed. Naturally, having confirmed the choice, Jiha began the transfer of consciousness. Gradually, the scene moved to Brendo's office. He sighed heavily as he signed the absurd order papers. By chance, she noticed a hamster climbing onto the desk. Strangely, the hamster was making its way across the desk towards Brendo. The hamster stopped and suddenly spoke. Brendo screamed hysterically, thinking that a servant of the devil had come to see him. In a funny voice, the hamster explained that he was protecting Margaret. The hamster asked Brendo to simply listen to him. A couple of minutes later, in a condensed form, Brendo learned Margaret's fate. The hamster also noted that he was the god's confidant in growing the holy tree. Along the way, he reported that Margaret was planning to take Brando himself out of the Empire. The hamster was ready to help in this matter, literally immediately. After listening, Brendo slammed his fist on the table, as he had a hard time believing the whole story. Moreover, knowing about Margaret's happy outcome, Brendo no longer regretted anything. Instead of explaining, the knight was ready to show the hamster what he meant. After which, the action moved to the city streets. Sitting on the knight commander's shoulder, Jiha glanced at the people. Now, the general situation was felt somewhat differently by the hero. A feeling of tenderness filled Jiha's heart. But there was also a sad side: the disenfranchised farm laborers who served the vile Baatroc. By chance, a sound came from the side, which attracted Jiha's attention. Brando pointed out to the hero a terrible scene where children were gnawing human bones in order to survive. Brendo made it clear that the food supply problems were catastrophic, while the elites were eating to their heart's content. Brando portrayed Bartok as almost the main culprit of such events, explaining that Bartok's greed knew no bounds. Next, take the hamster to the main demonstration site. Ahead, like mighty walls, stretched the stronghold of Bartok's greed. Guards scurried around, carefully protecting the valuables of the fat usurper. Brando showed that Bartok didn't give a damn about the needs of everyone else. Finally, Jiha managed to show the true state of affairs in the city. Jiha thought about it, because the situation was much worse than expected. The hero understood perfectly well that the critical stage of the disaster was just around the corner. Then, deciding to talk to Brando about how to separate Bartok and the residents. Brando had not yet seen it this way, since people were very dependent on Bartok. After hearing this, Jiha was ready to conclude something, ultimately offering to demonstrate God's power to the people. After all, one good idea has already come to Jiha's mind. While Man was calmly chewing grass, Jiha was ready to tell his plan along the way. For a while, Brendo was forced to leave Jiha alone. Left alone, Jiha began to think about how to demonstrate the stallion. But first, the hero wanted to find out what opinions were prevalent in the city. Having made some kind of plan, Jiha didn't even notice how hands were reaching out to it. In an instant, tenacious fingers squeezed the hamster. The unknown person holding the hamster began to talk out loud about Brendo's madness, that he was now communicating with animals. The servant laughed, for his master, Bartok, would have been pleased. But the servant was not sure whether the hamster had really not muttered anything before. At that very moment, to his horror, Jiha learned that for some reason the system could not remove him from the hamster's body. While discussing Bartok's future successes out loud, the servant threw the hamster into his bag. Whistling cheerfully to himself, he carried Jiha to meet his master. As soon as this event occurred, the alarm plant gave a signal. All the gods of nature were alarmed. Comrade Komi was the first to speak out, believing that Jijika should be rescued immediately. Bomb was in complete agreement, giving instructions to the other gods. At the same time, in the village of survivors, Margaret received a message. The girl turned around in fear, not expecting anything like this. Her gaze flickered as the messenger read Brendo's name on the paper. Having revealed that, Margaret began to read the message from her adoptive father about meeting a strange talking hamster. The letter made it clear that Brendo knew about Jiha's disappearance. Margaret clenched her fists at Bartok's meanness. Deciding that the scoundrel should be taught a lesson, the knight grabbed her sword. The only thing Margaret hoped for was that Jiha would be able to stand up for herself. While Bartok, the girl, took over. Coming out of her house, the knight saw a familiar golden mane. Without further ado, she mounted Mana. The knightess was amazed that every time the heavenly horse appeared just in time. Frowning, she asked that man help this time too. Meanwhile, some action was also taking place in Bartok's office. The fat man looked at the mouse, which the servant described as a manifestation of the devil. Such information, even though it might be false, was to Bartok's liking. Ultimately, he thanked the servant, promising to reward him later. Jiha himself, sitting in the cage, was thinking about how absurdly he had fallen into a trap. While waiting for the ability to wear off, Jiha witnessed someone burst into Bartok's office. Another servant convinced Bartok that he had to take a look at what was happening now. Pointing to the window, the servant spoke of some unidentified creature in the sky. Bartok didn't really believe the tales until he himself was stunned. And indeed, a golden horse hung in the sky above the city itself. Fear, uncertainty, and a host of other feelings overwhelmed Bartok. Immediately, the previous encounter with this horse surfaced in Bartok's mind, which is why he now wanted to run without looking back. And so, at incredible speeds, saving himself, Bartok rushed out of his office. There was a commotion, and everyone suddenly forgot about the hamster. Trying to somehow attract attention to himself, raising his voice, Jiha began to call Mani. At the same time, the stallion was jumping on the roofs of houses. A few moments later, having delivered Margaret where she needed to go. Having thanked the stallion, Margaret let him go about his business. Finally, the time came for the knight to demonstrate her prowess. To the sound of Margaret's sword being drawn from its sheath, Mani shook the heavens with thunder. An electric discharge erupted, destroying the room where Jiha was imprisoned. But the blow was so strong that the little hamster went into an uncontrolled flight, until in the end, he landed successfully on Mani's nose. Immediately starting to feel him up, Jiha thanked the horse for saving him. But before he set off in pursuit of Bartok, Jiha saw something else. Furiously, the sword drew blood from the knights. Their armor was shattered, and death groans were heard from within. It turned out that Margaret was behind all this bloody madness. Very quickly, Jiha realized that, in rushing to help, Mani had brought Margaret with him. Now Jiha saw Margaret as the antibody that had rid the Empire of cancer cells. There was a fierce battle going on down there in the streets. One of the knights had managed to catch Margaret in a mistake, when he was met with a blow from a shield. Breathing heavily, Brendo managed to come to the aid of his adopted daughter. He was glad not only to see Margaret, but also to know that she was safe. In the middle of a street littered with corpses, the characters suddenly began to have a pleasant conversation, praising her for her endurance and determination. At one point, Brendo even put his hand to Margaret's head. Finally, he recognized her as a true knight. Brendo urged the girl to spread her wings and fully demonstrate herself, because the right hour had struck. At the same time, Bartok was rushing along the streets, desperately shuffling his legs. While fleeing, he even managed to threaten those around him. At some point, a painfully familiar voice called out to Bartok. Bartok guessed who the voice might belong to, but he was not going to stop, hoping to escape into the forest. The scoundrel had only a little time left when his foot tripped over something. Having lost his balance, the oaf was already falling uncontrollably. At the same time, under the influence of the Black Lion's technique, Margaret flew up to him. In the air, she swung her sword, causing the fat man to immediately spit out blood. The wound was severe and Bartok fell to his knees. Smoothly, next to his neck, a blade flashed. Holding her sword at the ready, Margaret herself condemned Bartok. There followed a moment of lingering anticipation, during which Bartok reflected on his unenviable situation. But he couldn't allow himself to be outplayed by anyone, much less die so shamefully. Not wanting to give up so easily, Bartok reached for his hidden blade. With a furious cry of hatred, he was ready to give his last fight. But using the Black Lion Claw skill, Margaret got ahead of him, dealing him 10 quick blows. A dying breath escaped Bartok's throat. The dagger fell from his hands, and his thoughts were devoted to the lost opportunities to capture the kingdom. Finally, he fell down dead. Jiha, in the form of a hamster, was watching all this, and he did not wish such a fate on Bartok. Suddenly, Jiha remembered Eddie's words that enemies had to be exterminated, giving the future the opportunity to develop. But the hero was not sure of this, since he did not consider himself part of the world of warriors. However, he respected other people's paths, ultimately making the decision to pay more attention to and understand the world around us. The skill's cooldown wore off, and Jiha was finally able to leave the hamster's body, leaving the unfortunate animal alone with Margaret, who looked at him strangely. Now, with a lot of other work to do, Jiha looked at the world map. By pointing, Jiha gave orders to the Theradrons to help the people from the Empire get to the village of survivors. As a motivation for the beetles, Jiha noted that honey production would also increase. But Jiha's previous persuasions were no longer working well. The Pterodrons were constantly whispering among themselves. The Pterodrons' intransigence was only a minor problem, while the main obstacle Jiha saw was the cultural differences between the two countries' inhabitants. The hero had to urgently come up with a plan on how best to reconcile people who had been fighting for centuries. On this issue, Jiha decided to turn to the only possible specialist, the maiden Selena. Communicating with her, Jiha obtained a promise of good neighborliness with the people of the Empire. Somewhat embarrassing to Jiha, Selena stated that most considered the gardener to be the god to be worshipped. The only condition and hope, Selena said, was the people's acceptance of the Empire and faith in the god Ark. Having understood and clarified everything, Jiha thanked Selena for the consultation. Then a new day dawned, passing to the area where, at the behest of Prince Philip, the common people were busy with construction. The work itself was carried out jointly, with Theradrons flying over people's heads every now and then. As they finished their work with the report, workers approached the prince every now and then. Philip himself was about to finish his business any minute now. After some time, people walked along the paved roads. Philip assessed the extent of the work carried out, hoping that everything done would help the settlers. The prince did not forget to thank the people who participated in this common cause. However, they all, in unison, declared that the main worker was only Philip. The buzzing above the prince's head also died down, as tired Theradrons moved there, barely flapping their wings. Along the way, Philip recalled the moment when he learned about the upcoming resettlers and their numbers. At that time, the task seemed almost impossible to the prince. But Jiha, being in the form of a divine sign, promised to help with everything. Even now in the present, Philip kept looking at how the representatives of God were actively helping people. And therefore, the prince's confidence in greater and better changes was present. In connection with this, after resting for some time, the prince called on his people to take up their tools again and continue the common cause. The instruments began to ring en masse and the hard work began. At the same time, unnoticed, a telescope emerged from the dense thicket of trees. The elves observed this noise from a safe distance. Croydle did not understand, because the people of the village had no reason to start any construction. The elf scout Kreutz also didn't know the answer, but noted that the roads were being repaired everywhere, and even a new village was being built. Sitting in the tree, the elves discussed among themselves the situation with the split in the Gimark Empire, which is probably why Philip expected an influx of refugees. Croydle himself, in general, did not care about the affairs of people. He was only worried that the salt trade routes would be blocked. The scout was indignant, accusing Croydle of being particularly to blame for the depletion of the salt reserves. Croydle waved it off, but nevertheless acknowledged that friendly relationships with people are important. The elf didn't even notice how the hamster stealthily approached him. Suddenly the hamster spoke, admitting that he was glad to meet Croydle. The elf was amazed because for the first time in his long life he met a talking hamster. Events jumped forward, moving into the evening and taking place in the village of survivors. There, Philip and Selena asked the new guests to wait for someone. The elves were also present, among whom was Croydle, who was still amazed by the hamster. At some point, the door to the room where everyone was swung open. The prince was encouraged when he realized that a representative had arrived. But for some reason, Bomb went inside. Everyone was amazed at the arrival of the most ordinary beast. The little leopard stubbornly moved forward until a talking hamster appeared from behind his neck. The elves immediately expressed their skepticism, considering such a creature unworthy of the title of representative. But Jiha tried to justify himself by saying that the form of it was completely different. All this was a prelude, because the hero wanted to talk about something. And so, Idly, he opened the meeting of representatives of the surviving countries. Subsequently, the discussion went well, and many issues were quickly resolved. Such productivity gave Jiha the idea that it was possible to achieve respectful coexistence of all peoples in Gehenna. The hero had already planned how he would help everyone and resolve possible conflicts. With this idea in mind, Jiha was ready to discuss other things. A lot of time passed and Selena finally ended the meeting. Smiling sweetly, she thanked everyone, hoping for similar productive meetings in the future. Everyone was pleased with the meeting, except for the tightwad Croydle, who was sulking because during all the conversations, the question of the world tree had never been raised. Philip ignored the elf's words, believing that initially, cooperation and survival came first. On this note, he primarily praised Jiha for his enormous contribution. Afterwards, the hamster awkwardly walked towards the Holy Virgin, saying that he had prepared something for her as well. Selena had no idea what kind of gift she could expect, but when she finally saw it, her eyes froze. After all, the hero handed over to the Holy Virgin the very branch of the world tree. Later, in a specially designated place, a fence was erected literally before our eyes. A sign literally appeared out of thin air, saying, "Do not approach." Even Jiha himself was shocked by the speed of such construction. The Pterodrons did their job by fencing off a branch of the world tree that was stuck into the ground. The elves also watched all this, somewhat doubting the veracity of the nature of the branch. A couple of hours had passed since the branch was stuck in, and almost reaching to the sky, a huge tree was already rising into the sky. Below, on the ground, all the participants in this spectacle looked like bugs. The elves were especially impressed when they finally recognized the branch. Selena did not hide her happiness either, secretly praising the god Ark endlessly. The elf thanked Jiha for the first time, because the people of that one believed that the world tree had already perished. In tears, Croydle swore that he would protect the world tree at any cost. In the miniature world, the world tree stood out especially against the background of other objects. The gods of nature discussed this event among themselves, believing that the time for the call had come. But first, he decided that it was not worth involving the Pterodrons in such work, since they were all busy. So 2 hours passed and somewhere where a huge wolf paw stepped. The area was famous for its monsters, which swarmed literally everywhere. Seeing all this, Komi said that in order to be called up, one would have to work hard. Pushing aside, Baum came forward, who condemned the other gods for their excessive chatter. Next, Baum released his claws from his soft pads, and then he let out a deafening roar. This roar turned into a destructive wave, crushing mountains and rocks in its path. Many monsters died as soon as this wave touched them. Following this, the gods of nature went on the attack. From the terrible blows of the gods of nature, blood flowed. Every now and then, the gods of nature overheated among themselves, so that the monsters looked more like animals than monsters. Continuing the fight, Baum even suggested that they might not have been hostile to humans. Meanwhile, in the real world, at home, Jiha found out where his other pets had gone. Something else was happening in the house of hunters Eddie and Seo. Looking at his phone, Eddie happily said Growlo's name. Having quickly gotten ready, Eddie informed Seo that he needed to go somewhere immediately. Having apologized for interrupting breakfast, Eddie quickly left the house. Soon his car was speeding down the road. Turning on the radio, he listened to a report about beast-like creatures that suddenly began to clear out one of the areas occupied by monsters. The reporter actively commented on how subtly the animals defeated the monsters. At some point, having reached the right place, Eddie slammed on the brakes. Getting out of the car, he met other hunters, from whom he now asked about the situation. Malik was nearby, and Edie explained to him that he had a connection with the wolf. Having weighed the pros and cons, Malik gave the go-ahead. At that moment, the ground beneath their feet began to shake. Nobody could really understand what was going on. By chance, their gaze rose to the sky, seeing as if the universe itself had cracked. A little more and a hole formed in place of the crack. Magical fragments rained down on everyone who was below. Food. Eddie opened his eyes and saw an unimaginable picture. For some reason, he clearly looked at the world of Estrom. Finding themselves there against their will, the hunters walked forward. While Edie couldn't believe his eyes, Malik ordered the area to be blocked. Unlike many, Eddie was not afraid, but hoped for a meeting. Images of Prince Philip and Saint Selena flashed through his mind. Malik heard this, but did not understand what Edie was muttering about. At the same time, the prince carried out his daily training, when a painfully familiar voice called out to him. The prince clearly saw Eddie running towards him, believing that he was imagining things. And yet, they met and exchanged greetings. Then, as quickly as possible, Edie tried to explain to the prince that he had been transported to the world of Earth. The prince shuddered as he saw that the familiar landscape had disappeared. Laughing out loud, Edie welcomed Philip into his world. Meanwhile, somewhere far, far away, dark processes were taking place. Under the vibration of the unification of two different worlds, a hand broke through the dead earth. Someone was finally ready to meet the gardener of God. Half an hour later, the prince's fingers were tapping nervously on the table. Worried, the prince once again tried to understand where he had ended up. The hunter confirmed the prince's guesses, and the other characters were clearly despondent. Eddie tried to ease the atmosphere of confusion by using his charisma. So, to begin with, he decided to introduce himself again. Telling everyone present his name, Eddie described himself as a hunter who was ready to provide any assistance. A couple of days had passed since this meeting, and now the action was taking place at a hunters' conference. Prince Philip gave a long speech there. The prince thanked the hunters for their help, vowing to provide reciprocal support. Philip hoped that the oaths and agreements made were fair. Almost everyone followed these events, finding the prince to be quite a handsome man. While preparing goods in his shop, Jiha kept thinking about what had happened. He guessed that the mischievous gods of nature were involved in all this. So the first to be subjected to the test and interrogation was Comrade Komi. Through him, the hero tried to get to the truth. At some point, Jiha decided that such events would clearly not have happened with the permission of the tree. Therefore, having changed his anger to mercy, Jiha decided to finally feed the pets. Soon, placing a bowl filled with food on the ground, Jiha hoped that the connection between the worlds had not become too close, and he could still interfere in the affairs of Gehenna. The difference was that from now on, Jiha's decisions could also affect the earth. For the first time, the hero truly felt like a deity. At the same time, it seemed that Jiha had managed to grasp the purpose of the world tree itself. He was sure that the tree wanted to resettle the survivors from Gehenna to earth. A couple of days passed since then, and here, cute little legs were walking into Jiha's store. Bringing the others with her, Leah demonstrated the tree that had grown in this place. One of the redhead's companions even put his hand to the tree. Kreutz was absolutely sure that the tree that had grown was part of the world tree from Gehenna. Saint Selena was amazed by this event, at the same time, remembering the words of the representative of God and the tree in his garden. Next, Leah took the guests to Jiha's store itself. As Selena walked inside with everyone else, she suddenly felt numb. In her eyes, the image of a handsome hero was frozen. Moreover, the Holy Virgin clearly recognized his voice. However, another detail caught Selena's attention. While the others chatted cheerfully, she turned her gaze to the bag filled with salt. The girl quickly realized that the salt was most likely the very one sent by God. More and more doubts Selena had about Jiha. But for now, I decided to play the fool and play my role. At the moment, Margaret was actively talking about G's work with potions. Everyone kept praising the hero, which made him feel embarrassed. This reaction only made the knight smile, suggesting that one day she too would turn to Jiha. After all, Margaret had already planned to make her knights hunters, just like the Earthlings. Hoping that Margaret would succeed, Jiha handed over the present. With all sincerity, the knightess thanked the hero. But then, even Margaret herself was hit in the nose by a familiar smell. The moment when Selena introduced the knight to the god's intermediary came to her mind. Without an ounce of doubt, Margaret realized who she was talking to. After a short conversation, the visitors left the store. Strange feelings were now visiting Jiha, meanwhile, noticing a sheet of paper folded by someone on the table. Of course, Jiha opened it. He began to read the lines there attentively. After reading, the hero immediately went to Gehenna. After all, it was the meeting with him that the Holy Virgin was looking for. Jiha was worried, believing that something had happened that could not be said openly. Finally, after a long journey, he reached the village of survivors. Then, gathering his courage, he knocked loudly. Soon the door was opened by two familiar, seductive women. After a short greeting, Jiha was seated at the table. Jiha didn't waste time and quickly started talking about the meaning of the letter. Selena honestly said that there were no problems and that she only wanted to talk to Jiha personally. The hero became worried. After a short pause, Selena decided to find out if Jiha believed in God. Without waiting for an answer, Selena began to tell a story about a god who once disappeared. After all, it was at that very moment in Gehenna that everything went according to plan. Selena wanted to make sure that Jiha was indeed the god's agent, but the hero did not find anything to answer. Right there, Selena announced that she had no suspicions, since Jiha had given himself away with a lot of evidence. The hero remained silent, although he understood that there was no point in denying it. Seeing the favorable glances of the two girls, Jiha was ready to reveal the truth. Finally, taking a breath, he confessed, proudly proclaiming that he is indeed a representative. Later, Jiha told about many things. His story was detailed, practically not missing a single detail. Such frankness even turned out to be pleasant for Jiha. It would surely have lifted a heavy burden from her heart. At some point, the Holy Virgin sighed languidly and fell to her knees. Suddenly, Selena began to beg for forgiveness. Only now did the hero realize that his words had been taken completely wrong. Jiha tried to explain everything, referring to the will of the world tree. Margaret was shocked by Jiha's honesty, although she feared for his life from now on. Meanwhile, having taken a sip of the drink, Ji now had some requests for the ladies. Both expressed their willingness to act with great zeal. Jiha asked him to simply keep his secret and to address him in an ordinary manner. Besides, Jiha hoped to help the girl in the future. Margaret was the first to speak out, pledging her allegiance to Jiha. In an instant, a system panel appeared, notifying the hero that he had acquired an ally. Additionally, the system offered to register Margaret as a personal warrior, thereby leveling her up. Upon learning of this, tears began to flow from Selena's eyes, because the knight had the honor of becoming the protector of the deity, to gain the most honorable title in all of Gehenna. Such defenders, in ancient times, protected the inhabitants of Gehenna from evil. According to Selena's story, such warriors served exclusively to God. Gia decided to have a discussion, because everyone had their own lives and goals. Then Margaret jumped up, loudly announcing that the purpose of her life had already been predetermined. The hero thought about it, because the knight had a unique ability to persuade. Ultimately, Jiha refused such an opportunity. His decision cut Margaret's heart sorely that she did not understand the refusal. Then, the hero explained that people should be connected by trusting feelings, not obligations. In part, the knightess agreed with this conclusion, but since the decision had already been made, Margaret could do nothing about it. At the same time, the Holy Virgin gave the hero an ancient book. Selena hoped that after reading it, Jiha would learn a lot about the ancient history of Gehenna. At the same time, Margaret remembered one event with a drop. The hero confirmed that it was he who brought down the flood on the unbelieving knights. Several days had passed since that conversation, and the action again began to unfold in Jiha's store. As Selena expected, the hero was studying the ancient tome, but he didn't understand why stories about dragons and warriors of God could be so important. With a sigh, Jiha turned over a ton of pages in one fell swoop. He began to read into the events of the romantic time, when all creatures coexisted. At that time, dragons played the role of mediators, eliminating interspecies conflicts. But after some time, thoughts of a different kind appeared among the dragons. One of the most powerful dragons declared himself a god and ruler. However, the divine warriors managed to defeat the rebellious dragon, whose remains were placed in the sanctuary. Jiha even suggested that divine warriors probably fought side by side with the gods of nature. Jiha liked the story so much that an idea came to his mind. He quickly realized that based on what he had learned, it would be possible to create a thematic dungeon. Returning to the secret garden, he began to think about how best to furnish the dungeon so that it would be beneficial to everyone. In addition to leveling up, Jiha hoped to surprise the participants of the dungeon with the plot. A wonderful story about a terrible dragon was already maturing in his head. In connection with this, the hero immediately began to create. Many settings were made, and now all that was left for Jiha to do was create a layout. For this, the hero called together all his faithful assistants. Comrade Komi also wanted to participate and encouraged other gods to do this. In the end, the parrot agreed to help him. Hong was only worried that only 2 nature gods were being sent for this matter, but Komi saw no problems with this option. After all, the portal he opened led to the goat's library, opening just as another book perished in his teeth. A huge bear paw emerged from the portal, intending to take Yang with it, at one point grabbing him along with him. The portal closed as quickly as it had opened, leaving behind scattered books. The action moved to the area of the scorching sun. The portal brought the gods of nature straight into the desert. Following the goat, many began to doubt that they were going in the right direction. But to all questions or reproaches directed at him, Yang responded only by bleating. Understanding many languages, the parrot translated for Yang, who asked him not to blame himself. At some point, Comrade Komi lost his patience and was ready to hit the goat, but the fight did not take place, because a hair fell right next to them on the sand. The gods of nature suddenly turned their attention to him. Suddenly the hare began to gesticulate actively. Through Yang and Hong, it became clear that he was asking for help. Then the rabbit grabbed Komi by the paw. Then he desperately pulled after him. Subsequently, the rabbit led the gods of nature to a special place in the desert. There, from where a quiet rumble could be heard throughout the entire area, to where the terrifying lizard drake lived. Immediately, Komi transformed into a mighty bear, striking the lizard. With just one blow, the bear defeated him, now leaving the rabbit nation in confusion. The menacing appearance and hungry look made the rabbits think that now the bear would become their new problem. But then, from behind their fur, a rabbit guide appeared. The leader of the rabbits guessed that the bear could hardly be a new danger. At the same time, in the secret garden, Jiha was idle. Looking around sleepily, he suddenly caught something with his gaze. After all, the fog that hid the area to the east had cleared. Almost immediately, Bam and Denny arrived at Jiha's place. It would seem that the pets would be right in inviting the hero to explore new territory. At the same time, something else happened. A portal opened nearby, from which rabbits poured out en masse. Jiha was frightened, not expecting such an invasion. Somewhere behind the horde of rabbits, completely different ears were visible. Finally, the trinity of nature gods appeared proudly. Jiha wasn't angry with those. He just didn't know where to place his new friends. Having noticed the largest and bravest rabbit, the hero guessed that he was the leader, and yet there was no place for them in the secret garden. After Jiha said this, there was an urgent commotion in the secret garden. The rabbits began to diligently dig the ground. Here and there, holes appeared where the long-eared ones hid. Just a couple of minutes, and the rabbits had already found shelter themselves. The hero had no choice but to greet the new inhabitants of the secret garden. As a result, Jiha gave the leader of the rabbits a special name, which sounded like Dal. Accepting the naming, the rabbit began to briskly stamp its paws in response. Meanwhile, Jiha had certain questions regarding the rabbit for Comrade Komi himself. A couple of minutes later, Jiha already knew the general story of the meeting with the rabbits, but the hero found it strange to meet the lizard drake in the desert, where they had never lived. Hearing this and stepping aside, Dal opened a portal. Very soon, through that, strong scales appeared. The remains of the dragon fell halfway into the garden. Jiha was horrified to realize that the lizard was hunting not so much for rabbits as for dragon bones. But all this did not explain where Dal himself got his bones from. At the moment of these thoughts, a stick poked Jiha in the hand. As it turned out, Dal had already drawn a whole diagram. The drawing Jiha quickly recognized as the images that were in Selena's book. At the same time, Dal pointed out something else to the hero. Jiha guessed that using bones, it would be possible to create a dragon for the dungeon. For this permission, Jiha turned to Dal. Once permission was granted, the system rewarded Jiha with the skill to create life. But in the process, Jiha was faced with a dead end, because he needed to breathe in the soul. Almost immediately after this, his ears caught an unusual sound. The Pterodrons have already performed some manipulations with the bones. It is unclear how, but the beetles managed to reproduce the soul of an ancient dragon. Jiha thanked them, because the Pterodrons understood the hero without unnecessary words. Now Jiha had no choice but to start the process itself. The recreated soul swarmed, hovering near the dragon's bones. The old memory was erased so that upon awakening he would become a noble serpent. Now, all Jiha had to do was activate the skill he had recently acquired. Subsequently, the soul penetrated the bones, and the countdown of the dragon's awakening began. Jiha exhaled, believing that the hardest part was behind him. Hours have passed since then, and now, after thousands of years, the dragon has opened his eyes again. But he didn't know where and why he found himself. As the dragon quickly soared into the sky, he felt as if something foreign was inside his body. As he looked around the area, he kept not recognizing the species. After all, what once was now did not exist. Continuing its flight, the dragon's attention was drawn to one phenomenon. Having flown up, he found himself right at the breach in the universe. But the great serpent did not know what he saw and what he encountered. Instantly, the gap sucked in the dragon. Without expecting it, the dragon was thrown into a completely different world. At the same time, in the department store, the redhead was jealous. She refused to understand why Jiha was so close to the complete stranger Margaret. All this worried Leah until a man from her guild burst into the store. After all, in the 7th district, a dragon appeared, splashing with flames. His appearance took everyone completely by surprise. Many were confused, not even knowing what rank the monster had. At the moment of this despair, Leah appeared. Introducing herself and her guild, the redhead was going to take control of the situation. Unexpectedly, Margaret also volunteered to help. Drawing her sword, she was ready to defend Jiha. The rival's confidence really irritated Leah. The dragon was approaching, and Leah commanded her warriors to get ready. Seeing that they were going to fight back, the dragon was filled with hatred for the worthless. As he landed, he belched flames. The swirling fire began to burn any obstacles in its path. Leah was not afraid of the display of power, preparing her staff. Margaret was also not afraid, already rushing straight towards the dragon. Subsequently, having carried out a comprehensive media attack. Just one attack, and the dragon's breathing became confused. The great serpent did not understand why his strength had diminished so much. But as soon as the dragon tried to escape, a giant hand appeared from the sky. All the witnesses froze when they saw this. Only Margaret did not show fear, because she knew. To the dragon's shock, the giant golem grabbed him. Leah was trembling, barely holding back, not even knowing how to react to such a force. Luckily for everyone, Jiha managed to remove the dragon from the earthly world in time. He closed his eyes and scolded himself that something like this had happened. And yet the hero was extremely lucky that at the right time, everyone left his store. Therefore, barely in time, Jik managed to catch the dragon. Now, he breathed a sigh of relief, because the crisis was resolved. However, wanting to know who was behind the dragon's escape, the hero understood perfectly well that without someone else's help, nothing like this would have happened. Later, Jiha learned that a terrible mistake had simply occurred. Comrade Komi was responsible for the mistake and confessed to everything. Taking him in his arms, Jiha stroked the bear cub, asking him not to be upset. Somewhere around this time, the dragon himself awakened. The first breath and familiar smell hit his nostrils. Raising his head, the dragon saw leaves falling in abundance. They flew from the tops of the tallest tree. A little later, Jiha also met the cute little dragon. The dragon spread his wings, wanting to know who he had met. Jiha introduced himself, knowing that the dragon's name was Astragon. The dragon demanded respect, to which Jiha only laughed. Not having received what was due, the dragon cackled, guessing that it was Jiha who had grabbed him. Meanwhile, Astragon did not understand where he found himself, and what kind of beads were dangling from him. Jiha paused, not intending to reveal the whole truth to Astragon. A couple of minutes later, the dragon was seething with rage, because Astragon considered the hero's words about death to be nonsense. While preparing his fire breath, he warned Jiha to tell the truth. But the next moment, he hit me on the forehead with his paw. Bomb hit Astragon, which shocked the dragon. A fight immediately broke out, because the dragon was not going to put up with his humiliating position. After some time and a couple hundred slaps, Astragon no longer looked so hot-tempered. Bomb then explained to the dragon that Jiha was carrying out the will of God. Quite briefly, Bomb explained that long ago, Astragon was overthrown, and from now on, Jiha replaces the departed god. Astragon did not understand anything, much less the news that the noble dragon had become a tyrant. The gods of nature explained that it was only thanks to Jiha that the dragon deserved a second chance at life. After which, with open books, the Theradrons flew up to him. As his eyes wandered over the lines, the dragon became convinced that they were talking about him. Astragon was overcome with grief, because he realized his betrayal. Yang bleated, asking the dragon not to be upset and to accept his new destiny. Astragon let out a sigh and roared, and had no choice but to do so. However, the dragon already had some request for his new master. The great serpent needed a new mission. Astragon explained to Jiha that the mission was the meaning of the beings' lives, but the hero did not understand why he was complicating his existence so much. And so, Jiha allowed the dragon to become part of the garden. One question was settled, and now Jiha was thinking about a name for the dragon. After some thought, he named him Yeni. With that said, a breeze blew towards the dragon. The dragon was not impressed because everything sounded simple. Still, Yeni needed a specific task. After racking his brains, Jiha offered him the role of dungeon boss. In order for Yeni to understand everything, the hero was ready to tell everything in order. A couple of days passed since that conversation, and Yeni was already in a different place. Watching the miniature, Jiha asked Yeni not to hold back. The dragon clicked his teeth, preparing to fight at full speed. And yet, Jiha was afraid that the dragon was still weak. In response, a scorching flame burst out from the miniature. Yeni resigned himself to his role, at least for the time being. As he was in the midst of his self-digging, the gates of the dungeon opened. Multiple steps and the ringing of armor were heard. Walking briskly, the hunters discussed the new dungeon among themselves. Of all of them, only Doc expressed any concern. Despite the encouragement, his feelings only grew worse. Only Leah expressed boredom, expecting something more. At some point, the hunters noticed very tall wings. Yeni stood up, bared his teeth, preparing to greet the guests. The hunter's words that the dragon had once escaped enraged him. With all his hatred, the dragon was ready to take revenge for such an insult. Immediately, he released his fiery breath towards the hunters. Soon, news of the new dungeon and the dragon within it spread throughout the world. Having lost the first time, Leah was planning to visit the dungeon again for revenge. Meanwhile, Malik himself was invited to appear on television as an expert. The host actively asked him about the new dungeon and its features. Malik just shrugged, urging everyone not to view the dragon as an ordinary monster. And yet, assuming that the dungeon was of a training nature, since it imposed special buffs on the participants. Malik was sure of one thing when passing through the dungeon. A high reward would definitely await the lucky ones. Meanwhile, not all of the hunters were interested in the dungeon. Some of them preferred everyday life. Where there was work, it always ended with friendly gatherings. Like now, when old friends managed to get together. Quan and Betty were shocked by the delicious food they were brought. The food was laid out, and now everyone was just waiting for G to arrive. Having collected his menagerie, the hero hurried as much as he could. Later, the characters exchanged pleasant phrases. Everyone was ready to have a pleasant leisure time. Silence reigned, broken only by the sound of smacking. At some point, Quan noticed a change in Jiha. He was embarrassed by the hero's sharply increased musculature. Quan couldn't stop as he was amazed by Jiha's form. At the moment of these advances, a clicking sound was heard from the side. In the end, the hero was saved from a terrible attempt at harassment. Jiha thanked Mani, and at the same time condemned him for his aggression. But now, even another hunter noted obvious changes in the hero's body. Jiha brushed off such questions directed at him. Meanwhile, television was broadcasting alarming news about the natural disaster. Hearing this half asleep, Dennis became interested. Later, such news stunned the wolf. Immediately, a barking sound was heard, attracting Jiha's attention. Of course, the hero hurried to visit him. But now I see a terrible picture on TV myself. First of all, I assumed that they were showing the world tree, but he quickly calculated in his head that the tree was clearly something alien. That same evening, in the garden, the goat wanted something from Ji. Stubbornly, he dragged the hero into the portal. having passed through which, Jiha did not recognize the views. Next, a long descent down a spiral staircase began, until finally Jiha hit rock bottom. There, he was amazed by what he saw. In the middle of the huge hall, something was hovering. Jiha looked closer, seeing the book. Naturally, he took it in his hands. The terrible pages of scripture were revealed. Prophecies of the tree of the apocalypse and the ruler of hell. Having studied the scripture, Jiha guessed what kind of tree was shown on the news. This meant that the hero had to somehow stop this. Jiha made a call, wanting to go to the epicenter of the disaster, to the United States itself. The hero turned to Malik for permission to travel and support, but Jiha did not reveal the true motives for the trip. However, Malik was not a fool, he guessed something. And so, without pressing questions, Malik decided to follow the hero. Finally, exhaling loudly into the phone, Malik gave Jiha the go-ahead and promised to help with something. Secretly, the gods of nature were watching these conversations. They were actually happy that Jiha was heading to the disaster site. Comrade Komi joined the conversation, believing that even the gods of nature should prepare themselves. But Bomb had already foreseen everything, even the influence of the Pterodrons. In that case, Komi did not understand who would be looking after Jiha himself. After repeating the question, Bomb looked away. He just fell on the dragon Yenny. A little later, Jiha finished packing his things. Eventually, the hero was going to leave the house. A couple of hours later, getting to the airport. There, with all due politeness, Jiha met Ashley from the US Embassy. Jiha was pleased with this meeting and the girl's manners. Very briefly to herself, Ashley assessed Jiha. At some point, Ashley decided to introduce himself to Doc. Because of Doc's manner, the situation became awkward and Jiha laughed. Ashley smiled back, asking the hero not to worry about anything. Along the way, I learned from her that everyone already knew about the hero's schedule. Malik appeared nearby, calling this his own achievement. Malik believed that in this way he was paying off certain debts to Jiha. A couple of minutes later, the hero was already on the plane. He was a little nervous, because this was his first flight in his life. And yet Jiha managed to relax. At that very moment, Yenny appeared from the bag, almost suffocating in it. The dragon did not understand such difficulties, because it was always possible to fly there on that. Jiha just laughed and began to stroke Yenny. Meanwhile, the plane was gaining altitude and a long flight lay ahead. Every now and then, the dragon looked out the porthole. He was amazed by the flight with unspread wings. At some point, even recognizing this method as not bad, after several hours, the hero felt the ground again. Upon arrival, Jiha was already met. Chris, the leader of the American hunters, smiled and extended his hand. One by one, different people introduced themselves as Jiha. Hands reached out en masse, wanting Jiha's attention. At some point, things reached the point of an outright brawl. This kind of attention completely squeezed all the energy out of the hero. Ashley praised the hero, believing that he did an excellent job. Jiha accepted the compliment and noted something. After all, the place where everyone was going was extremely deserted. The town, which had previously been a regional center, now had a population of only a couple thousand people. Ashley explained that from now on, the town was used as a transit base for hunters. Unnoticed, Jiha put the translator's ring on his finger. He also had at his disposal special scrolls that had once been given to him by Malik. Taking a deep breath, the hero was about to do everything as usual. Then, asking everyone to stand in a row. That day, Jiha prepared a sea of buff scrolls. After all, Jiha was famous for the quality of his scrolls. Overall, the work lasted about 4 hours. Quite tired, the hero began to warm up. Taking pity on Jiha, someone gave him a drink. Taking advantage of Jiha's kind-heartedness, the charming man asked him to come with him. Naturally, the hero agreed and packed his things. The journey was long, which made the hero ask questions. Suddenly, the man stopped. There was a sound that distracted Jiha. At this moment, the man tried to steal the scrolls. The hero noticed the reaching hands in time, but he was no longer able to do anything. Dozens of arms grabbed him. Jiha was eventually captured. They dragged him away and threw him into a van. Now the hero could only guess about his fate, but at least the dragon was always with him. At some point, Jiha decided to find out about his fate. One of the kidnappers asked the hero to wait. He answered any other questions in the same way. This answer made Jiha worry. Needing help, the hero pulled the zipper on the bag. Suddenly, the car shook violently. Everyone was alarmed. It felt as if the van's wheels had hit something. Then, one of the kidnappers decided to go outside, having previously ordered to keep an eye on Jiha. But then, a terrible mouth appeared in the area of the windshield. The climbing vines broke the glass and reached out to the passengers, swiftly pulling out the kidnappers. Taking advantage of the moment, the van left Jiha. There was another movement from within the zipped bag. Yene managed to free himself and start breathing again. At some point, the plant monster turned its attention to the hero. Jiha quickly explained to the dragon that the monster was the problem. Snorting, the dragon urged the hero to stand up for himself. Meanwhile, the plant sent out its vines. Stubbornly, they reached out to Jiha and Yeni. Just now, the dragon was preparing its breath. At some point, emitting fire, A split second and the plant monster was fried. From such a victory, Jiha pressed Yenny to himself. But the joy quickly faded because the hero had to return. Right after I thought about it, a pterodron appeared in the sky. Having saddled it, the hero now headed to the scene of the disaster. Jiha understood that all sorts of things were still awaiting him ahead. Gradually, fiery fields appeared on the horizon. These were places of endless battles. Once upon a time in the past, the World Tree divided its power. To protect the entire world, the Apocalypse Trees were created. But, as befits a good story, there were also villains. The traitor who became the ruler of the Abyss. Now the gods of nature were approaching one of these trees. With persistence, they tore out the leprous vines. Wolf Denny believed that the tree was trying to deceive. But Bohm had a different opinion. At some point, he felt something was wrong. The earth shook and the tree was torn apart from the inside. A hellish nymph was born. She giggled, knowing the gods of nature. The animals bared their teeth in response. After all, before that, the Lord of the Abyss himself appeared. Organa was in no hurry to answer the gods' questions and was dodging. She was more interested in the fake, towards which the dark goddess pointed. The gods of nature guessed that they were talking about the owner. Suddenly, new vines entangled those. Organa actively joked that she had come only to say hello. Meanwhile, Pterodron continued to carry G. At some point, a thick shadow fell on the beetle. With one wave of her hand, Organa snatched the bespectacled man from Pterodron. Milo began to stroke Jiha's hair. Bringing his face closer, Organa wanted to know how Jiha behaved as a god, but seeing that he was discouraged and frightened, she stopped. Afterwards, she sniffed, admitting that the hero smelled pretty good. The dark goddess was not against making the hero her pet. Jiha flatly refused, even though he couldn't move. Organa saw no problems in this agreement, especially considering herself a much better ruler. But Jiha refused, complaining about the views of the already destroyed lands. Then, more angrily, Organa hissed that Jiha himself would want this. Her touches on the hero became more and more intrusive. So far, she hasn't felt anything. A long-lost moment came to light in her memory. Warmth, affection, and an intoxicating aroma. These feelings reminded Organa very strongly of someone. The one who once taught and protected the Dark Goddess. In a flashback, Organa finally remembered what her duty was. But for some reason, this thought slipped out of her head. It disappeared, as if it had been deliberately erased. Without answers to the questions of life and all that, her strength was rapidly weakening. Because of which, a second later, Jiha went into free flight. Luckily, Therodron was already flying towards him. He deftly caught Jiha with his claws. The gods of nature were also freed, and their turn to act had come. Their common magical aspiration was sent towards the cursed world tree. There were claps, followed by flashes, and then the tree was burned. Having torn off the rest and put it in his bag, Jiha thanked the beetle for saving him. He didn't forget about his faithful assistants either. In return, on the scattered land, Jiha planted a healthy world tree. At the same time, the gods of nature discussed among themselves how risky this undertaking was. Luckily for the nature gods and Jiha, everything turned out fine. Suddenly, the hero began calling his pets to look at something. In a matter of moments, the barely planted branch of the world tree grew into a whole tree. But the hero awarded this miracle not only to himself, but also to all his assistants. At this moment, Yenny has made the jump. With all his strength, hugging, he flew into Jiha, which caused the hero to have some serious attacks of pain in his back. After some time, the action returned to the secret garden. At the general meeting, Pterodron presented the hero with his picture of what had happened. And yet, the thought of the powerful Organa did not give Jiha peace. Here, the hero also remembered Yenny's words, that he complained about the lack of a higher goal. There were so many thoughts and assumptions that, to begin with, Jiha decided to rest. And so soon he was already at home. Lying down, he looked at the dragon snoring nearby. Jiha's look was strange. Surely he wouldn't recognize Yenny. After which, the hero's piercing cry was heard throughout the entire house. Jumping out of bed, Jiha looked around. The other hunters who ran into Jiha's room saw the dragon for the first time. Having made a mistake, Jiha did not give himself away, saying that the dragon himself burst in. Abruptly, Doc pushed Jiha aside, thinking that Yenny could be dangerous. Ashley immediately projected a lightning strike onto him. The dragon was driven away, and Jiha could only secretly ask for forgiveness. Even though the incident was over, Ashley was quick to send a report. Along the way, the blonde learned that traces of the Organa's activities had mysteriously disappeared. Due to a lot of strange events, as well as the dragon attack, Ashley advised Jiha to return to his country. And yet, seeing the hero at work, Ashley considered Jiha to be a pure and selfless person example. She could only hope that in the future, there would be more like Jiha. Also, expecting the hero to one day return to the States. Having promised this, Jiha shook his hand. Somewhere after, in the secret garden, Yenny was in a state of upset. Jiha asked him not to sulk. Even without looking at the obvious unfriendly growl, the hero stubbornly stroked the dragon. But apparently the dragon's offense was great. Jihad tried to explain himself, to convey an important idea and his own mistake. As an apology, the hero took out a huge piece of meat from his backpack. A little later, apparently having accepted the apology, Yenny lay with a full belly. At the same time, the once rescued rabbits prepared a pile of dug-up bones for the hero. All that was left for Jihad to do was to create new dragons from those. Already having experience, the hero breathed life into the collected skeletons. The clay shells burst and new dragons took their first steps. Their innocent glances captured Jihad,